Chapter 692. Yamacho, a rich businessman named Chao Wendong, wants to see you. He said you asked him to come here. After the opening ceremony ended, the students of Yanhuang Academy were brought around by their respective homeroom teachers to tour the academy. The scholars who had failed the exam also returned home to find their mothers. Of course, after participating in such an exciting opening ceremony, most of them were even more determined to get into Yanhuang Academy. At this time, Li Zixuan could finally breathe a sigh of relief. He was the busiest person in the academy these days. Just as he was about to return to the Yunshan courtyard to admire the flowers with his wife in his arms, Mo Zhong quickly walked over and bowed. Oh, right, I almost forgot about that. Mo Zhong, bring Mr. Chao to my office first. I'll be there soon. Li Zixuan hurriedly instructed when he heard that. Yes, Yamacho. Mo Zhong responded and turned to leave. Li Zixuan said to the curious Li Gang and Yen Silu beside him, I have some things to deal with now, so I'll have to excuse myself. Gentlemen, you've worked hard these 2 days. Please go back and rest early. It was convenient for Li Gang to go back and rest because he had a villa in Yunshan. As for Yen Silu, he didn't have a villa in Yunshan, so he could only go back to his house in Chang. In the academy, other than Li Zixuan, only Li Gang was a professor, so the old man could get a house. As for Yen Silu, it wasn't that Li Zixuan was stingy and didn't want to give him the title of professor, but Yen Silu himself refused. According to him, the current teachers in the academy were just a temporary team. Most of them, including him, didn't have any teaching experience. If he was given the title of professor, it would be difficult to convince the others. At present, the only professor who could convince everyone was Li Gang. Therefore, in the first phase of Yunshan Villa, only 3 buildings were occupied. They were his, Li Gang's, and Yen Xiaoning's. Well, good, Yamacho, go ahead. Brother Yen and I are both in good health. Li Gang stroked his beard and smiled. Yen Silu also echoed, Yes, Yamacho, don't worry. Li Zixuan nodded and made a sound of acknowledgement before walking towards Guanghua Building. Ha! Sir Li, you're here. After a while, Li Zixuan returned to the office. Chao Wendong, who had half his butt on the sofa, saw Li Zixuan come in and quickly stood up and bowed. It had been 3 months since they last met. Li Zixuan, who used to be a minister in the Imperial College, was now a third-rank crown prince. More importantly, Li Zixuan was now the Yamacho of Yanhuang College. During this period of time, Yanhuang College and engineering had been hyped so much. Today, Li Zixuan had personally attended the opening ceremony of Yanhuang College. Anyone with half a brain could imagine how terrifying Li Zixuan's strength would be when Yanhuang College's foundation became stronger, and he had such important resources in his hands. Therefore, when facing Li Zixuan, Chao Wendong no longer had the demeanor of a business tycoon. His words and actions were even a little flattering and fawning. Ha! Boss Chao, you don't have to be so polite. Please take a seat. I asked you to come here today to help me. Li Zixuan guffawed and pointed at the sofa opposite him. That's right, he had invited Chao Wendong to help him. Today, when it came to the military training of the students, how could there not be military training uniforms? Although this thing didn't have any effect on the military training of the students, how could Li Zixuan, who was born with OCD, tolerate such an imperfect thing? Even if it was for some reason, he had to buy a batch of military training uniforms for the students. It was just that he had been too busy recently and didn't have time to care about such trivial things. Therefore, the military training uniforms had been delayed until now. Although the Li family had a ready-made clothing store, it wasn't their main business after all. The scale of the business wasn't large, and Li Zixuan's father didn't care about the family business anymore. After thinking about it, Chao Wendong, who was the largest cloth and silk merchant in Chang'an City, probably had the means to gather more than 600 military training uniforms in a short period of time. Therefore, he sent someone to invite Chao Wendong this afternoon. Lord Zhu, please don't make this old man feel embarrassed. It's my honor to be able to find you for something. There's no need to talk about helping or not. After hearing Li Zixuan's words, Chao Wendong waved his hand and said politely. Li Zixuan smiled slightly and muttered to himself, Why did Chao Wendong's attitude change so much now? He remembered that about 3 months ago, Chao Wendong had talked to him face to face about the Chamber of Commerce. At that time, Chao Wendong wasn't like this. "Boss Chao, you're too polite. Let's not beat around the bush. Today, I asked you to come because I have something to ask of you." Chao Wendong bowed and said, "Lord Zhu, please speak. As long as I can help, I will definitely help." Li Zixuan thought for a moment and said, "I have a special style of clothing here. I wonder if Boss Chao has the means to make 700 sets of it in a short period of time." Although there were only 640 people in the academy, who could guarantee that every set of clothing would fit? It was always right to buy more. Chao Wendong asked tentatively, "I wonder if Lord Zhu can show me the style of the clothing?" After saying that, he was afraid that Li Zixuan would misunderstand. So he quickly explained, "Lord Zhu, don't misunderstand. I have no intention of stealing. I just want to see if the style of the clothing is complicated so that I can make a good estimation of the time." Li Zixuan didn't care and said, "This isn't a secret. Boss Chao, you're overthinking. Here, the blueprint is here. Take a look." It was just a set of camouflage clothing. Li Zixuan didn't care if others could copy it. Moreover, he felt that even if someone copied this kind of modern-style clothing, they probably wouldn't be able to sell it. Chao Wendong took a look and was stunned. This, Lord Zhu, the clothing you want is like this?" Li Zixuan nodded and said, "Yes. What's wrong? Is it difficult to make?" Chao Wendong wiped the sweat on his forehead and quickly said, No, it's easy. This clothing looks like it uses less fabric and it's faster to make it." Li Zixuan thought to himself. Compared to the 3 layers of clothing that the people of the Tang dynasty wear now, of course camouflage clothing uses less fabric. Then, can Boss Chao make 700 sets of these clothes in a short period of time? This was the question that Li Zixuan was most concerned about. He had the money, but he didn't have the manpower to do it. He could only look for someone else. Chao Wendong pondered for a while, then gritted his teeth and said, 5 days. Lord Zhu, please give me 5 days. I will use all the resources I have on hand to help Lord Zhu make 700 sets of clothes like this within 5 days. Chapter 693. Guanghua Building, Principal's Office. When Li Zixuan heard that Chao Wendong could rush out 700 sets of camouflage uniforms in 5 days, he was both surprised and happy. This was the power of connections in the business world. He smiled and said to Chao Wendong, Haha, Boss Chao is straightforward, but don't worry. If the quality of these clothes passes, I won't treat you badly in terms of price. Chao Wendong hurriedly said, Hey, Lord Zhu, what are you talking about? It's just a few pieces of clothing. Do you think I would use this opportunity to make a big profit from you? Since you like me and are willing to let me do this, this is more precious than any amount of money. Chao Wendong obviously knew that Li Zixuan wouldn't owe him a favor for a few pieces of clothing, so he tactfully didn't say that he wouldn't accept a single cent for these clothes. To him, if he could get in touch with Li Zixuan, it didn't matter whether he lost money or earned money. Li Zixuan smiled knowingly and said, Haha, then I'll have to trouble Boss Chao. Chao Wendong knew that Li Zixuan wanted to send him off. Logically speaking, he should tactfully say goodbye. But, ahem, Lord Zhu, after witnessing the grand opening of Yanhuang Academy today, I really yearn for this place. In this world, only an immortal like you, Lord Zhu, can create such an academy that is like an immortal palace. Boss Chao, if you have something to say, feel free to say it. Li Zixuan leaned back and smiled with his eyes squinted. Chao Wendong looked embarrassed and said, Lord Zhu, it's like this. I have a son. He's 15 this year and I want him to come to Yanhuang College. I wonder. Before he could finish, Li Zixuan interrupted. Boss Chao, you don't have to say anymore. If you want to enter Yanhuang College, there is only one way, and that is to pass the exam. Do you know that His Royal Highness Prince of Wei and His Royal Highness Prince of Han are among the candidates this time? Even they need to take the exam. What do you think? Chao Wendong wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and quickly nodded. Of course, I have to take the exam. I don't have any other meaning. I just want to ask you, is Yanhuang College recruiting business students? Li Zishuan's face looked a little better. He paused and replied, as long as the student has a good character, has no record of breaking the law, and has good grades, of course, Yanhuang College will accept them. When Chao Wendong heard that, he bowed with a face full of joy and said, thank you, Lord Zhu, for your kindness. When I get back today, I'll have my son prepare for Yanhuang College's exam next year. Then I won't disturb you any longer. Goodbye. Li Zishuan nodded lightly, and Chao Wendong slowly left the room. Hey, what are you two doing? Not long after Chao Wendong left, Li Zishuan tidied up a little and then left the office to go home. When he reached the 9th floor, he saw Yan Xiaoning holding a large round ice cube in his hand and Mo Lingwei holding a smaller round ice cube. She was looking at the ice cube in her hand, as if she wanted to see through the small ice cube and observe the large ice cube in Yan Xiaoning's hand. No matter what they were doing, in Li Zishuan's eyes, they were like two idiots. This was because they were obviously grimacing from the ice cube, but they couldn't bear to let go. Seeing this scene, he couldn't help but speak up. Hey, it's Xiaoxian. What a coincidence. When Yan Xiaoning heard that, he turned his head and glanced at them, then shifted his attention back to the ice cube in his hand. Li Zishuan said unhappily, what a coincidence. Hurry up and tell me. What are you two doing? Although the weather isn't cold now, don't you two feel that the ice cubes in your hands are cold? Yan Xiaoning laughed and said, hee hee, not at all. We're searching for the truth. Xiaoxian, don't interrupt. Yes. Yamacho, don't disturb us. I'm doing something big now. Let's see if you still dare to look down on me after I succeed. Let's see if you still refuse to let me be a teacher at the academy. Mo Lingwei at the side pouted and snorted. The two of them were really like a couple singing the same tune. Okay. I won't disturb you guys. You two take your time. I want to see what you two can do today. Li Zishuan didn't expect this adulterous couple to get together so quickly. He waved his hand, indicating that he was defeated. Then he squatted at the side and calmly watched what Yan Xiaoning and Mo Lingwei were doing. However, after watching for a long time, he still couldn't figure out anything. He thought that even if he asked, these two wouldn't tell him, so he changed the topic and said, didn't you two study how to drill wood to make fire yesterday? Oh no, ice to make fire. How is it? Did you guys figure it out? Couldn't be helped. The idea of drilling wood to make fire was too deep in Li Zishuan's mind. Sometimes he couldn't help but blurt it out. Of course we figured it out. How can it be bad when I personally did it? Before Yan Xiaoning could answer, Mo Lingwei couldn't help but say proudly, yesterday, I only used a piece of ice to burn Little Ning's clothes. How was it? Isn't it amazing? Yamacho, do you want to try it? Not trying. Li Zishuan was speechless. Who would want to try it? Isn't it just the principle of a convex lens to gather light? Do I still need a little girl like you to teach me? She even used a magnifying glass to burn clothes. These two are really talented. But who the hell is Little Ning? Thinking of this, he looked at Yan Xiaoning with a strange expression and shouted, hey, Little Ning? Yan Xiaoning was so angry that he almost vomited blood. He scolded, get lost. Are you King trying to disgust me? Li Zishuan curled his lips and said in a strange tone, yo. You don't feel disgusted when someone calls you that. We're such good friends, but you're disgusted? Xiaoning, I noticed that you've changed. It was rare to see a technical otaku like Yan Xiaoning who was about to get out of singlehood. Li Zishuan took this opportunity to tease him. Mo Lingwei instantly blushed. She quibbled, Yamacho, don't talk nonsense. I just don't feel comfortable calling him by his name, so I called him Little Ning. You can't think in that direction. Yan Xiaoning also nodded and said, yes. We're just doing a few experiments together. We're innocent. Xiaoxian, you can't talk nonsense. Li Zishuan couldn't help but cover his face. Stupid teammate. I'm trying to find a way to help you get out of singlehood. Why are you being a hindrance? Chapter 694. Okay. 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 I won't say anything. I won't say anything. Both of you are innocent, okay? Li Zishuan couldn't be bothered with Yan shouting anymore. He thought to himself, this guy is really single based on his strength. What can I do? But how long do you two plan to do this? It's going to be dark soon. Li Zishuan looked at the sky and couldn't help but ask. Mo Lingwei looked up, then threw the ice cubes in her hand to Yan shouting and muttered, I'm not playing anymore. I'm not playing anymore. Let's talk about it tomorrow. It's really strange. Yesterday's situation can't be replicated. Suddenly receiving another ice cube, Yan shouting almost jumped up from the cold. When he heard Mo Lingwei say that they weren't playing today, he quickly threw away the 2 ice cubes in his hand and rubbed his frozen hands. Li Zishuan couldn't help but ask curiously, yesterday's situation? What kind of situation did the 2 of you encounter yesterday? Tell me about it. Maybe I can help you guys a little. Mo Lingwei looked at Li Zishuan suspiciously and thought for a while before saying, Yamacho, let's make it clear first. I invented this thing, you're only helping me perfect it. When the time comes, you can't steal my credit. Li Zishuan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. What credit can I steal from you? Sai, if you don't want to say it, then forget it. I'm going home to rest. Hey, Yamacho, don't go yet. I'll say it. Mo Lingwei was anxious. The little girl quickly rushed in front of Li Zishuan and blocked his way, then said, Yesterday, when I was demonstrating to little Ningzi how to make a fire with ice cubes, I accidentally discovered that when 2 convex ice cubes are separated by a certain distance, you can see things in the distance through them. It's just like the clairvoyance in the novels. It's really magical. Unfortunately, little Ningzi accidentally dropped the ice cubes on the ground and broke it. As a result, we can't restore the magical phenomenon from before. That's what we were doing just now. The more Li Zishuan listened, the more surprised he was. According to Mo Lingwei, the 2 of them might have accidentally gotten a telescope. He pinched his chin and thought for a moment. Ink Girl, the reason why you can't recover the previous miraculous phenomenon is mainly because the distance between the 2 ice cubes is wrong. Mo Lingwei retorted, Impossible. The distance between the 2 protruding ice cubes yesterday is about the same as the distance we placed them today, right? Li Zishuan smiled and explained, even if your distance today is exactly the same as yesterday, it's impossible for yesterday's miraculous phenomenon to happen. Actually, Ink Girl, you've overlooked a problem from the beginning to the end. The protrusion of the ice cubes you used today might be different from the ice cubes you used yesterday. Mo Lingwei nodded. That's possible. After all, this is my first time making something like this. How can I make it exactly the same every time? But even if it's different, what's the difference? Li Zishuan smiled and pointed to the broken ice mirror on the ground. He said, Of course there's an effect. Ink Girl, you used this ice cubes to start a fire yesterday. Do you know how it works? Of course, I don't know. Mo Lingwei opened her mouth and said embarrassedly, I saw this method in the handwritten notes of the Mo family's ancestor. It said that using this kind of protruding ice cubes, you can turn the sunlight into a small dot. Then the small dot is very hot and can ignite something. Li Zishuan suddenly understood. He roughly knew from Mo Huai that Moz was very knowledgeable about geometric optics. He could even make a small whole image. In comparison, using a convex lens to condense light was child's play. Li Zishuan shook his head and said to Mo Lingwei and Yan Xiaoning, who was listening with great interest, Come with me. I'll tell you how to make this legendary clairvoyance. I'll also give you a task, by the way. After saying that, Li Zishuan turned around and went downstairs without waiting for their agreement. Mo Lingwei and Yan Xiaoning were stunned when they heard this. Then they were pleasantly surprised. The 2 looked at each other and quickly followed. Hey, Xiaoxian, do you mean that we can make a clairvoyance? Hey, Yamacho, wait. After a while, Li Zishuan came to the 4th floor. He then passed through the central office area of the Twin Towers and entered the teaching area. He randomly found a classroom and pushed the door open. Mo Lingwei and Yan Xiaoning had already followed him. The two saw that Li Zixuan seemed to have the intention of giving a lecture, so they found 2 seats in the first row and sat down. Mo Lingwei secretly glanced at the neatly arranged tables and stools, the tall podium, and the smooth blackboard in the classroom. She felt very curious. Ink girl, let me first explain to you the principle of making fire from ice. Li Zixuan first drew a convex lens on the blackboard, then looked at Mo Lingwei and said, "The external structure of this ice is protruding outwards. Let's call this structure a convex lens for the time being. 1 classroom, 2 students, and 1 teacher." The first class of Yanhuang College quietly began. However, no one would have thought that such an inconspicuous class would open the prelude to the development of ancient optics in China. Ink girl, do you understand the principle of a convex lens now? Li Zixuan never expected Mo Lingwei to be such a thorough person. If you told her that a convex lens converges light, she would ask you why. Well, you would draw a light path diagram and explain to her why a convex lens converges light. In the process, it would inevitably involve the problem of the refractive index of different media. In the end, she would ask what the refractive index was and how the refractive index was obtained. Therefore, this small piece of common knowledge in physics ended up taking half an hour to explain. Fortunately, Li Zixuan's previous life's major included a lot of optics, so his theoretical foundation was quite solid. Otherwise, he might really have been stumped by this little girl's questions. However, it was gratifying to see that the 2 students, Mo Lingwei and Yan Xiaoning, were very attentive. Okay, I understand. Yamacho, continue to tell us about the clairvoyance. Mo Lingwei rubbed her chin and smiled at Li Zixuan. Yan Xiaoning also nodded and said, "Okay, I understand too." Xiao Xian, quickly continue. Although Li Zixuan was an otaku in his previous life, it didn't mean that his ability to express himself was bad. On the contrary, in serious conversations, his ability to express himself had always been very good. His thoughts were especially clear. Perhaps it was because of this that Mo Lingwei and Yan Xiaoning could quickly follow his train of thought. Okay. Since you understand this, the next part will be very simple. Chapter 695. When the objective lens converges the distant light to a single point, the distance between the point and the eyepiece is equal to the focal length of the eyepiece. As I told you before, the light emitted from the focal point will become a parallel beam after passing through the convex lens, and the distant scenery will be formed into a magnified image. As for how magnified it is, it depends on the ratio of the focal length of the objective lens to the focal length of the eyepiece. In addition, this tool that can see distant objects clearly, I call it a telescope. In the classroom, Li Zixuan's first class in Yanhuang College was coming to an end. After an hour of lecture, he finally explained the principles of telescopes to the 2 people in front of him. Of course, he only explained the principles of the Kepler telescope, consisting of 2 convex lenses. There was also the Galileo telescope, 1 convex lens, 1 concave lens, and some reflector telescopes. Oh, I didn't know there was so much knowledge behind this small lens. I didn't expect that a telescope similar to clairvoyance could really be made. Yamacho, you're so knowledgeable. As the saying goes, knowing a person by reputation is not as good as meeting him in person. Although Mo Lingwei had heard from Mo Zhong and the others that Li Zixuan was very powerful, at that time, Mo Lingwei felt that she wasn't bad either. After all, she was like a little overlord in the Mo family. However, after listening to Li Zixuan's lecture today, she finally understood the gap between her and Li Zixuan. Although she knew a lot about the various kinds of knowledge in the Mo family, she only knew the basics and didn't know the details. Moreover, the things she knew were very diverse and varied. On the other hand, Li Zixuan seemed to have a complete knowledge system. No matter what the problem was, he could trace it back to the source and explain it clearly. Mo Lingwei couldn't help but admire him. She felt that Li Zixuan was even better than her father. Haha! When you 2 are free, you can take a look at the school's physics textbooks. Although the first book doesn't cover much about lens imaging, some of the basic concepts are very useful for making telescopes. Li Zixuan put down the chalk and patted the chalk dust off his hands as he smiled at the 2 of them. Yes, I'll take a look when I get back. Mo Lingwei replied with a smile. Yan Xiaoning hesitated for a while and said, Xiao Xian, give me a set of all the teaching materials of the academy later. I want to take a look too. Li Zishuan naturally agreed. Then he thought for a moment and said, after explaining the principle of the telescope to you, I have a task for you. Upon hearing that there was a mission, Mo Lingwei immediately sat up straight and said, Yamacho, go ahead. We're listening. The tragic Yan Xiaoning was unknowingly represented again. In this Guanghua Tower, in the middle of the central main building connecting the two towers on both sides, there is an atrium with a semicircular glass ceiling at the top. Do you know why I designed it like this? Li Zishuan propped his hands on the lectern and looked at the two in front of him as he asked. Yan Xiaoning frowned and fell into deep thought. Mo Lingwei thought for a while and shook her head directly. I don't know. When I first saw it, I thought that Yamacho designed this atrium with a transparent ceiling specifically for lying down and looking at the stars at night. Smack! Li Zishuan slammed the table and laughed. Ha ha! Ink Girl is right. This atrium is used for looking at the stars at night. Mo Lingwei was stunned. She was just casually saying it just now. According to my original idea, a large telescope should be placed in this atrium specifically for the students to look at the stars and the moon, so that they can understand what the world in the sky is like. As soon as Li Zishuan finished speaking, Mo Lingwei and Yan Xiaoning both opened their mouths in shock. They got the telescope earlier because it was new and fun, but Li Zishuan wanted to use the telescope to look at the sky directly. The ancients had always been in awe of the sky, so the two of them were so shocked that they were speechless for a moment when Li Zishuan wanted to look at the sky directly. Li Zishuan smiled and said, actually, the view in the sky is not mysterious at all. You will understand when you see it for yourself. So the task I'm giving the two of you is to build this large telescope. If you succeed, I'm sure His Majesty will reward you generously. When the time comes, all the credit will go to you. Mo Lingwei came back to her senses. She looked at Li Zishuan for a moment, then shook her head and said, no, Yamacho taught us how to make this telescope. We can't take the credit. I also don't want His Majesty's reward. Li Zishuan was stunned. Just as he was about to speak, he heard Mo Lingwei continue. Although I don't want His Majesty's reward, if we really do it, I want Yamacho to promise me one thing. How about it? Wasn't Li Zishuan very clear about what this girl wanted? He thought for a moment and said, I know what you want to say, Ink Girl. How about this? If you can really make this telescope, I will personally invite Ink Girl to be a special professor at Yanhuang College. You will only be responsible for research and not teaching, but you will be treated exactly the same as a professor at the academy. This is the biggest concession I can make. If he let Mo Lingwei, a girl, teach a lesson to those youths in their puberty, old man Mo would probably fight him to the death. Therefore, Li Zishuan could only let Mo Lingwei come to the academy to be in charge of scientific research. Mo Lingwei thought for a moment. Although she couldn't teach students, she could finally work at Yanhuang College. She didn't have to idle around all day, and most importantly, she could get the treatment of a professor at the academy. It was better than her father's treatment. Therefore, she nodded and said, okay, Yamacho, I promise you. Hey, no, I haven't agreed to make the telescope with you. At this moment, Yan Xiaoning, who had been silent for a long time, said weakly. Li Zishuan immediately cursed in his heart. What a stupid teammate. Wasn't the reason why he gave Mo Lingwei this mission to set her up with Yan Xiaoning? Otherwise, who couldn't he find for this mission? But, sigh, this should be the legendary iron-willed straight man? Humph. Little Ning, if you don't agree, I'll go tell my father that you bullied me in the office yesterday. Mo Lingwei slammed the table, stood up, and snorted at Yan Xiaoning. Li Zishuan's eyes widened when he heard this. What did she mean? So Yan Xiaoning, this outwardly passionate man, pulled a girl to the office to do something shameful? Heh, this kid is really something. Yan Xiaoning couldn't stand Li Zishuan's meaningful gaze. He quickly stood up and explained, Ink Girl, you can't say things like that. When did I bully you? Humph, if I say you did, then you did. Do you think my father will believe me or you? Mo Lingwei said with her hands on her hips. Yan Xiaoning was speechless. After a while, he could only admit defeat and said, Okay, 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 I'll help you make the telescope. Hee, that's more like it. The little girl's face really changed quickly. Mo Lingwei laughed. Then, she saw the sky outside the window and was shocked. Aya, it's already so late. My father must be worried about me. I have to go home. But, it's getting dark. Seeing that she was obviously afraid of the dark but was too embarrassed to say it, Li Zishuan said to Yan Xiaoning, Xiaoning, it's already so late. It's not safe for Ink Girl to be alone on the road. Why don't you send her off? Obviously, he was creating an opportunity for his brother. However, Yan Xiaoning said gloomily, I'm not going down the mountain. I'm going back to the courtyard later. The bed in the courtyard is more comfortable. Little Xian, you should find someone else to send her. Li Zishuan's face was full of black lines. He thought to himself, Iron men are indeed destined to be lonely for life. This guy has been single for so many years. It makes sense. Last time, Zhang Sun wanted to matchmake Yan Xiaoning, but now it seems like it was all in vain. You really can't do anything to a single person with his own ability. Chapter 696. Chong and west side of Vermilion Bird Avenue, Chongyi Square. Chong and's largest Taoist temple was located here, Xiandu Temple. According to the Chong and Annals, Xiandu Temple was located in Chongyi Square. In the second year of Emperor Kai Huang, Sui dynasty moved from the old city of Chong into this temple and changed its name to Xiandu in the first year of Deding. Yang Jian was abdicated by Emperor Jing of North Zhou and changed his name to Emperor Kai Huang. After that, Emperor Wen of Sui conquered Chun and united China, which had been divided for hundreds of years. At that time, the old city of Chong was dilapidated and narrow, and the waterways were heavily polluted. It did not match the capital of a great country. In the second year of Emperor Kai Huang, Emperor Wen of Sui started to build a new capital city, Daxing City. The location and construction of Daxing City incorporated the theory of feng shui and the concept of Zhou Yi's Gone hexagram. Daxing City was located on 6 high hills from the south to the north, symbolizing the 6 lines of the Gone hexagram. The palaces, government offices, temples, and alleys were located on these 6 lines. Xingshan Temple and Xiandu Temple were located on both sides of Vermilion Bird Avenue in the south of the city. Emperor Wen of Sui, Yang Jian, was born poor and was raised by a nun. After he became the prime minister of North Zhou and ascended the throne, he was very respectful of Buddhism and Taoism. Xiandu Temple became the royal Taoist temple of the Sui dynasty. On the west side of Xiandu Temple, there were 2 courtyards with green bricks and green tiles, with heavy eaves and corridors. The whole courtyard seemed to give people a sense of peace and quiet. Father, mother, I'm back. As the sky was getting dark, a little boy in a green Taoist robe pushed open the door and shouted at the middle-aged Taoist priest and the woman who was collecting clothes. The middle-aged Taoist priest was stunned and looked at the boy. Proverb, why are you back so late? It turned out that this little boy was the second place of Yanhuang College's entrance exam, Li Yan. Obviously, the middle-aged Taoist priest was the famous Li Chunfeng in the future, and the woman beside him was his wife, Mrs. Lu. As the little boy walked into the courtyard, he said, After the opening ceremony in the afternoon, the teachers of the academy showed us around the academy and taught all the students how to use some of the new things in the academy. That's why we came back late. When Mrs. Lu heard this, she was overjoyed. So, proverb, you were admitted to Yanhuang College? Li Yan didn't go home at noon, so it was understandable that Mrs. Lu didn't know his results. Li Chunfeng, who was standing at the side, smiled but did not say anything. Li Zhongyu replied, Yes, mother. I got in, but I only got second place. The first place is the current king of Wei. Mrs. Lu pulled her son and stroked his little head, then happily said, Not bad, not bad. I've heard that Prince Wei has always been knowledgeable since he was a child. As the proverb goes, it's already not bad if you can get second place. Moreover, I've heard that even His Majesty went to Yanhuang College to participate in that opening ceremony. This proves that my son is promising. Haha, proverb, just you wait. Mother will go and cook something delicious for you. Let's have a good celebration tonight. Yes, thank you, Mother, the little Taoist boy said in a crisp voice. Mrs. Liu pinched her son's little face and happily went into the house to prepare dinner. Li Chunfeng looked at this heartwarming scene with a hint of warmth in his eyes. He then turned around and said, Proverb, come with me to the study. Yes, Father. By the way, Father, how did you predict that I wouldn't get first place yesterday? In the study, Li Yan raised his head and asked curiously. Ha, this is a heavenly secret. Proverb, I'll tell you when your divination skills improve. Li Chunfeng did not answer. Instead, he chuckled and turned around. He paused for a moment before he asked. Proverb, how do you feel at Yanhuang College today? Li Yan pursed his lips and seemed to be organizing his words. After a while, he replied, Father, although the architectural style of Yanhuang College is unique, the overall layout is in accordance with the Taoist principles of yin, yang, and 5 elements. I can see that Li Zishuan, Yamacho, he put a lot of thought into the design of the college. As for the interior of the building, the stone floor is as smooth as a mirror, the clear glass windows, and even the toilets are extremely luxurious. There's not much stench in there at all. If you want to talk about feelings, I feel that this Yanhuang College doesn't belong to Tang Dynasty at all. It's as if it doesn't belong to the world we live in. At the end of his sentence, Li Yan furrowed his brows like a little adult. He looked conflicted and puzzled. Li Chunfeng saw this and could not help but laugh. He walked up to Li Yan and patted the back of his head. He laughed and said, Ha, this Yanhuang College does not belong to Tang Dynasty. Li Yan looked up and asked curiously, Father, what do you mean? Also, you said that Yamacho is the man of destiny of Taoism. What do you mean? Li Chunfeng remained silent. After a while, he walked to the window with his back facing Li Yan and said slowly, You're right. Great wealth depends on heaven. Small wealth depends on hard work. Man proposes, but God disposes. In this world, most people's fates are predestined by the heavens. However, there will always be a type of person whose fate is not only predestined by the heavens, but can also change the fate of others. This type of person is called the destined person. Li Yan's mouth opened wide in shock. He muttered, Father, are you saying that Yamacho can change fate? How is that possible? Before Kongming died, even the 7 stars life-prolonging lamp array could not change fate. How can Yamacho do it? The 7 stars life-prolonging lamp was also known as the 7 souls 7 orifices lamp. It was recorded in the Taoist teachings. When a person is in the womb, the 3 elements nurture him, the 9 energies distribute him, the 5 stars form his 5 organs, and the Big Dipper opens his orifices. The 7 stars descending child to protect him. It could be said that a person's 7 souls were adorned by the 7 stars and were also protected by the 7 stars. If one of the 7 stars was destroyed, the soul would not be able to gather. If all the 7 stars were destroyed, the soul would dissipate. Zhuge Liang, who was well-versed in Chimanduanjia, understood the theory behind the soul-gathering powder. Therefore, he set up the 7 stars life-prolonging lamp array in hopes of gathering his dissipating soul again to extend his life. Unfortunately, the mandate of heaven could not be defied. Wei Yan's hurried footsteps caused a gust of wind that broke the array set up by Zhuge Liang, causing the 7 souls to dissipate again. Not long after that, Zhuge Liang died of an illness in the Wuzhong Plains. In the study, Li Chuanfeng's expression changed. After a long while, he sighed and said, He is the man of destiny, but also someone outside of it. Of course, he will not be bound by it. Not only that, he will also bring unexpected things and variables to the Tang Empire. At this point, it was unknown whether it was a coincidence or not, but the wind and clouds outside the house suddenly changed. A storm came pouring down without any warning. Chapter 697. The sudden storm gave Li Yan a big fright. Although he matured early and his wisdom was far beyond his peers, he was still a 6-year-old child. There were some things that he would still be afraid of. Li Chunfeng stood by the window and remained silent. He did not seem to notice the rain outside. In the end, Li Yan could not stand it anymore and walked over to close the window. "Father, what's wrong?" After closing the window, Li Zhongyu looked at Li Chunfeng and asked worriedly. Li Chunfeng came back to his senses and shook his head. "I'm fine." He then turned around and sat down on the couch next to the desk. Li Zhongyu followed him and asked, "Father, how did you know that Yamacho is the destined one?" Li Chunfeng poured himself a cup of tea and took a sip. He then glanced at his son and said, "I've measured Li Zishuan's birth characters and calculated that he will face 2 calamities in his life. The first calamity will be when he is 6 years old, and the second calamity will be in the first half of this year. The first calamity will be with the help of the destined one, but the second calamity will be a death calamity. A death calamity that will definitely kill him." Li Yan was shocked. He opened his mouth and his face changed color. A death calamity that will definitely kill him? But Yamacho is now. He's still alive and well, right? Li Chunfeng finished his son's sentence and said, "I was even more shocked than you at that time. So after that No, father. May I ask how you know Yamacho's birth characters?" Li Yan asked weakly. He had recovered from the shock and remembered the loophole in Li Chuanfeng's words. Li Chunfeng heard his son's question, and an awkward expression appeared on his face. He paused for a moment and said, "In June this year, Li Zishuan's mother calculated Li Zishuan's birth characters at Xiandu Temple. I was there too." Li Zishuan, who was enjoying the loving dinner prepared by his wife in the courtyard of Yunshan, did not realize that his personal information was accidentally leaked when his mother gave him and Han Yushi's horoscope. Moreover, it was leaked to a person who was proficient in divination. Li Yan was shocked. He did not expect his father, whom he had always admired, to do such a sneaky thing. Li Chunfeng felt his son's gaze and blushed. He coughed dryly and said, "When I calculated the calamity in Li Zishuan's life, I was also very shocked. He was clearly a dead person, so how could he still be alive? After that, I wanted to see Li Zishuan with my own eyes and make a further judgment. Once, by chance, I met Li Zishuan in front of the Li residence. At that time, he should have just returned triumphantly from the Serpent Spirit Mountain. His killing intent soared to the heavens. When I looked at his face, I could only see chaos. I couldn't see his past or future." Li Zhongyu was stunned. "Father, with your current cultivation, you still can't see through Mountain Elder's face. No wonder I couldn't see through him even after looking at him for so long." Li Chunfeng smiled and continued with a solemn expression. "Not only that, I saw His Highness at the beginning of this year. His eyebrows were close to his life palace. The Yintang acupoint between his eyebrows was not big enough for 2 fingers to touch. His nose was crooked, his middle was short and flat, and his lips were as thin as paper. I was shocked. His Highness won't live past 30, and his position as crown prince is unstable." This was indeed the case. Li Changqian colluded with Li Yuanchang, Du He, and Ho Junji to force the emperor to abdicate. His conspiracy was exposed and he was exiled to Qian province by Li Er. He died of depression at the age of 26 in Jingguan's 19th year, 645. After hearing such a shocking statement, Li Yan was so shocked that he was completely speechless. If the conversation in this study room was overheard by someone, then their family would probably be annihilated. Li Chunfeng continued, "When His Majesty summoned me to the palace a few days ago, I met His Highness the Crown Prince again. But this time, His Highness the Crown Prince had a full forehead and a high forehead. He was obviously rich and had a stable status. Not only that, there was also Duke Yi who had a great change in his physique. Father had calculated that Duke Yi was nearing the end of his life and his body would deteriorate day by day. But not long ago, not only did he recover from his internal injuries, his strength had also improved. It was truly inconceivable. Later on, there was news that Duke Yi recovered because of Li Zishuan's medicinal wine, life-stealing blood technique, and a mysterious fist technique. Come to think of it, ever since Li Zixuan returned to Chang'an from Mount Longhu, the closest people to him were His Highness Prince Wei, Duke Yi, Duke Lu, and a few others. I don't know about the others, but His Highness and Duke Yi both had a sudden change in their fate. I can't help but suspect that this has something to do with Li Zixuan. Not only can he change his own fate, but he can also change the fate of others. If he isn't a man of destiny, what else can he be? Moreover, he is a disciple of the celestial master path of Mount Longhu. Li Yan was shocked speechless by Li Chuanfeng's words. He was silent for nearly half an hour before he recovered and asked, "Father, do you know Yamacho's master, Senior Lingshu?" Li Chunfeng smiled. "Of course I know him. However, I know him. He doesn't know me." It was obvious that he wasn't an old-fashioned person. He could still make such a joke at this time. Li Yan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He asked, "Father, do you know if Senior Lingshu knows divination?" Li Chunfeng thought for a while and said, "Of course. Moreover, his divination skills are far above mine." Li Yan asked curiously, "Then why didn't Senior Lingshu predict that Yamacho would face a calamity this year?" Li Chuanfeng's expression changed. He closed his eyes as if he was recalling some old memories. After a while, he opened his eyes and said, "It's not that he didn't, but he didn't want to. I've heard Master say before that although spiritual Master Ling Su is proficient in divination, he doesn't believe in destiny. In his life, there are two things that he doesn't divine. One is that he doesn't divine people's marriages, and the other is that he doesn't divine the calamities of those close to him. He feels that even if it's a death calamity, there is still a chance of survival. If he tells others about the death calamity in advance, it will destroy the only chance of survival. Even though this point of view is poles apart from what I learned on Southern Mountain, it can't be said to be completely unreasonable. After all, everyone's Tao is different when it comes to cultivating the Tao." Chapter 698. It was said that Li Chuanfeng's master was Yuan Tiangang, but that was not the case. In the second year of Sui Rinshou, Li Chunfeng was born in Yong, Qizhou. He was smart and studious since he was young. He read a lot of books, especially astronomy, calendars, and mathematics. Li Chuanfeng's father, Li Bo, was a small official in the county government during the Sui dynasty. He gave up his position and became a Taoist priest. He was quite knowledgeable and called himself Huang Guanzi. He wrote Laozi, 10 volumes of maps, and astronomical elephant prose. Li Chunfeng was known as a prodigy since he was young. Under the influence of his father, he read a lot of books, especially astronomy, geography, Taoism, and yin yang. In the 7th year of Sui dynasty, the 9-year-old Li Chunfeng went to Mount Nantua to become a disciple of Taoist Ziyuan. In the 14th year of Sui dynasty, Li Yuan became the emperor and gave Li Shimin the title of King of Qin. In the 2nd year of Tang dynasty's Emperor Wuda, the 17-year-old Li Chunfeng returned to his hometown. He was recommended by Li Er's good friend, Lu Wenjing, to become the secretary of the King of Qin's army. The legendary Taoist priest went down the mountain. In the 1st year of Zhengguan, Li Chunfeng was given the title of general officer and worked in the Imperial Historian Bureau. In the Imperial Historical Bureau, which was in charge of astronomy, geography, calendar making, and history, he fully displayed his talent and wisdom. Once he entered the Imperial Historical Bureau, he worked hard for 40 years. Proverb, actually, I didn't want you to enter the Yanhuang Academy. You've been smart since you were young and have a spiritual root. If I'm not wrong, you'll definitely inherit my mantle in the future. But now that you've gone to the Yanhuang Academy, it's hard to say what will happen in the future. In the study, Li Chunfeng looked at his son and sighed. Li Chunfeng was about to say something when he heard his mother's voice outside. Husband, dinner is ready. Come out and eat." "Okay, mother." Li Yan answered quickly. Li Chunfeng smiled and pulled his son out for dinner. "Guanyin maid, what do you think of this essay?" Li Zheng Hall, West Court of the Imperial Palace. Li Er put down his brush and picked up a piece of paper from the desk. He walked to the bed and smiled at Empress Zhangsun. "As soon as Your Majesty came over, Your Majesty focused on the writing desk. I've been wanting to see it for a long time." Zhang Sun chuckled and took it. When she opened it, She immediately exclaimed in surprise, "Ah, Your Majesty's calligraphy has improved again. Is that so? Haha." Li Er was pleased with himself and simply sat down. Holding Empress Zhangxuan's waist, he began to watch with her. Old people often think of the past, young people often think of the future. I can only think of the past. Zhang Sun smiled and then focused on the content of the text. When she saw the opening, she couldn't help but read it out softly. As he continued to read, the surprise on Zhang Sun's face became more and more intense. When she read, "A young man's wisdom is the wisdom of the country. A young man's wealth is the wealth of the country. A young man's strength is the strength of the country. A young man's independence is the independence of the country. A young man's wisdom is the wisdom of the country. A young man's wealth is the wealth of the country. A young man's strength is the strength of the country. A young man's independence is the independence of the country." At the end, "My beautiful young China is not old with the heavens. My young China is boundless with the country." Empress Zhangsun seemed to feel the heart-wrenching roar and earth-shaking cry of the author of the essay at that time. Her whole body trembled a little. Li Er, who was next to her, could feel the trembling of her body. "Your Majesty, this essay is too shocking. I'm a woman, but after reading this essay, I can't help but feel my blood boil." Empress Zhangsun took a few deep breaths to calm her surging heart a little. Then she looked at Li Er and said. Li Er smiled and asked, "Haha, this is not shocking. If you listen to someone reading it, then it's shocking." Guanyin maid, guess who wrote this essay? Empress Zhangxuan's gentle eyes turned slightly, and then she smiled and said, "I guess this essay should be written by Li Zishuan, right?" Li Er was startled and asked curiously, "Guanyin maid, how do you know?" Zhang Sun smiled and said, "Looking at your Majesty's reaction, it seems that I guessed right." Then she explained, "Such a hot-blooded and angry essay, no one in the imperial court would write it. Today, your Majesty went to Yanhuang College outside the city to participate in the opening ceremony in addition to the morning court. So presumably, this essay was read by Shaoxian at the opening ceremony, right?" After listening to Empress Zhangxuan's analysis, Li Er praised, "The Empress is still the most meticulous. It's my great fortune to have Guanyin maid. Haha. Fang residence, study room. This Li Zishuan is really bold." Fang Xianling looked at the words on the desk and sighed with his hands behind his back. The content of the word fortune was the introduction to young China that Li Zishuan spoke in the afternoon. Fang Yizhi, who was next to him, nodded and said, "After listening to it in the afternoon, I also admire Li Zhe, Yamacho. It's hard to imagine that he's not even 15 years old." Fang Xianling turned around and looked at his eldest son, who was also the most reliable son among his several sons, and said, "Whether it's the civil officials or the military officials in the imperial court, our descendants can't compare to Li Zishuan. Since you were admitted to Yanhuang College this time, study hard there. If you can learn 10% of Li Zishuan's knowledge, it's also excellent. What's more, according to His Majesty's current intention, he wants to vigorously support Li Zishuan and Yanhuang College. The Fang family's current glory is all given by His Majesty, so we must always follow His Majesty." Fang Yizhi respectfully said, "I understand, Father. Please rest assured." Fang Xianling nodded and said, "Well, I've always been at ease with you, but my beloved, you have to urge him to study well in the future. Don't let him hang out with Du He and King Lu all day long." Li Yuanchang, at this time the king of Han, was still Li Ku. 2 years later, Li Yuanchang was changed to king of Han by Li Er. As for Li Ku, he was changed to king of Shu. When you have time, teach him the lessons of Yanhuang Academy. If he can also be admitted to Yanhuang Academy next year, this old man will be relieved. Old Fang's thoughts were a bit like those parents in modern times who thought their children were too noisy and wanted to send their children to school to be disciplined by teachers. Fang Yizhi's face flashed a trace of helplessness. Obviously, he also had a headache about this disobedient younger brother, but in front of Fang Xianling, he couldn't say it, so he could only say, "Yes, Father, I will pay attention." At the same time, he silently mourned for Li Zishuan in his heart. He thought that if Fang Yizhi also entered Yanhuang College in the future, Li Zixuan would be the one who would have a headache. Well, that's good. But don't fall behind your studies. As your father, the Fang family will have to rely on you in the future. This old man has no other request. I just hope that you can live a peaceful life. Fang Xianling sighed, then bowed his back and left the study. Fang Yizhi looked at his father's back and inexplicably saw the sadness of a hero in his twilight years. His nose was a little sour. Chapter 699. The next day at the Imperial College. Compared to Yanhuang College, the students here had already started school. During the break, a student at the Imperial College took the opportunity to take out today's Datong Daily. He wanted to read the novel at the back, but he was attracted by today's headline, Young China. Li Zixuan's speech at Yanhuang College's first school opening ceremony. The student couldn't help but read it. As a result, he was completely immersed in it. After spending nearly half an hour to finish reading the news, the student's heart was like a stormy sea. His chest was surging with anger. He slammed the table with all his strength and couldn't help but roar loudly, "What the hell? Ha! Good. What a good saying that a young man's wisdom is the wisdom of the country. A young man's wealth is the wealth of the country. A young man's strength is the strength of the country. A young man's independence is the independence of the country. It's so well written. F***CK. Chen Xuanda, you're so wicked. Why are you shouting for no reason? You're interrupting my reading of the novel." Chen Xuanda, son of Chen Shuda, the Minister of Rights, another student next to him, was shocked by the sudden attack of this powerful sound wave. He stood up and cursed angrily. The rest of the people also criticized. "That's right. Xuanda, why are you shouting for no reason? Did you scare yourself with your daydream? Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha." The student named Chen Xuanda wasn't angry. He picked up the newspaper excitedly and said to the student who just scolded him, "Hey, Changxian, stop reading the novel. Look at today's headlines. I promise you won't regret it." Pei Changxian, grandson of Sikong Pei Ji, Pei Changxian said impatiently, "How can the news be better than the novel? I'd better finish reading the novel first." How could Chen Xuanda be willing? He took the newspaper and walked to Pei Changxian's seat. He pointed at today's headlines and said, "Changxian, stop reading the novel. Look at this quickly." Pei Changxian was a little annoyed by the harassment. He said helplessly, Okay, then I'll take a look first. If it's not good, then you'll have to watch it." After saying that, he lowered his head and began to read. If you want to talk about the country's old and young, please talk about the people's old and young first. Old people often think about the past, young people often think about the future. When he read the first sentence, Pei Changxian also felt that this article was a little interesting. It was actually praising young people. It was different from the articles of many great scholars. Therefore, he continued reading. His reading speed was much faster than Chen Xuanda's. After a while, he read to the end of the article. "Heaven wears its green, and earth wears its yellow. Even if there were thousands of years, there were 8 desolates. The future was like the sea, and the days ahead were long. My beautiful young China, as old as the heavens, our China's youth is strong, and our country is boundless." When he reached the last few paragraphs, Pei Changxian couldn't help but read it aloud. Furthermore, his voice became louder and louder. At first, some people wanted to reprimand him, but after hearing the content of the sentence, everyone fell silent and couldn't help but continue listening. All right, what a beautiful young China. Not old with the heavens. What a strong young man from China. Boundless with the country. It's so well written. After Pei Changxian finished reading, he couldn't help but slam the table and stand up. The excitement on his face was no less than Chen Xuanda's just now. His roar was also louder than Chen Xuanda's. Our China, not old with the heavens. Our China's youth is strong, and our country is boundless. What a good sentence. What a good sentence. Changxian, who wrote this article. It's so well written. That's right. I've never heard of an article that makes one's blood boil. It's so exciting. The newspaper said that this was Li Sai's speech at Yanhuang College's opening ceremony yesterday. This means that this article must be written by Li Sai. Li Sai? Yanhuang College? It's actually like this? Ah! Oh my God! Is Yanhuang College still recruiting this year? I want to go to Yanhuang College. I want a tiger to roar in the valley, and all the beasts to tremble in fear. I want to be that China's youth. Sob sob. It's so well written. Previously, when Pei Chengxian was reading this article, he had been muttering it in a low voice. Although his voice was a little soft at the beginning and many students did not hear it, they heard the last few paragraphs clearly. Therefore, all of their blood surged, especially the last two sentences. It was like a fuse that ignited the hearts of all the students. Young China. This is our China, our Tang dynasty. At this moment, they could only shout excitedly to vent the excitement and passion in their hearts. There were also some students who couldn't control their eyes from reddening at the end. They were excited, moved, and impulsive. Tears flowed down their cheeks uncontrollably. I'm crying? Why am I crying? They reached out to touch their eyes and looked at the water droplets hanging from their palms in disbelief. Once upon a time, every time they listened to the teachers of the Imperial College speak, they would involuntarily feel sleepy, and the words would go in one ear and out the other. They would act as if they were listening carefully, but in reality, they were not listening at all. But now, today, this article was clearly being read by Li Zixuan to the Yanhuang College students. Why were they so excited to the point of tears when they heard it from Pei Chengxian's mouth? Under such circumstances, many students were filled with endless yearning for Yanhuang College. Or rather, they were filled with yearning for the former directorate head of the directorate, Li Zixuan. They wanted to be students under such a teacher and not listen to the boring lectures of those great scholars in the directorate every day. Our young China is so beautiful that it doesn't age with the heavens. Our young China is so strong that it has no borders with the country. A young person's ambition is the country's ambition. A young person's wealth is the country's wealth. A young person's strength is the country's strength. Roar! Yanhuang College. I want to go to Yanhuang College. I wonder if Yanhuang College is still recruiting. I heard that they're not recruiting anymore. Those who want to go can only wait until next year. Ah, that's such a pity. It's more comfortable to attend Li Sai's classes. It wasn't just the directorate. All the students in the directorate were in an uproar. Given the current popularity of Datang Daily, even if each student didn't have a copy, there would be at least one copy for 2 students on average. Although many people bought newspapers to read novels, there would always be some who saw today's headlines and then passed it to other students. Therefore, it was difficult for such an impassioned article not to go viral. Among them, there were some students who had heard the live version of the speech at Yanhuang College yesterday afternoon. They were more excited than anyone else and kept shouting. Clang, clang, clang. However, at this moment, the gongs and drums of the directorate's classes sounded. The students' momentum finally weakened. However, this was only the calm before the storm. Under the silence, an even crazier force was suppressed. Chapter 700. Almost at the same time, the same thing happened at the Hongwen Library. Beautiful young China, immortal with the heavens. Strong young China, boundless with the country. Good job, Li Xiannan. That's well said. I want to go to Yanhuang College. I heard that not only are the teachers there good, the environment is even better. It's like an immortal palace. I want to go too. I want to go too. Even if you want to go, they won't accept you. Yanhuang College only accepts students once a year. If you want to go, you'll have to wait until next year. Ah? Next year? Not only in Tang Dynasty's government-run schools, today's headlines also caused a huge reaction among the common people, especially among the young people. Good. Not only did Li Xiannan dare to speak the truth, but his words also touched my heart. How satisfying. Yes, yes, yes. Brother Fan is right. Such a beautiful article. We should drink with him. In a restaurant in Chang, several young men in brocade clothes were drinking and chatting merrily. No one knew who started talking about the headlines in today's newspaper. After that, everyone present seemed to have a common language, and the scene suddenly became lively. Speaking of which, I'm ashamed. At first, I thought that Li Xiannan was only good at mathematics, but I didn't expect his article to be so good. Reading it makes one's blood boil. To say something inauspicious, if an enemy were to invade our Tang dynasty, I would go to the border and kill them with my sword. Ha ha! Brother Morong, you're a straightforward person, but I have the same thoughts as you. Forget it. With your physiques, you won't even be enough to fill the gaps between the teeth. I'm a little regretful that I didn't apply for Yanhuang College this year. I heard that Yunshan Mountain was very lively yesterday. Even His Majesty went personally. Really? I heard from my neighbor, Nyo Family's Dalong, that he's a student of Yanhuang College. How can it be fake? I also heard that Yanhuang College is like an immortal palace. It's so beautiful. Yes, that's right. I also visited Yanhuang College before. Sigh. Looks like I can only wait until next year's enrollment. Hey, speaking of which, will your father let you go there? I remember that Uncle Fan wanted you to become an official with the Mingjing. TSK, what's there to disagree with? His Majesty's 3 princes are in Yanhuang College. If the 3 princes can go, why can't I? It's true. There was an undercurrent of turbulence among the young students, and it was impossible for the others not to have noticed it. Chancellor, after the students saw Li Zixuan's article on the newspaper which misled the public with his lies, they were all very agitated. Some people didn't even pay attention in class and kept talking about it. Once class was over, every classroom could hear the voices of students wanting to go to Yanhuang College. In the long run, I'm afraid there will be trouble. In the Imperial College, in Kong Ingda's office, Cui Shanyu was earnestly advising Kong Ingda. Kong Ingda frowned and said, "What lies? Professor Cui, if you want to report something, report it properly. Don't add oil to the fire." A trace of anger flashed in Cui Shanyu's eyes, but it was quickly restrained. He quickly bowed and said, Yes, you're right. My words just now were indeed inappropriate. As for what this guy was thinking, only God knew. However, he definitely didn't have any good intentions. After all, the professors of the Imperial College had jointly recommended him to be the director of the Imperial College last time, but it was heartlessly rejected by Li Zixuan. He bore his hatred on Li Zixuan. Kong Ingda looked at him and said, I also know that if this continues, there will be trouble. Go and inform all the schools that the Imperial College will temporarily cancel the recess for the next 2 days and let out an hour earlier. Don't give the students a chance to unite and cause trouble. At this point, Kong Ingda didn't have any good ideas. He understood that if he used high-handed methods on this group of hot-blooded students, the backlash would be even fiercer. At that time, the matter would be reported to the heavens. Yes, Chancellor. Then I'll go now. Cui Shanyu was somewhat dissatisfied, but he didn't say anything and directly left. Kong Ingda returned to his original seat. Inadvertently, he glanced at the Datong Daily on the table. Looking at the headlines, he couldn't help but sigh in a low voice. What a good young man in China. This child has ambition. When he left the Imperial College, Brother Aaron once said that Confucianism was falling, but his new school was rising like the sun. If the Imperial College lost him, it would definitely be an immeasurable loss. Today's scene seems to be confirming Brother Aaron's prophecy. It seems that I've really made a mistake. How can the Imperial College be saved today? The other teaching assistants and professors of the Imperial College had also seen Li Zixuan's article today. Unlike Kong Ingda and Cui Shanyu, they saw Li Zixuan's unique teaching method from this article. In the past, no matter how long they, as teachers, tried to reason with the students and move them emotionally, the students would resist. Very few people could listen to what they said. They had also discussed it in private. Some people felt that it was too profound, but most people felt that this was a problem with the students themselves. They felt that students of this age were naughty by nature. This was the law of nature, and there was no way to go against it. They could only let nature take its course. When the students grew older, they would be able to listen to the principles and understand the good intentions of these teachers. However, today, these teachers of the Imperial College knew that they were wrong, very wrong. The students didn't listen. It wasn't that the students were young and insensible, but that there was a problem with the things that these teachers said. The principles they said didn't enter the hearts of the children at all. Many people couldn't accept this fact, but the scene in front of them left them speechless. Because Li Zixuan had done it. Young China had done it. Looking at the hot-blooded students of the Imperial College, there was an answer to everything. Therefore, other than a few professors who had grudges with Li Zixuan, the other teaching assistants and professors of the Imperial College, after seeing the response to young China among the students, more or less began to reflect on themselves. They reflected on their previous teaching methods and their previous teaching attitudes. Yang Lane, Wang Yaluan's old residence. At this moment, Wang Yaluan sighed in the courtyard. Good article. Good article. I just don't know how many young people this article will stir up and how many storms it will stir. And in his hand was today's Datong Daily. Chapter 701. South of Chong and City, Jin Yu Academy. Haha, what a surprise. I didn't expect that Yamacho's speech yesterday would cause such a stir in Chong and City today. Hong Yi Tianhua. Did you hear it when you came? Almost everyone is talking about it, and many people want to enter Yanhuang College. Liao Feichen laughed loudly at Chen Tianhua and Hua Hongyi as soon as he entered the door. Chen Tianhua, who was writing a novel at the stone table, couldn't help but say, "We heard about it when we came. Why are you so excited, Feichen?" Hua Hongyi also said, "Haha, Tianhua is right. They are praising Yamacho, not you. Why are you so excited?" Liao Feichen hurriedly walked over and retorted, "You can't say that. We are all students of Yanhuang College now. Seeing that others are envious of our Yanhuang College, I feel proud and happy. Haha." Hua Hongyi was more straightforward. He curled his lips and said, "Hey, in my opinion, Feichen, you are just being vain." Chen Tianhua looked at Liao Feichen and said seriously, "Feichen, our purpose of going to Yanhuang College is to study, not to be envied by others. We must be clear about this in our hearts." Liao Feichen touched his nose embarrassedly and said in a muffled voice, "I understand all this. I can't help but feel happy when I see everyone talking about Yanhuang College. Hurry up and write your novel. If you don't, we won't even be able to afford food when we go to Yanhuang College." Hua Hongyi elegantly patted the dust on his sleeves and stood up. Liao Feichen's face was full of black lines. He really didn't know whether to curse or not. He sat down and suddenly thought of something. He looked at Chen Tianhua and asked, "Hey, I heard from Yamacho that when we return to the academy the day after tomorrow, he will organize a 1-month group training for all the students. Tianhua, why aren't you worried?" Chen Tianhua paused and looked up. "Why should I be worried? We are not spoiled rich young masters who have never suffered hardships since we were young. It's just a training. If Wei Wang and Han Wang aren't afraid, what are we afraid of?" Speaking of Prince Wei, Liao Feichen was fortunate enough to see his true appearance at the academy yesterday. Thinking of Li Tai's appearance of 200 to 300 caddies, he immediately felt a lot more at ease. "Tianhua, you are right. If that's the case, then I have nothing to worry about." What these people didn't know was that the military training Li Zixuan was going to organize was an AOE across the entire map. He wouldn't be soft-hearted just because some people were physically weak. He would treat all students the same. "Uncle Qin, I'm here to discuss the military training with you." Li Zixuan went to the Qin residence in the afternoon to find Qin Qiong. He wanted to discuss the details of the military training. In the main hall, Qin Qiong took a sip of tea and asked, "Xiao Xian, do you have any ideas of your own? You can just say it in front of me." Li Zixuan shook his head. "Let's not talk about me first. I don't know much about the training methods of the Tang army, so I would like to hear Uncle Qin explain it to me first." "Do you want to know about cavalry or infantry?" Qin Qiong asked. It was a very simple question, but Li Zixuan almost burst out laughing. It felt like some bad jokes in his previous life. "Brother, do you have any films here?" "Yes. They are much older." "Can you give me some?" "Then do you want cavalry or infantry?" 233333. Li Zixuan shook his head and discarded the impure thoughts in his mind. He wanted to show that he was very pure. Uncle Qin, of course, infantry. Can you explain it to me? Returning to the main topic, Li Zixuan cupped his hands towards Qin Qiong and said in all seriousness, "Yes, of course." Qin Qiong nodded. After thinking for a moment, he began to explain. In the Tang army, other than long-distance running, there are also various combat and formation training. There are 50 people in a company. Tie up the guns and flags in the camp and bring them to the left and right sides of the training ground. Untie the flags according to the number of each team and stand in formation. The distance between each team is 10 steps, and each team takes up 10 square steps. Each team is placed in the gap between each team, and they are 20 steps away from the team in front. After setting up the formation, the generals of each team go to the general's office and wait for instructions. Every team will choose a team and step forward 50 steps. After hearing the sound of the horn, all the teams spread out and stand. After the second sound, all the teams raised their guns, raised their flags, and unsheathed their swords. After the third sound, all the teams raised their guns at the same time. After the fourth sound, all the teams knelt or sat down. At the same time, they looked at the big yellow flag and listened to the sound of the drums. When the yellow flag was lowered and the drums sounded, they shouted in unison and walked to the center line. At the same time, they practiced fighting and shouted "kill" as they charged into the enemy formation. After the enemy retreated, they could chase for 30 steps. After knowing that the enemy had retreated, the cavalry would charge in from the back. When the pursuing enemy heard the sound of the golden flag, they would immediately stop shouting and retreat. They would hold their guns in their right arms and turn around to stand in their original positions. This was definitely not made up by him. There were detailed records in Duke Wei's Art of War. With Qin Qiong's explanation, Li Zixuan's mind gradually formed a picture of the Tang army's training. What he did not expect was that the training of the army in this era would be so strict. The formations, positions, and actions according to the sound of the horn were almost the same as modern military training. This way, to Li Zixuan, it would save him a lot of trouble. Uncle Qin, Yanhuang College's military training this time is to strengthen the students' bodies and cultivate their sense of discipline. So, can you remove the weapons in the training method you just mentioned, such as swords, bows, and spears? We will only train in formations and formations. In addition, the battle cry during training will be changed to 1, 2, 3, 4. What do you think? Li Zixuan thought about it and decided to make some changes based on the Tang Army's training method to adapt to the special situation of Yanhuang College. But then again, he had no choice but to change it. If he were to completely copy the training method of this era, where would he find so many controlled weapons? His changes were basically a mix of modern military training and ancient military training. It was not only scientific and reasonable, but also easy for the people of this era to accept. Qin Qiong nodded and said, "No problem, but you have to tell me what kind of formation you want the students to practice. You better have a detailed plan." Li Zixuan replied, "I have this. I wonder if I can borrow it from Uncle Qin's family and let them demonstrate it to you?" "Great, great." Chapter 702. When Li Zixuan came out of the Qin Manor, it was already past 3 in the afternoon. When he thought of the Qin Manor's family generals who had just walked in neat little steps with their heads held high and their chests puffed out, making some simple changes in formation, his mind couldn't help but fly back to his previous life, the time when he was in the university military training. If they wear camouflage uniforms, they will look more pleasing to the eye, Li Zixuan muttered softly. Just now, in front of Qin Qiong, he didn't directly show off what he learned from military training in his previous life. Because he wasn't a special forces soldier in his previous life, he knew very little about formal military training. He couldn't be compared to Qin Qiong, a general who had experienced hundreds of battles. The only thing he could do was to add reasonable modern elements to the existing military training system of the Tang dynasty. If he blindly followed the military training system, it would only cause them to be unable to adapt. At this time, Li Zixuan could still hear some people discussing yesterday's article, Ode to Young China. He helplessly shook his head, feeling unhappy. If he knew that the young people in Chong and would have such a big reaction to this article, he definitely wouldn't have let Ma Zhou put the article up. Because with the current trend of public opinion, so many students were clamoring to go to Yanhuang College. This was pushing Yanhuang College to the cusp of being on the same level as the Confucians. This was something that Li Zishuan didn't want to see. But now, he could only hope that this group of students wouldn't go too far and cause Yanhuang College to be attacked by the Confucians of Chong. There's actually such a thing? Ganlu Hall. Zhao Song reported in detail to Li Er about the intense reaction of the Imperial College, Hongwen Library, and the people to Ode to Young China in the morning. After listening to it, Li Er raised his eyebrows in surprise. He thought for a while and said, "Then, does the Imperial College and Hongwen Library have any countermeasures?" He was the emperor of a country. Of course, he had to consider the overall situation. Although he personally supported Yanhuang College, he didn't want everyone to study engineering. If that happened, the whole country would be in chaos. Zhao Song slightly bowed and said, "Your Majesty, the Imperial College has cancelled the students' recess in the morning." Hongwen Library followed suit and adopted the same measure. It seems that they don't want the students to talk about Li Shenji's speech during recess yesterday. After such a long period of recuperation, Zhao Song was basically recovered. However, his strength had dropped to the middle stage of the Grand Master realm. It would be difficult to recover to the peak of the Grand Master realm in a short time. But then again, in his previous situation, being able to keep his life was already good enough. How could he ask for more? The current situation was already the best outcome. If that's the case, it's fine. After the storm passes, I'm sure many people will calm down. Besides, Yanhuang College won't enroll any more students this year. Even if they don't want to, they have to calm down. Li Er nodded. He was quite satisfied with the Imperial College's actions. He suddenly remembered something and said in a low voice, "The day after tomorrow is the day when the military training of Yanhuang College begins, right? Ask Changqian and Qin Ke to come over." "Yes." "Ah, Lord? You want me, old Pang, to train those kids?" In the front yard of the Li residence, Li Zishuan called Pang Feiji over after returning from the Qin residence. After a series of instructions, Pang Feiji looked at Li Zishuan with a bitter face and complained. Li Zishuan's face became serious and said, "What's wrong? You're still a small leader of the Right Marquis Guard. Why don't you dare to train a few students?" He did want Pang Feiji and the other soldiers of the Right Marquis Guard to participate in the military training. Firstly, he could train them and make them more alert. Secondly, the college was indeed lacking instructors. At first, he estimated that the first batch of students would be about 200 people. Qin Xiong alone would be enough to train them. But now there were 640 people. He had no choice but to hire extra people. As for why Yanhuang College recruited so many people this time, it was mainly due to his selfishness. Because the lowest score of the students from the School of Mathematics was 52 points, he set the cutoff at 52 points. With this, he directly recruited more than 400 people. This was something that couldn't be helped. Back then, when the group of students from the School of Mathematics heard that he was going to set up his own academy, they wanted to join him without hesitation. Li Zishuan was very touched by their trust in him. So he hesitated for a very long time when he drew the cutoff line. On the contrary, Li Gang and the others thought that Li Zishuan recruited too few people. Actually, it was quite a lot. 600 to 2,000. This was a nearly 30% acceptance rate. Whether it was in the ancient imperial examinations or in modern top universities, this ratio was definitely not small. So Li Zishuan told Li Gang that this was the limit of his tolerance. "Lord Zhu, it's not that I don't dare. It's that my brothers and I all have responsibilities. After we leave, the safety of the residents won't be guaranteed." Pang Feiji's face turned red when he heard Li Zishuan's words. He quickly explained. As for how much of this explanation was true, only he himself knew. Li Zishuan stared at this guy for a while and said, "You don't have to worry about the safety of the residents. This month, I'm going to bring my father, mother, and Lan to the Yunshan residence. There are about 15 experts above the Qi transformation realm there. Naturally, you don't have to worry about safety. As for the residents, the two elders and Lan had long wanted to take a look. However, Mrs. Li was a little cautious. She didn't want to disturb her son and daughter-in-law's private time. After all, she wanted to have a grandson soon, so Mrs. Li and Mr. Li didn't mention the request to go to the Yunshan residence. But even if they didn't mention it, Li Zixuan also wanted to let the two elders go to the Yunshan residence to take a look at his business. Pang Feiji couldn't back down now. He could only say, "Yes, sir." Li Zixuan nodded calmly. You guys will pack up today. Including you, there's a total of 49 people, right? Since you're my personal guards, you naturally have to act like one. Tomorrow, all of you will report to Yanhuang College and receive training from the instructors. When the students come back from the holidays, all of you will take turns to be the instructors and train the students. Those who don't have a turn will form a team and train by themselves every day. I will personally train them. A few months ago, Snake King failed to assassinate Li Zixuan. Li Er transferred Pang Feiji and the rest of the Right Marquis team to Li Zixuan as his personal guards. He hadn't taken them back until now. So, these people were destined to follow him in the future. Li Zixuan planned to use this opportunity to improve their military discipline. Yes, sir. Pang Feiji opened his mouth. He felt a little bitter. He didn't need to think to know that the next month would be very difficult. Go and make the arrangements. Chapter 703. The next morning. The Li residence was already bustling with activity at daybreak because the owners were moving today. However, it couldn't be said that they were moving because Madam Li, Old Man Li, and the rest were only going to Cloud Mountain to stay for a while. They would return when the time came. Moreover, there were limited rooms in Cloud Mountain, so they didn't bring any maids or servants this time. They only picked some clothes and daily necessities. Haha, old master, we can finally see what Xian'er's academy is like with our own eyes. Madam Li finished washing up and came to the front yard. She smiled happily as she watched the maids load her clothes into the carriage. Li Jingma pursed his lips and said, "Madam, you weren't willing to go to Cloud Mountain to stay for a while. Now you're willing?" Madam Li rolled her eyes at her husband and said reproachfully, "Don't you know why I didn't go before? Wasn't it because I wanted to hold a grandson earlier? Now that Xian'er is forcing us to go, how can we not go?" Li Jingma smiled and said, "Heh, madam, you're most likely thinking too much. In my opinion, Xian'er and the rest aren't anxious about children at all. It's useless for you to be anxious here." Madam Li reached for the soft flesh on Li Jingma's waist and pinched hard. She said angrily, "I'm anxious? You're not anxious? Xian'er isn't your biological son? You don't want to hold a grandson? Aoyo, your husband also wants to hold a grandson, but it's useless for your husband to be anxious. Madam, let go of me and be reasonable." The maids and servants in the distance all held back their laughter when they saw this scene. Then they looked elsewhere. "Old master, madam, the luggage is all packed." After a while, Madam Li's personal maid, Qing'er, came over and bowed. However, the little girl's eyes seemed to be a little misty. "Ah, good, good, good." Madam Li responded first. Then, she noticed that Qing'er's expression was not right. She had lived for most of her life and understood the crux of the matter with a little thought. Hence, she went forward and patted Qing'er's shoulder with a smile. "Qing'er, I'm going to Cloud Mountain with Old Master this time. There's limited space there, so I didn't bring you all. Besides, aren't Xiaohe, Xiaoxi, and the rest there? With them around, Old Master and I will have plenty of people to take care of us. You and the others should stay at home." Qing'er said with tears in her eyes. "Master, madam, please take good care of yourselves." Mrs. Li smiled gently and said, I will." After that, he beckoned Wang Zhong over and said, "Steward Wang, I'll leave everything in this estate to you. If anyone comes to look for Master and little Xian, just tell them that we've been in Cloud Mountain recently." Wang Zhong bowed and said, "Don't worry, old madam. Within this month, the entire residence will be safe and sound." Mrs. Li smiled and nodded. Then, she and Li Jingma boarded the carriage together. Pang Feiji personally drove the carriage, and the 48 marquises, oh no, it should be the 48 personal guards, followed closely behind. The group of people majestically left Yongla Lane and headed towards the east gate of Chong and City. Brother, why are you up so early today? In the Cloud Mountain residence, Li Zixuan had also woken up early. However, he happened to meet Lan Er, who was entertaining herself downstairs. Yesterday, he had rushed back to Cloud Mountain overnight. To be honest, after staying here for so long, he really couldn't bear to leave. Firstly, it was because the environment here was beautiful. It lacked the hustle and bustle of Chang'an City, and it was more like an otherworldly paradise. Secondly, it was because the beds in the Cloud Mountain residence were really comfortable. Of course, when he came back last night, he couldn't help but bring the little clingy Lanner over. When the little girl heard that she would be staying here for the next month, she was very excited. No matter what, she wanted to come over overnight to experience the living environment here in advance. The little girl's bedroom was arranged on the first floor. Mrs. Li and Old Man Li were arranged to be on the second floor, while he and Han Yushi were on the third floor. Haha, Lanner, did you sleep well here last night? If not, I'll send you back to Chang'an today. Li Zixuan looked at his little sister and said with a smile. Of course it was comfortable. Stupid brother. Lanner doesn't want to go back to Chang'an. Lanner will stay here forever. Humph. Lanner pouted and snorted. Haha. Fine, fine, fine. Little sister, you can stay here for as long as you want to. Li Zixuan smiled dotingly, then shook his head and walked to the backyard. Brother, why are you going to the backyard? Lanner's eyes were sharp. She saw that Li Zixuan was going to the backyard with a sword, so she quickly chased after him and asked, Haha, nothing much. I just want to make a little toy. What little toy? Lanner wants to play too. Haha, Lanner, you'll know when you come and see. In the rear courtyard, the brother and sister walked to a small bamboo forest in the corner of the east wall. Li Zixuan picked for a long time before finally choosing a bamboo with a very round end. He waved his sword and lightly chopped at it, and the bamboo fell to the ground with a sound. Then, he cut it neatly and quickly, and only took the bamboo stick that was about a foot long in the middle. Brother, can this bamboo be played loudly? Lanner asked at this moment. Li Zixuan smiled and replied, Of course, and it can be played very loudly. Hehe. Then brother, quickly make one for Lanner. That's right. Li Zixuan wanted to make a whistle. In his opinion, how could military training not have a whistle? Moreover, he planned to develop football, basketball, and other sports in the future. No matter what, he needed a whistle. However, there was no plastic in this era, so he could only use bamboo. Fortunately, he had made many whistles with bamboo when he was young in his previous life, so he was quite experienced. The structure of this thing seemed to be quite simple, but there were still some technical difficulties. If he didn't understand it, he might not be able to make a sound. Li Zixuan cut a section of the bamboo. One end of the section was left in a closed state, and the other end was cut open to be used as a blowhole. At a position half an inch away from the blowhole, he made a 45-degree opening. When many people reached this point, they probably couldn't wait to blow. In fact, at this time, if they blew hard, there would be a sound. However, this wasn't a real whistle, but a kind of sound similar to the whistling of the wind. The sound was still very weak. In order to make the sound louder, he just needed to add a block at the blowhole. Half of the block had to be empty, there was no doubt about this, right? If it was all blocked, how could he blow? After the block was added, he could continue to adjust it until he liked the sound. Okay, Lanner, give it a try? Li Zixuan adjusted it for a long time. After making the sound sharper, he handed it to Lanner and said, Hehe, thank you, brother. Lanner got a new toy, and her mouth was sweet. Li Zixuan smiled and continued to make the second, third, and fourth whistles. Chapter 704. Master, madam, we're here. Around 7 in the morning, Pang Feiji brought a group of horses and carriages to the Yunshan residence. Madam Li and Li Jingma jumped down from the carriage. Li Zixuan and Han Yushi, who were in the room, had long heard the commotion and walked out. Father, mother, you're here. Han Yushi went up to support Madame Li and smiled. Ah, I'm here. You don't have to support me. Haha, this house is quite unique. Yushi, are you used to living here? Madame Li smiled and patted Han Yushi's hand. Mother, this place is quite good. I won't be uncomfortable. Let me show you and father's room. Han Yushi laughed softly. Madame Li agreed. The mother-in-law and daughter-in-law left the two men and went into the house. Ahem. Father, come in and have a seat. Li Zishuan coughed and said. Li Jingma looked around and replied. No need. You go ahead. I'll take a look around. I'll go to the in-laws' house later. Oh, that's fine. Li Zishuan nodded and changed his expression. He shouted to Pang Feiji and the rest. Feiji, take them and follow me to the academy now. Pang Feiji's body trembled. He immediately bowed and said, Yes, Lord Ju. Then, he turned around and shouted, Line up! Yesterday evening, the personal guards already knew what they were going to face. At this moment, they didn't dare to be negligent. They raised their spirits to 120% and quickly lined up with their heads held high. Li Zishuan nodded in satisfaction and shouted, Good, let's go. No one is allowed to fall behind. With that, he mounted his horse and took the lead to gallop forward. Pang Feiji and the bodyguards were stunned. What did that mean? You're riding in front and letting us chase after you. You don't want us to fall behind? You really know how to play. However, there was no time for them to hesitate. Li Zishuan sent another message. Those who fall behind are not allowed to eat lunch. If the formation is messed up, everyone will be punished to run 10 miles. Quick, let's go. Pang Feiji's heart trembled as he shouted. He finally understood that the military training that Li Zishuan had told him about yesterday had already begun. All the guards answered loudly and followed Li Zishuan neatly to Yanhuang College in formation, leaving a trail of dust on the ground and Li Jingma, who was covered in dust. Bah! Bah! These little bastards! You didn't even tell me when you ran away. Li Jingma, who had eaten a mouthful of dust, said angrily from behind. Not bad. Looks like you guys still have some foundation. Your lunch is safe. Li Zishuan rode his horse to the entrance of Yanhuang College. He squinted his eyes and smiled as he looked at the guards behind him who were panting heavily but still in a neat formation. Pang Feiji and the rest heaved a sigh of relief and bowed together. Thank you, sir. Li Zishuan waved his hand and did not say anything. Then, he led the guards to the sports field of the college. Qin Xiong was waiting there. Li Zishuan greeted him with a smile. Uncle Qin, I'll leave them all to you. You can train them as much as you want, regardless of life or death. The guards, who were still grateful, almost fell to their knees when they heard Li Zishuan's words. What did he mean by regardless of life or death? He was trying to kill them. However, the person in front of them was the founding general of the country, Qin Xiong. Even if they were dissatisfied, they did not dare to say it out loud. I know what to do. Qin Xiong replied calmly. Then, he looked at the small army formed by the 49 guards. Although these people were not as fierce and murderous as before, he could not help but recall the glorious days of the past. I haven't led soldiers for more than a year, right? Qin Xiong sighed silently in his heart. Then, he calmed himself down and spoke to the soldiers in front of him. You are all from the right Marquis Guard, one of the 16 guards of the Tang Empire. I don't think I need to repeat the rules of the military, right? In the next month, Yanhuang College will be a military camp. As instructors, you must set an example and strictly follow the military rules. If anyone slacks off, don't blame me for being merciless. Do you all understand? The second half of Qin Xiong's words were cold. All the guards felt a chill in their hearts and shouted in unison, Yes, sir. Li Zishuan couldn't help but nod in satisfaction. This was the reason why he insisted on having Qin Xiong come over to be the instructor. Qin Xiong's prestige was grand, and no one in the military dared to provoke him. Among the young students, no one dared to provoke him. At the very least, not even Li Tai and Li Ku dared to do so. Thus, he was simply a stabilizing force. With him around, there would be fewer troublemakers in the entire military training process. Li Zishuan smiled and then handed the stage to Qin Qiong. He turned around and went to the rostrum to watch Pang Feiji and the others train. First of all, I'll teach you some new military commands. Everyone must remember the key points of each command. The first one is to stand at attention. Watch carefully. When I shout to stand at attention, everyone must keep your heels close together, your toes slightly apart, your legs straight, your abdomen slightly tucked in, your chest naturally puffed out, your upper body straight, and your upper body straight, slightly leaning forward. On the field, Qin Qiong explained some of the basic movements during military training to everyone while personally demonstrating. His self-address had also changed from old man to this general, which meant that from now on, this place had become a military camp. Actually, at this time, the standing posture of a soldier was very standard. It was very close to the standing posture of a modern soldier. However, there was no one in the Tang dynasty who had a professional name for the official standing posture. Therefore, Li Zishuan taught Qin Qiong some modern basic movements such as attention, at ease, straddle, turn left or right, look left or right, and so on. As for formation training, Li Zishuan did not know much about it. He planned to let Qin Qiong follow the military formations of the Tang dynasty. As long as the students could follow the rules and maintain order, it would be fine. Speaking of which, during the Ming dynasty, there were already military commands such as stand at attention and at ease. According to records, when Qi Jiguang was fighting against the Japanese in the south, he sent soldiers to guard the coast at night. If they found any enemy, they would immediately call the police. However, at night, they could not distinguish between friend and foe. What could they do? Qi Jiguang had set the commands. The soldiers on guard all carried bamboo whistles. If they found anyone, they would immediately raise their guns and shout, "Whistle up!" This meant that the whistle was about to sound. If the person was one of their own, they would immediately stop walking and shout, "Stand at attention." This meant that they would immediately stand at attention. If they did not do this, they would be thought of as pirates and the whistle would really sound. In order to let the soldiers familiarize themselves with this set of commands, Qi Jiguang constantly made them practice these two movements. Later, after a few changes, whistle up and stand at attention became the official commands used in the military. It was still used in the modern era, but there were some changes in the meaning and pronunciation of the commands. And now, Li Zishuan had made these commands appear 800 years earlier. Could be considered a contribution to the Chinese. Chapter 705. Attention. Swish. At ease. Swish. Turn to the right. Bam. Start running. Bam. 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 At noon, on the sports field of Yanhuang College, there was a group of soldiers wearing black and red robes. Under the command of an old general, they were constantly changing formations or running on the sports field with neat steps. The scorching sun made them look like they had just been fished out of the water. Even so, no one dared to complain because they were soldiers of the Tang Empire, and the person leading them was Duke Qin Qiong. The physical fitness and ability of the Tang dynasty soldiers are not bad. Li Zishuan, who was sitting on the rostrum to enjoy the cool air, looked at the scene below and could not help but sigh. It was the first time these people had participated in this form of military training, but none of them fell behind halfway. The training results were also very good. After a short 4 hours of training, they could do all kinds of movements neatly and uniformly. When they started running, their steps were also quite neat. Although there were occasional flaws, the flaws did not obscure the beauty. After all, to be able to do this in such a short time was already very good. This was also because Li Zishuan had transmigrated to the Tang Empire. If he had transmigrated to the Southern Song dynasty or the end of the Ming dynasty, it would probably be difficult for him to find such a strong army even if he searched the entire country. 121, 121, 121, 121, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4. Yesterday afternoon, Qin Qiong was a little not used to shouting this kind of slogan, and it was not coherent when he shouted it. Well, it could not be said that it was not coherent, but the rhythm was not right. This kind of 1, 2, 3, 4 slogan was originally to let the trainees find the right rhythm, but at the beginning, Qin Xiong could not shout the rhythm, and the Qin Manners guards naturally could not follow the rhythm. However, Qin Xiong was a person, and it did not take long for him to familiarize himself with the rhythm of shouting slogans. Stop! Bam! 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 With Qin Xiong's loud roar, this personal guard slowed down by 4 steps and instantly stopped. Looking at their formation again, every row and column was still perfectly straight. Huff huff! Actually, Pang Feiji and the others were not as relaxed as Li Zixuan thought. Anyone who had gone through more than 4 hours of high-intensity training and had to maintain a high level of concentration would not be relaxed. If it were not for the unwillingness to admit defeat in their bones, some of them would have fallen behind. Turn left. Get into formation. Qin Xiong roared. The so-called phalanx was the most basic formation in the era of cold weapons. A large square formation was made up of small square formations. This was called containing a formation within a formation. Sun Bin believed that a square formation should be thin in the middle and thick in the middle. This meant that there were fewer soldiers in the center of the square formation and more soldiers in the surroundings. There were few troops in the middle, so they could bluff. With more troops around them, they could better defend against the enemy's attacks. A square formation was a more balanced formation for both offense and defense. The commander and the others were deployed at the rear of the phalanx. The 2 wings were weak and suitable for attacking. During the Battle of Jingxing, Han Xian used a square formation and was surrounded by water on 3 sides. This prevented the soldiers from escaping and the enemy from surrounding them. He used 30,000 old and weak to crush 200,000 enemy troops. Shua! The personal guards all took small steps and scattered in all directions. In a few breaths of time, the 49 soldiers had already formed a neat 7x7 square formation. Each of them stood upright on the field like pine trees, not moving at all. They stood like a pine tree, sat like a bell, and moved like the wind. This was the demeanor of a strong army. Li Zixuan saw that the time was about right, so he came down from the platform and said, Uncle Qin, let's stop here for the morning. You've been tired all morning, go and rest. Qin Xiong did not feel tired at all. On the contrary, he felt refreshed because Pang Feiji's team was a regular army of the Tang Empire. Comparatively speaking, they were more elite than the family generals of the Qin mansion. Of course, it was more comfortable to lead them. Therefore, he wiped his sweat and laughed heartily. Kiki, I'm not tired. However, it's already noon, so I'll come back in the afternoon. Haha, little Xian, your guards are all not bad. After saying that, Qin Xiong patted Li Zixuan's shoulder and left. Li Zixuan stood in front of the square formation and looked at Pang Feiji and the rest who were standing on the field. After a while, he said, Did you all hear that? General Qin praised you for your good performance today. Are you all very happy now? Pang Feiji was stunned. Then he laughed embarrassedly. Hee, it's okay. It's okay. Hee. The others also let out a burst of laughter, feeling somewhat proud in their hearts. However, they did not expect Li Zixuan to suddenly shout. You're happy with this little result? This is not even close. You're all soldiers and the instructors of the academy. You must have high standards and strict requirements for yourselves. All right, your training in the afternoon will be doubled. Dismissed, go to the canteen to eat now. Everyone must gather here in the afternoon. Ah! Pang Feiji and the rest were stunned. This was a F*** trap. What a? Hurry up and go. For the afternoon training, whoever is late will have their training increased by 4 times. Li Zixuan said in an indifferent tone. Let's go eat. Let's go eat. After hearing that, Pang Feiji did not dare to hesitate. He quickly wiped his sweat and waved at the guards behind him. The team of 49 people immediately scattered and rushed to the academy's canteen. Li Zixuan laughed evilly and said to himself, Heh! If I don't give you guys something, how will I know where your limits are? After saying that, he shook his head and prepared to go back to the courtyard to eat. His family was waiting for him there. Ah! Lord Ju, please wait. Suddenly, Pang Feiji's voice came from behind again. Li Zishuan was puzzled. He turned around and waited for Pang Feiji to come over. He asked, "Is there anything else?" Huff, huff. Pang Feiji took 2 deep breaths and then said embarrassedly, "Lord Ju, my brothers asked me to ask you if we need to pay to eat in the Academy's canteen." Li Zishuan was stunned. "Of course we need to pay. Don't tell me you guys want to eat for free?" Pang Feiji quickly waved his hand and said, "Cough, cough, no. If that's the case, can we eat at the foot of the mountain?" It was not Pang Feiji's fault for asking so many questions. It was just that these burly men had a shocking appetite. If they wanted to eat their fill in the Academy's canteen, it would cost at least a few hundred copper coins. Li Zishuan glanced at him and said exasperatedly, "No way! Don't you need time to go up and down the mountain? Moreover, you guys are getting double the salary for this month as instructors in the Academy. How can you not even afford to eat?" Pang Feiji's eyes lit up. He said excitedly, "Heh, there's such a good thing? Thank you, Lord Ju. I'll go tell my brothers now." Then, he ran away like a wisp of smoke. Chapter 706. Heh, that's all there is to it. After Pang Feiji left, a chuckle suddenly came from the sports field. Although the sound was very soft, Li Zishuan still heard it. He looked towards the source of the sound. Heh, it was actually the little fatty, Li Tai. "Qing Ke? Kid, you can't wait to come to the military training?" Li Zishuan revealed a devilish smile as he walked over and asked. Li Tai immediately had a bad premonition. He quickly took 2 steps back and said, "Of course not. I came over today to settle down in the dormitory. I heard a lot of noise here, so I came over to take a look." Yanhuang College was closed off on the days when students were in class. However, on the days off it was open. People outside could come in and people inside could leave. Therefore, many students took advantage of the 2 days off to move their blankets, clothes, and some daily necessities into the dormitory that was previously allocated to them. However, most people had already finished moving yesterday. Li Tai was not in a hurry. He only ordered the servants in the Wang mansion to help him move his luggage today. However, if it was just moving his luggage, there was no need for him to do it personally. There were plenty of people who were willing to do it for him. However, this guy was quite well informed. He heard that all of Li Zishuan's personal guards had left the city this morning. Li Tai thought that these people must have come to Yanhuang College. Moreover, they must have something to do with the military training tomorrow. In order to find out more about the enemy in advance, the little fatty condescended to come over personally. He just happened to see the second half of the process of Qinqiong training Pang Feiji and the others. In his eyes, it was just walking, standing, and running. There were no difficult movements at all. Therefore, he felt that it was just SOSO. Heh. If I didn't hear wrongly, Qing you just said that this training is just SOSO? Li Zishuan didn't believe Li Tai's nonsense. He changed the topic and asked directly. When Li Tai saw the mysterious smile on Li Zishuan's face, he immediately recalled what had happened to Pang Feiji and the others. Afraid of being tricked by Li Zishuan, little fatty hurriedly waved his hands and said, No, little Xian. You must have heard wrongly. Yes, you heard wrongly. I never said that. If he really admitted it, what if Li Zishuan did the same thing to Pang Feiji and the others and doubled his training load? Who could he reason with then? Li Zishuan rolled his eyes and looked at the time. He couldn't be bothered to bicker with Li Tai and waved his hand. All right, if he didn't say anything, then so be it. In any case, I will never be able to wake up a person who is pretending to be confused. I'll go back to eat first. Qing help yourself. After saying that, he left in a huff. Never be able to wake up a person who is pretending to be confused? Li Tai was embarrassed by Li Zishuan's words. However, he was familiar with Li Zishuan and was used to it. Naturally, he was thick-skinned. He hurriedly chased after Li Zishuan and said, Hey, little Xian, wait, I haven't eaten either. I'll go to your house and disturb you. Whatever. Li Zishuan pursed his lips and replied. He thought that prisoners on death row would usually have a good meal before their execution. For Li Tai tomorrow, the two situations were similar. Dad, mom, wife, you can all eat here. Qing Ke is not an outsider. It was supposed to be a heartwarming family dinner, but because of Li Tai's arrival, it became a little unnatural. Seeing that his parents and wife did not want to eat at the table, Li Zixuan hurriedly tried to persuade them. At the same time, he was also planning to add some food to the little fatty during military training in the future. Cough cough, no, it should be to help the little fatty lose a few kilograms of weight. Yes, yes, yes. Come and sit down. All of you. I'm not the Prince of Wei now. I'm just a student of Yanhuang College. Please don't be shy. Li Tai felt an inexplicable chill from the bottom of his heart. He hurriedly stood up and said that, logically speaking, he would only have so many concerns in front of Li Zixuan. If he was in someone else's house, wouldn't he be like a little tyrant? After a few rejections, and with the fearless little cutie Laner interrupting, everyone finally sat down and started eating. However, this time the two elders ate unnaturally. Ha! Xiao Xian, your family's food is so delicious. After lunch, Li Tai was half lying on Li Zixuan's armchair and said with a satisfied face. Li Zixuan said unhappily, "Nonsense! Your teacher's wife cooked it herself. How can it not be delicious?" Of course. It's a pity that your teacher's wife doesn't have a sister or something. Otherwise, Li Tai, who was too comfortable, was a little distracted. So much so that he said some things that he should not say. Otherwise what? You brat, you're pretty careful. Even if your teacher's wife has a sister at home, it has nothing to do with you. Have you forgotten the ethical principles? Li Zixuan glared and scolded angrily. In the end, he couldn't help but knock Li Tai's fat head. If Han Yushi really had a sister, then if Li Tai really got his way, wouldn't he become his brother-in-law? From teacher and student to brother-in-law, the little fatty wanted to rebel. Ouch! Don't. Pain. I was just saying it casually. Little Xian, did you take it seriously? I'm just envious that you married a good wife. Li Tai hurriedly pushed Li Zixuan's hand away and shouted. In fact, at this time, he also knew that he had just said something wrong, so he quickly flattered the latter sentence to make up for it. However, it couldn't be completely counted as flattery. To Li Tai, Li Zixuan was indeed envious of Li Zixuan for marrying such a good-looking wife who could cook delicious food. Han Yushi, who was eavesdropping on the second floor, couldn't help but smile. Li Zixuan glanced at him and said, "Hey, I think you need to be taught a lesson. Looks like I'll have to take good care of you during the military training tomorrow." The two words, take care, were very emphasized. Obviously, it wasn't as simple as it seemed on the surface. Li Tai was not a fool. He also knew this. Thus, he quickly said, "Hey, little Xian, don't. You don't have to be so petty, right? And you're now the Yamacho of Yanhuang College. You can't use your position to avenge private grudges." Li Zixuan ignored the little fatty. He waved his hand and walked out of the door. As he walked, he said, "I remember someone saying that Yanhuang College's military training is just like this. Hey, I'm not going to talk nonsense with you. I have to go to the college to supervise their military training." Li Tai. Chapter 707. September 23rd. The first year of Zhengguan. Sunny. Early in the morning, the first batch of students from the Yanhuang Academy arrived. Under the guidance of the class teachers, more than 600 students were arranged into 32 columns according to their classes. In front of each class, there was a soldier in a neat uniform standing upright. In this weather and in addition to the high-intensity training, they could only wear these thin robes. If they wore armor, wouldn't they die from the heat? "Yamacho, all the students are here. No one is late." Behind the rostrum, Mo Zhong ran over and reported to Li Zixuan in a low voice. "Okay, I know." Li Zixuan nodded, then stood up and walked to the rostrum. Looking at the energetic faces below, he was silent for a moment and then said loudly, "From today onwards, you are members of Yanhuang College. The country will be strong if the young are strong. Whether others believe it or not, I always believe that you carry the future of the Tang Empire on your shoulders for hundreds of years. Since you came to Yanhuang College, you must have a heart for heaven and earth. a life for the people, and contribute to the continuation and prosperity of the descendants of Yan Huang. The more than 600 students below couldn't help but raise their heads and straighten their backs, as if they really had a heavy burden on their shoulders. Li Tai and Li Chengqian were the same. As members of the royal family, although they knew that Li Zishuan's words were just a means to gather people's hearts, they still couldn't help but be fascinated. It was as if Li Zishuan's words had some kind of magic. As the saying goes, when heaven is about to give a great responsibility to a great man, it must first make his heart suffer, his muscles and bones toil, and his skin starve. If you want to become a pillar of the Tang Empire and carry the future of the Tang Empire, you must go through this month of military training. Not only do you have to go through it, I hope that you can do it perfectly. Because you are His Majesty's disciples, you are also my students, Li Zishuan students, and you are also a part of Yanhuang College. Tell me loudly, do you have the confidence? Li Zishuan's voice became louder and louder. In the end, he began to roar. We have confidence. The students replied in unison. On the rostrum, Li Zishuan pretended to be dissatisfied and said, Your voice was too low? I didn't hear it. Please tell me, do you have the confidence to do it perfectly this month? These were just small tricks that the instructors and leaders in his previous life were tired of playing. But now, especially for this group of students in their prime, these tricks were very effective. Yes, believe, heart. As soon as Li Zishuan finished speaking, there was an earth-shattering roar from below the rostrum. This sound wave reverberated through the cloud mountain and went straight to the clouds. Li Gang, who was standing in front of the students with his hands clasped behind his back, couldn't help but narrow his eyes. The Confucian school taught people to be modest and modest, but Li Zishuan was now stimulating the wolf in the depths of the students' hearts. He didn't know if this kind of teaching method was good or bad for these students, so he could only wait and see. Li Zishuan certainly didn't understand Li Gang's complicated thoughts. At this moment, he felt that the students below the stage were in high spirits. He smiled with satisfaction and said, Very good. They all say that gentlemen are modest and gentle. But let me tell you, my Yanhuang College doesn't need such gentlemen. From now on, regardless of whether it is military training or learning, I hope that all of you will always maintain this high level of enthusiasm. Like a pack of wolves, you will madly train and madly absorb knowledge. One day, when all of you become pillars of the Great Tang, you will be the gentlemen that the Yanhuang Academy needs. The students instantly quieted down. They had never heard of Li Zishuan's strange theory of being a gentleman before, but among them, most of them seemed to have felt it in their hearts. Their cheeks were flushed, and they looked excited, as if Li Zishuan's words had touched the bottom of their hearts. Country, country, only when you have a country can you have a home. I let you participate in the military training just to let you have a good physique to cope with the future studies. I don't expect you to go to the battlefield. However, if one day, the iron hooves of the non-humankind trample our mountains and rivers, I hope that this 1 month of military training can make you have the courage to pick up your swords and sabers to protect your wives and families, instead of bending your backs and becoming the hunting dogs of the non-humankind who slaughters our descendants in the hands of the non-humankind. This is the purpose of Yanhuang College's military training for the freshmen. Not only this year but also the next one and the one after that. As long as Yanhuang College still exists in the world, the military training system will always exist. I hope that this spirit will be passed down from generation to generation. As long as Yan and Huang don't die, the Han family will not be destroyed. Blood-inscribed golden dagger axes. The hot blood will never be extinguished. At this time, it had only been a little over 100 years since the 5 Barbarians' rebellion. Li Zishuan's last 16 words were like a cry of blood, awakening the Han feelings in the hearts of all the students. It reminded them of the heavy pain that the foreign race had brought to the Han people during the 5 Barbarians' rebellion. And now, the northern Turks were eyeing them covetously. Last year, they had even sent troops to Chang'an. Therefore, all the students' eyes turned red, and they all shouted in unison, Yan and Huang don't die. The Han family won't be destroyed. Blood-inscribed golden dagger axes. The hot blood will never be extinguished. Yan and Huang don't die. The Han family won't be destroyed. blood-inscribed golden dagger axes. The hot blood will never be extinguished. Yen and Huang don't die. The Han family won't be destroyed. Blood-inscribed golden dagger axes. The hot blood will never be extinguished. The roars shook the sky, as if they wanted to break the sky and shake the earth. On the cloud mountain, thousands of birds flew together, and hundreds of beasts were frightened. In the end, the teachers of the college and the guards of the Li family also joined in and shouted together. At this time, the sun had just risen. The seemingly weak morning sun emitted thousands of rays of golden light, shining on the backs of the people on the field. It shone directly on Li Zishuan and Qin Qiong on the rostrum. Looking at this magnificent scene and listening to the deafening cheers, Qin Qiong couldn't help but tear up. Perhaps these young people would really be able to carry the fate of Tang Dynasty like Li Zishuan said. The students shouted more than 10 times. At this time, Li Zishuan gestured with his hand, and they finally quieted down. However, at this time, their faces were already red, as if they had just finished arguing with someone. Scholars also had guts, and once their guts were aroused, even a 7-foot warrior couldn't compare to them. Very good. That's all I want to say to you. In the next month, the instructors in front of you will also be your teachers. You will do whatever they say, and you are not allowed to disobey. Don't talk to me about your identities outside. Here, you only have one identity, and that is Yanhuang College's students. A month later, the college will hold a competition to determine the results of the military training. I will be waiting for you here. All right, now, let's welcome the chief instructor of Yanhuang College's military training, General Qin Qiong, to give you a speech. Everyone, please give him a round of applause. Li Zishuan extended his hand and invited Qin Qiong to stand in the middle of the rostrum. He then retreated to the back. Clap, clap, clap. With the experience at the opening ceremony, the students didn't have any resistance to applauding now. Moreover, Qin Qiong's identity alone was worthy of their applause. Qin Qiong pursed his lips. Li Zishuan's words just now still made his heart very excited at this moment. After a pause, he said in a deep voice, "This old man only hopes that you can all become the pillars of the country and be able to follow orders in the future military training. From today onwards, Yanhuang College will be a military camp. This old man will be strict with the army, and I hope that you can all abide by the military training rules." Finally, at this point, Qin Qiong paused for a moment and then said loudly with full energy, "As long as Yanhuang is alive, the Han family will not be destroyed. Blood-inscribed golden dagger axes. Hot blood will never be extinguished. Roar! As long as Yanhuang is alive, the Han family will not be destroyed. Blood-inscribed golden dagger axes. Hot blood will never be extinguished." The students' excited hearts had already calmed down a little, but with Qin Qiong's provocation, how could these young people in puberty who like to be hot-blooded still hold back? One by one, they began to wail and howl again. Li Zishuan was speechless and secretly sweating. He didn't expect Qin Qiong to be so mischievous in the end. Was he happy to be mischievous? Well, looking at old Qin's flushed face at this moment, he must be very happy. Chapter 708. Looking at the students' high spirits and enthusiasm, one could tell that Li Zishuan's mobilization meeting was very successful. It had to be said that this guy was still very good at feeding the students chicken soup for the soul. After the assembly, the 16 classes all split up for training. The students of the first grade class were all former students of the mathematics school. Among them, there were many second-generation officials, and there were even some second-generation officials. For example, Li Tai, and now there was Li Changqian. They could be said to be the most awesome class in Yanhuang College. Li Ku was assigned to Class 2. Other than the former students of the mathematics school, the rest of the students were assigned to classes according to their grades. Naturally, no one was willing to be their instructor in the face of such an awesome class. Although an instructor was like a teacher, who knew if they would be molested if they offended this group of rich second generations? Not to mention that Li Zishuan offered double the salary. Even if it was 10 times, no one would be willing to do it. There was no other way. Qin Qiong, as the chief instructor of the military training, could only personally take on this heavy responsibility. With his relationship with Li Tai's family, he naturally did not fear Li Tai, Li Chengqian, or anyone else. Thus, the little fatty's bitter days came. The so-called standing at attention is like this old man right now, with your heels close together and the tips of your feet spread outwards. The gap is just enough to accommodate your fists, your legs are straight, your lower abdomen is slightly tucked in, your chest is naturally puffed out, your upper body is straight and slightly tilted forward, your shoulders are flat and slightly spread back, your arms are naturally hanging down, your fingers are naturally closed and slightly bent. The tip of your thumb is attached to the second joint of your index finger, your head is straight, your neck is straight, your mouth is closed, your lower jaw is slightly tucked in, and your eyes are level. As the first movement to learn during military training, it was actually not easy to do it well, so Qin Xiong was personally demonstrating it to the students of Class 1. Li Zishuan thought it was quite interesting, so he went down to patrol. "Raise your head. Can't you see me?" Seeing Wang Meng lowering his head as if he was counting ants, Li Zishuan immediately struck his head. Of course, he didn't use his hand. Wang Meng probably hadn't washed his hair for a long time, but the scabbard. This guy was using the scabbard as a ruler. Ouch! Wang Meng took a solid hit and grimaced in pain. However, Li Zishuan held his sword and had a murderous look on his face. Wang Meng didn't dare to retort and could only raise his head as he was told. Only then did the rest of the students realize that Li Zishuan was here to pick a fight. They all braced themselves to avoid being beaten up like Wang Meng. "Close your legs. The space between your legs is big enough to fit Wang Meng's head." Sun Zifen, who was concentrating on imitating Qin Xiong's actions, was also hit. Many students almost couldn't hold back their laughter. What did she mean by the space between her legs could fit Wang Meng's head? This analogy was a little wretched. Wang Meng, who had been shot even though he was lying down, was on the verge of tears. He thought to himself, "Mister, if you want to talk about other people, then talk about other people. Why do you have to use me as an analogy? And this analogy is so dirty." If he could, Wang Meng really wanted to tell Li Zishuan, "I'm really F***ed up. Yamacho, I've already tried my best. This is as far as I can go." As the person involved, Sun Zifen felt even more bitter than Wang Meng. He said to Li Zishuan gloomily, "There's such a thing?" Li Zishuan widened his eyes. Then, he squatted down in disbelief and used his hands to force Sun Zifen's knees inwards. "Ouch! Ouch! 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 My legs are going to break. Yamacho, please spare me." Sun Zifen felt as if his bones were going to break as he hurriedly cried out, "All right, looks like you're really born. You can just stand there like this." Li Zishuan stood up speechlessly and said. Only then did he remember that he had probably encountered the legendary O-shaped leg. He really didn't notice it normally. Sun Zifen looked at Li Zishuan pitifully with a F***ed-up expression on his face. It was easy to imagine how gloomy he was in his heart. Feeling Sun Zifen's gaze, Li Zishuan felt as if 10,000 alpacas were galloping across his heart. He couldn't be blamed for this. Who knew that Sun Zifen actually had O-shaped legs? However, the awkwardness only lasted for a moment. He rubbed his nose sheepishly and then went to patrol other places as if nothing had happened. "Changqian, your 5 fingers need to be close together. The tip of your thumb needs to be on the second joint of your index finger, and your middle finger needs to be on the seam of your pants." Li Zishuan saw that Changqian's hand didn't seem to be in the right position, so he spoke out of habit. "Seam?" Li Chengqian was a little confused. It's here." Li Zishuan only just realized that the pants they were wearing now didn't have seams. In order to hide his awkwardness, he hurriedly used his scabbard to point to a position and then immediately slipped away. At the same time, he thought to himself, "I hope Chao Wendong can quickly finish that batch of camouflage uniforms. Otherwise, I'll never get used to looking at them." Walking towards the back of the group, Li Zishuan suddenly encountered a huge monster. He couldn't help but say, "Pull in your belly. What did General Qin teach you? Qin K, your belly is almost touching Chang Chumo in the front row. Why aren't you pulling in a little?" Li Tai was about to curse out of habit, but he thought about it. If he really cursed out in such a public place, Li Zishuan definitely wouldn't let him off easily. So he took a deep breath, suppressed the anger in his heart, and said in a muffled voice, "My belly is only this big, and it's already pulled in. You can't blame me for this, right?" The shoulders of the others trembled. It was obvious that they were having a hard time holding it in. Li Zishuan poked Li Tai's belly with his scabbard. After feeling the amazing elasticity on it, he said with a smile, "Is that so? Then do you want me to pull in a little for you? Correct your posture?" How could Li Tai dare to let Li Zishuan do it? Sun Zifan's example is a living example of a good example. He quickly shook his head and said, "No need, no need. I'll do it myself." After saying that, the little fatty took a deep breath, and then his belly indeed shrank inwards. Li Zishuan nodded in satisfaction and said with a smile, "Isn't this quite simple? It's just as when you stand in military posture later, you have to continue to maintain this posture. Oh no, your back needs to be straightened a little more." As he said that, he patted Li Tai's spine with his scabbard. Li Tai listened on the surface, but in his heart, he was cursing. When he heard Li Zishuan say, "That's all there is to it," he really wanted to jump up and seal a certain someone's mouth. Wasn't that the same sentence he had said about the military training yesterday? But now that he had experienced it personally, Li Tai really wanted to ask himself, is it really just SOSO? The academy was so dark. The little fatty wanted to go back to the prince's mansion. Chapter 709. Straighten your back, maintain a standing posture, lean forward slightly, and shift your center of gravity to the tip of your toes. I'll give you 5 breaths of time to adjust. After that, everyone must stand in place and stand in a military posture for 30 minutes. Whoever moves will be given another 15 minutes. Okay, everyone, get ready. On the field, the students of all classes had basically started the military posture segment. In Class 1, Qin Xiong had his hands behind his back and was giving orders to the students in a stern voice. At this moment, there was no trace of kindness on his face. There was only harshness and iron-bloodedness. At this moment, he was a ruthless and merciless general who dominated the battlefield, and the students were his soldiers. In the face of his orders, they could only obey. As for Li Zishuan, no one knew which class he had gone to patrol at this moment, or perhaps he had gone somewhere to cool off. Upon hearing Qin Xiong's orders, the students quickly adjusted their postures. After more than 2 hours of training in the morning, they had long known that Qin Xiong would definitely not go easy on them. The only thing they could do was to try their best to find suitable movements during training to reduce their pain. Stop! The countdown begins. After about 5 breaths of time, Qin Xiong roared loudly. The students who were adjusting their postures or taking the opportunity to secretly rest quickly stood up straight and stood in place with their heads held high and chests out, motionless. After Qin Xiong gave the order, he began to patrol the field. Smack! Chang Chumo, keep your hands close. Don't be lazy. Suddenly, Qin Xiong's merciless reprimand rang out in the crowd. Obviously, Chang Chumo was playing tricks and slacking off again. Qin Huayu, straighten your back and be more spirited. If you continue like this, I'll punish you to stand for another 30 minutes. Reality proved that when Qin Xiong was really strict, he would not show any mercy. Even his own son would also receive a storm-like reprimand if he did not do well. Under such circumstances, everyone began to become serious. Even the little fatty Li Tai tried his best to shrink his big belly, clenched his teeth, and stood upright on the field. Time passed slowly, and so did the students' endurance. If it was only for a short period of time, he believed that 90% of the students here could do it, and they could do it very well. However, Qin Xiong wanted them to maintain this posture for half an hour, and they couldn't move in the middle. Other than Chang Chumo, who had a foundation in martial arts, no one could do it. Midsummer had passed, and the weather in Chang'an City had turned cold a few days ago. This made the people who had experienced the hot weather for more than 3 months think that they could finally live a cool life. However, the weather in these 2 days began to heat up again. It was a kind of stuffy heat that pressed on people's hearts, making them restless. As the saying goes, the early Lichio is chilly, the late Lichio is hot. Folk believed that the beginning of autumn was related to whether the weather was cool or hot, but meteorology had no conclusive conclusion on this. The sultry weather of heat death was also commonly known as the autumn tiger. At this moment, the students of Yanhuang College had a taste of Tiger Chiu's bitterness. It turns out that standing in military posture is so tiring. This prince has miscalculated. If I had known, I would have put some kapok in my shoes. F***CK. This prince feels like he can't take it anymore. How much longer do I have to stand? In less than a quarter of an hour, Li Tai's legs began to tremble slightly. His clothes were completely soaked, as if he had just been fished out of the water. When he saw Pang Feiji and the others training yesterday, he thought that this military training was just running and standing. It didn't seem difficult at all. However, after personally experiencing it today, he realized that he couldn't even stand properly, let alone run in the future. At this moment, he finally understood the difficulty of military training. It was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Couldn't be helped. This couldn't be blamed on his weak willpower. It was because he was too fat. His legs had to support twice the weight of others, and this kind of hot weather was the most fatal for a fat person. Li Tai really wanted to faint from happiness at this moment. Yes, that's right. The little fatty felt that fainting was the greatest happiness. Li Tai, stand properly. If you dare to move, you will stand in military posture alone for another quarter of an hour later. Qin Xiong's eyes were like torches. He immediately saw that Li Tai's legs were trembling slightly. He immediately shouted. Li Tai's heart trembled. Even if you beat him to death, he wouldn't be willing to stand in military posture for another quarter of an hour. He hurriedly used all his strength to prevent his legs from trembling. He didn't know how long he could last, but as long as he could, he would. At this moment, he really wanted to beat the person who invented military posture to death. Wasn't this torture? Qin Xiong's voice was loud. Not only did the students from Class 1 hear it, even the students from Class 2 who were not far away heard it. Everyone saw that the Academy's top scorer, the current emperor's most beloved prince, had been reprimanded. How could they dare to take any chances? Qin Xiong meant what he said. At this moment, he was really using the attitude of an army to govern them. Therefore, even though many people's legs were already starting to ache, they still didn't dare to slack off. They all gritted their teeth and bitterly held on. Qin Ke, you have to hold on by yourself. This is not the palace. Father and mother can't help you, and I can't help you either. Hold on, Qin Ke. Standing in the front row, Li Chengqian was sweating profusely. At this moment, he was very worried that Li Tai couldn't hold on and would be punished by Qin Xiong. He knew that since Qin Xiong said it, he would definitely do it. He wanted to help Li Tai, but he couldn't do anything. He could only silently encourage Li Tai in his heart. Imperial Palace. After the morning court, Li Er went straight to the Lijiang Hall in the West Court. Because of the hot weather, he couldn't work at all. He could only go to Empress Zhangxuan's place to talk for a while to relieve his boredom. When he arrived at the Lijiang Hall, he found that Empress Zhangxun and concubine Yang were both sitting in the hall worriedly. Their eyebrows were all knitted together. Oh, what has made the Empress and concubine so worried? Li Er strode in and asked with a smile. Empress Zhangxun and concubine Yang were both shocked. They hurriedly stood up and bowed. Greetings, Your Majesty. Li Er indicated that they didn't need to be so courteous. Then he repeated the question just now. The two of them looked at each other and hesitated. In the end, it was Empress Zhangxun who spoke up. Your Majesty, my sister and I are worried about Chengqian, Qin Ke, and Ke. We thought that the weather would cool down after autumn, but we didn't expect that it would become hot again recently. I just sent someone to the imperial astronomer and learned that it will be the same for the next few days. However, Chengqian and the others still have military training. What should we do? If they get heat stroke, then... Chapter 7:10. A mother's love was innate. Facts had proven that even though Empress Zhangxun was the mother of a country, she was not exempt from this. She would also worry about her son. Concubine Yang was the same. Li Er was startled, then said, I remember that Li Zixuan once said that a sword's edge is sharpened, and the fragrance of plum blossoms comes from the bitter cold. This military training might be a very good training for Qingke, Changqian, and Ku-er. Besides, Li Zixuan is very prudent in his actions. He definitely won't let Changqian and the others get heatstroke. Empress and concubine Yang. Don't worry. Although Li Er couldn't bear to see his 3 sons train hard under the hot sun, as an emperor who was about to take over the world, he understood the meaning behind military training very well. Therefore, he could only comfort Empress Zhangsun and concubine Yang in front of him. My sister and I are not unreasonable people. We know that Yanhuang College's military training this time is very beneficial to Changqian and the others, but we still can't help but worry. Empress Zhangsun stroked the hair in front of her forehead and said worriedly. Li Er hugged the 2 beauties and said with a smile, Don't worry. When I have time in 2 days, I will bring the Empress and concubine Yang to Yanhuang College to see with your own eyes. At that time, you will be at ease. The 2 were overjoyed and quickly broke free from Li Er's embrace. They bowed and said, Thank you, Your Majesty. Yanhuang College on the sports field. Half an hour passed, but Li Tai felt as long as 100 years. Right now, he was completely relying on his will to support himself. A will that was unwilling to be punished for increasing the time. The little fatty felt that his 2 legs no longer belonged to him. Just as his head was dizzy and he was about to faint, Qin Xiong's voice sounded beside him. Okay, time's up. Everyone, rest where you are, but you are not allowed to sit down. Sit down after 7 minutes, otherwise, this general will punish him to stand in military posture for another 30 minutes. When many students heard that they could rest, they hurriedly bent their legs and prepared to sit down. But when they heard the second half of Qin Xiong's sentence, they were all scared out of their wits and quickly stood up. Li Tai was the most unlucky. Half of his body was already about to fall, but at this moment, he didn't know where he got the strength from. But he forcefully changed the direction of his 200 kilograms of fat and stood up again. It had to be said that the little fatty's desire to live was very strong. F***CK. I almost fell for it. If you don't want to sit, then so be it. It's good to stand and move your legs. As long as you don't stand in military posture, I'll do anything you want me to. Although he was still standing, Li Tai felt 100 times happier than before. Li Chengqian, who was in the front row, heaved a sigh of relief. When he turned his head and saw that Li Tai was about to sit down, his heart was in his throat. If he really sat down, he felt that with Li Tai's current state, he would definitely faint from exhaustion. Okay, you can sit down and rest now. I'll give you 15 minutes to rest. After 15 minutes, this general will teach you how to turn on the spot. After a while, Qin Xiong instructed loudly. All the students fell to the ground as if they had been pardoned. Some were sitting, some were lying on their backs, and some were half lying. In short, they were in all kinds of strange shapes and were swaying left and right. What no one noticed was that Qin Xiong, who had been strict the entire morning, actually had a hint of a smile on his face. A quarter of an hour later, Qin Xiong woke everyone up on time. Then, they began training to turn left and right. Compared to standing in a military posture, this was quite easy because they didn't need to maintain a posture and not move. Clang, 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 clang. After about half an hour of training, the sound of gongs and drums could be heard everywhere in the academy. The exhausted students suddenly felt refreshed and all of them looked at their instructors with eager eyes. When they were visiting the academy, the teachers not only introduced them to the usage of the new items in the academy, but also explained the meaning of the gongs and drums. Now, they knew that school was about to end. This nightmarish morning was finally coming to an end. The instructors of the various classes also stopped training at this moment. They all looked at the position of the first class. They had to listen to the chief instructor, Qin Xiong. Thus, the students of the 16 classes all looked at Qin Xiong. Some of them even had a hint of pleading in their eyes. This morning's training was really too torturous. It was only now that they understood that the chicken soup for the soul that Li Zixuan gave everyone in the morning was poisonous. Poisonous chicken soup. Feeling the eager gazes of more than 600 people, Qin Xiong paused, then waved his hand and said loudly, "School is over, eat. All students must gather here at 1:30 p.m. Latecomers must run 10 laps around the sports field. Oh, time to eat. Haha. Finally, we can rest." Although Qin Xiong was shouting fiercely at the back, these students only cared about having a good time now. Who had the time to care about whether they would live or die in 2 hours? As soon as Qin Xiong finished speaking, the students of the 16 classes immediately burst into cheers. Then, one by one, they burst out of nowhere and all rushed towards the canteen. After training for the whole morning, they were all starving. Li Zixuan appeared out of nowhere and stood next to Qin Xiong. He smirked and said, "These kids are still too young. Do they really think that the nightmare is over? This is just the beginning." Huff. Speaking of the hungriest people, Li Tai could definitely be counted as one of them. He had a large body, and his training had consumed a large amount of energy. His appetite was even larger. At this moment, he felt that he could eat an entire cow. Oh, if he couldn't eat a cow, then he could eat a pig. He wanted to eat as soon as possible, so he could only run forward. Otherwise, he would have to line up with an empty stomach and watch others eat. That would be terrible. When he thought of the delicious chicken and dongpa meat in the canteen, Li Tai felt that even if he was tired from running now, it was worth it. "Quick! Give me 5 plates of chicken, 5 plates of dongpa meat, and 5 bowls of rice." Li Tai ran to the cafeteria while gasping for breath. He went straight to the most expensive food window and ordered the middle-aged man who was in charge of the food. Thinking that he would be able to eat delicious food soon, Li Tai was almost drooling. Yamacho has a rule that all students in the academy have a uniform meal this month. There are only 2 vegetarian dishes and a bowl of mung bean soup every day. There is enough rice. "Student, do you want more?" The middle-aged man was fat and had big ears. He bent down and said to Li Tai. Li Tai, who was looking forward to the delicious food, was stunned. He felt that the entire academy was full of malice, especially from Li Zixuan. They wanted him to buy something that he couldn't buy even if he had money. "Damn! You win." Li Tai gritted his teeth and said word by word. "What did you say? Hey, are you going to eat or not? There are still people lining up behind you." The middle-aged man urged. "Eat. Give me 2 plates of vegetables and 5 bowls of rice." Li Tai said fiercely, as if the person in front of him had a deep hatred for him. Chapter 7:11. Yanhuang College Cafeteria. "Qin Ke, why are you eating so much? And there are only 2 servings of vegetables, you." Li Chengqian arrived late. By the time he arrived, there were more than 10 people at each window in the cafeteria. He finally managed to get a meal, and then he saw Li Tai eating with his head down by the window. He walked over, but when he saw that there were 5 bowls of rice on the table, he was so shocked that he couldn't close his mouth. "Oh, it's Big Brother. Sit, sit." When Li Tai heard this, he raised his head and saw that it was Li Chengqian. As he ate, he pointed to the chair opposite him and gestured for Li Chengqian to sit down. Then he replied vaguely, "Do you think I want to? I'm starving. I've never felt so hungry before. Oh, it just so happens that Big Brother's appetite has always been small. Why don't you give me a dish?" Although the little fatty used a negotiating tone, his actions didn't seem like he was negotiating with anyone. Before he finished speaking, his claws had already reached for Li Chengqian's bowl. Li Chengqian's forehead was full of black lines. He originally wanted to come over to care for Li Tai, but he didn't expect to lose a bowl of food before he even said a word. Fortunately, he was well-mannered, or he would have cursed a long time ago. "Qin Ke, you eat." "I'm not very hungry." Since what was done couldn't be undone, Li Chengqian could only accept his fate. He couldn't go and snatch the food back, right? How shameful would that be? "Hey, Big Brother Tai, you're all here." At this moment, Li Ku also walked over with a plate of food and sat down. He greeted them. Ku, are you tired this morning? Can you still bear it?" As the elder brother, Li Chengqian naturally had to care for his younger brother. Replying to Big Brother, I have a foundation in martial arts, so the morning training was nothing to me. I'm not very tired. Big Brother, how are you? Li Ku put down the plate and replied. Li Chengqian nodded and said, I can still bear it. But Qin Ke looks a little. How about I send someone to send a letter to father and ask him to help Qin Ke be exempted from this military training? Oh no no no. Although Li Tai didn't want military training, he was a rational person. He knew that Li Er wouldn't help him in this matter, so he quickly shook his head and said, Thank you for your kindness, Big Brother, but there's no need. I can still persevere. Once I'm full, I won't be afraid of General Qin's training. After saying that, he looked at Li Ku and said, Ah Ku, you just said that you have a foundation in martial arts and that you're not tired even after training for an entire morning. So I'm sure you're not very hungry now, right? How about you share this dish with me? The little fatty's eyes were fixed on the 2 bowls of food in front of Li Ku. His meaning was obvious. How could Li Ku not understand? He smiled bitterly in his heart. Was this considered lifting a rock to smash his own foot? Ah, Tai, if you're not full, you can take my share. Li Ku forced out a smile as he said. Although he had a foundation in martial arts, he was also hungry after being tired all morning. Although there were only 2 dishes of vegetables, when he thought about the fact that he still had to continue training in the afternoon, he still had to eat vegetables. It was better than having no vegetables, right? Ha ha. Ako, you're very kind. After we leave the academy during the holidays, I'll definitely repay you tenfold. Hearing this, Li Tai was overjoyed. He quickly picked a bowl of vegetables and brought it over, then laughed loudly. Qin Ke, didn't you dislike vegetables in the past? Li Chengqian covered his face. He felt that the royal family's face was about to be completely thrown away by Li Tai. The dignified king of Wei had actually fallen to the point of begging everywhere. If this were to spread out, there would definitely be many righteous people jumping out to accuse Li Tai of being disrespectful. F***CK. Isn't it all because of Xiao Xian? It would have been better if Li Chengqian didn't ask. Once he mentioned Li Tai, he immediately jumped up and said, I think he's deliberately targeting us. This cafeteria used to have gnawing chicken, dongpa meat, and so on. But after the military training, there's nothing left. There's only vegetables. What can I do? Xiao Xian must be using his position to avenge private grudges. He's thinking of ways to torture us. When the holidays are over, I'll definitely report him to father and say that he's abusing students. Li Chengqian couldn't help but lean back and cover the food in his bowl with his hand. Because Li Tai was too agitated when he said these words, some rice grains sprayed over. Qin Ke, Xiao Xian is also doing this for us. Smack! I haven't seen you for a while, and you're talking bad about me again. Just as Li Chengqian was about to speak up for Li Zishuan, he saw a hand coming towards the back of Li Tai's head. Then came Li Zishuan's angry voice and Li Tai's coughing from choking on his food. Li Zishuan placed the plate of food on the table next to Li Tai. Behind him was Pang Feiji. The 2 of them just happened to sit next to Li Tai and Li Chengqian. There was only an aisle between them. Then, Li Zishuan said in an unfriendly tone, You're insulting your teacher in public. If Her Majesty and the courtiers find out, do you think they'll help you or me? And you still have the time to gossip about me at a time like this? Looks like the training this morning wasn't heavy enough. Li Tai had just been hit so hard that he couldn't speak. Now that he heard Li Zishuan's slightly threatening words, his face turned green. He hurriedly said, Xiao Xian, not Yamacho. Your Excellency Yamacho, what you just heard is not Tai's true words. Please don't take it seriously. Li Ku almost burst out laughing. He hurriedly covered his mouth. Li Zishuan, however, didn't fall for the little fatty's trick. He shook his head and said, What you said is what you said. Would anyone force you to say something against your will? Li Tai was speechless. Li Chengqian hurriedly came out to smooth things over and said, Xiao Xian. Qin Ke was just saying that. She didn't mean any harm. Don't take it to heart. He came to Yanhuang College as a country's crown prince to supervise the studies. Naturally, he could directly call Li Zixuan by his nickname. Li Zixuan nodded and said with a smile, "Okay, I'll give Chengqian some face today and won't pursue this matter." In fact, he was just scaring Li Tai. He didn't have any intention of delving into the matter. Hee. Thank you, big brother. Thank you, Yamacho. Li Tai chuckled and then continued to bury his head in eating. The 4 servings of vegetables were quickly swept clean by him. There was only half a bowl of rice left. Li Zixuan frowned. He thought that since the cafeteria didn't serve meat, Li Tai could lose weight. But now, it didn't seem feasible. After all, it was mentioned in biology that excess sugar in the human body would be converted into fat. So eating too much rice would also make one gain weight, right? Thinking of this, Li Zixuan turned his head and looked at Li Tai maliciously, who knew that Li Tai was also looking at him. His eyes were full of greed. Chapter 7:12. That, Yamacho, can you give me a bowl of food? Li Tai looked at Li Zixuan. To be precise, he was looking at Li Zixuan's bowl. Right now, he only knew how to eat. He didn't look like a noble prince at all. Li Zixuan didn't expect the little fatty to be so cruel to himself for food. In this situation, he couldn't say what he wanted to say. Otherwise, it wouldn't be good if he drove the little fatty crazy. I'll give you half a bowl. You ate the food of 4 people and you still have the nerve to ask for more? After that, Li Zixuan picked up some food with his chopsticks and threw it into Li Tai's bowl. This little display of skill made everyone's eyes pop out. Lika gave a thumbs up and said, "Yamacho, you have good control. This strength is just right." Li Zixuan smiled slightly and lowered his head to eat. To be honest, although there was no meat in the academy's cafeteria today, the vegetarian dishes were pretty good. Otherwise, Li Tai wouldn't have eaten 4 bowls in a row. Hunger was one reason, but the vegetables were also good. Qin, don't be greedy. The academy is already doing you a favor. You should know that according to Uncle Qin, he wants to train you like an army. Ask Feiji if the food in the army camp is better than the food in Yanhuang College. After lunch, Li Zixuan stood up and looked at Li Tai meaningfully. Without waiting for Li Tai to ask, Pang Feiji quickly said, "Of course not. Your Highnesses may not know, but although the academy only has vegetables to eat now, the taste is more than 10 times better than the food in the army camp. The oil is also much better than the food in the army camp." Li Chengqian suddenly said, "I see. It seems that we have all misunderstood." Li Tai was stunned and scratched his head. "I see. Hee. Thank you, Yamacho." "Come on. I don't want you to thank me, Qin. You might start scolding me again after I leave." Li Zixuan pursed his lips and said, "You guys should go to the classroom and rest for a while. Don't be late for the afternoon training. I'm leaving now." After that, he waved his hand and walked towards the gate of the academy. He had to go back and take a nap at noon. He had lunch in the academy cafeteria just to listen to the students' reactions. "You guys go to the dormitory first." "I'm going back to the dormitory." After Li Zixuan left, Li Tai tilted his head and thought for a while. Then he suddenly said something and ran away. "Sai, Qin, the military training is starting soon. Why are you going to the dormitory now?" The teaching building of Yanhuang College was very close to the sports field, but the student dormitory was very far away from the sports field. There was only half an hour left before the military training began in the afternoon. The students chose to take a nap in the classroom instead of going back to the dormitory, so Li Chengqian shouted, Nothing, big brother. Aku, you guys go back to the classroom first. I definitely won't be late in the afternoon." The little fatty's intermittent response came from the front. Li Chengqian had no choice but to take Li Ku back to Guanghua Building. In the afternoon, almost half an hour. Most of the students came to the sports field in advance. After all, no one wanted to be punished for being late. "Oh no, why isn't Qin here yet?" Everyone else gathered in 2s and 3s to talk and laugh. Only Li Chengqian was like a little wife who was eagerly waiting for her husband to come home. He kept tiptoeing to look at the back of the group, looking very anxious. "Big brother, is Atai not here yet?" Li Ku walked over from class 2 and asked. "Sai, he's not here yet." Qin Ke is really too much. It's just a short time and she insisted on going back to the dormitory, but she still hasn't come back. Don't be late, otherwise you'll definitely be punished. Li Chengqian said with a worried face. Sigh. He's here. He's here. Big brother. Ah Tai is here. Just as Li Chengqian was sighing, Li Tai suddenly shouted excitedly. Li Chengqian took a closer look and saw Li Tai running over here. Behind him was a muscular person. It was Qin Qiong. Li Ku hurriedly returned to his class, and Li Chengqian heaved a sigh of relief. He thought to himself that Li Tai's timing was really accurate. He just made it before Qin Qiong. Huff huff. Hey, big brother. I'm back. Li Tai returned to class 1 and then came over to greet Li Chengqian. Li Chengqian nodded and said, It's good that you're back. He didn't know if it was an illusion, but he felt that Li Tai seemed to have become taller. Very good. No one is late. Military training will begin now. Everyone will stand in military posture for half an hour. Like before, you will have 5 breaths to adjust your posture. Start preparing. After a while, Qin Qiong came to the front of the team. He glanced at the students of Class 1 and said in a deep voice. Li Chengqian looked back worriedly at Li Tai before starting to prepare. However, he was destined to be worried for nothing because the little fatty's face was full of relaxation at this moment. He was completely different from the person in the morning. Everyone stop. The time starts now. After a while, Qin Qiong shouted loudly. The students all perked up and stood in military posture with their heads held high. Qin Qiong began to enter the team to patrol as usual. Not bad. Not bad. Qin Ke. Continue to maintain it. When he passed by Li Tai's position, Qin Qiong noticed that something was different. At this moment, Li Tai's legs were straight and not as loose as they were in the morning. Thus, he praised him with relief. Yes, General Qin. The little fatty shouted loudly, full of vigor. The students were puzzled. Was this still that Li Tai who couldn't even stand properly in the morning? Or was Li Tai's current state just forcing himself? They weren't the only ones who thought so. Qin Qiong also thought so. However, what happened next made everyone doubt life. After a quarter of an hour, Li Tai didn't show any fatigue on his face and was still very relaxed. After a quarter of an hour, Li Tai didn't stagger and was still motionless. After half an hour, Li Tai only pursed his lips and didn't show any signs of collapse. Qin Qiong stared suspiciously at Li Tai for a long time, but he couldn't find any clues. He could only return to the front of the team and say loudly, Okay, everyone rest where you are. The rules are the same as in the morning. Here, I'll focus on praising Li Tai. He has improved a lot. The students of Class 1 immediately cast their gazes on Li Tai. The little fatty smiled as he raised his head and thought to himself, You're so arrogant. Hee. Fortunately, this king was quick-witted and stuffed cotton in my shoes during the lunch break. This way, standing in military posture will be much easier. It had to be said that the little fatty was really the king of points. Chapter 7:13. Qin Ke, you're good. The amount of training in the afternoon wasn't any less than in the morning, but you look much more relaxed now. In the afternoon, taking advantage of the free break, Li Chengqian came to Li Tai's side and said happily. He had been worried that Li Tai wouldn't be able to hold on and faint midway, but now Li Tai's face was only a little red and his body was sweating a lot. He still looked very energetic, which made Li Chengqian heave a sigh of relief. The little fatty, who was obsessed with cleanliness before, couldn't be particular about it now. Seeing him lying on the grass, not only did he not dislike it, but he was also extremely satisfied. After hearing Li Chengqian's words, Li Tai smiled proudly and said, Hee, thanks to Big Brother. Now I'm not afraid of standing in military posture at all. Li Chengqian didn't care about his image as a crown prince and sat down beside Li Tai, then asked in a low voice, Qin Ke, do you have some secret to standing in military posture? Can you tell me about it? With his understanding of Li Tai, how could he not know that there was something fishy about it? The reason why he didn't show it was completely to cooperate with Li Tai's acting. But standing in military posture was also a big challenge for Li Chengqian, so he really wanted to know the secret of Li Tai's sudden ease in standing in military posture. Li Tai thought for a while and said, "I'll tell you when we go back to the dorm tonight. Even if I tell you now, you can't do it. But big brother, don't tell anyone else. Otherwise, if Dookie knows, he'll definitely increase the training volume again." If it was in the past, Li Tai would definitely not share this kind of thing with Li Chengqian. But after hanging out with Li Zishuan for so long, he found that his interest wasn't in palace politics. And this time, Li Chengqian came to Yanhuang College to accompany him in military training, which made him have a much better impression of this big brother that he didn't like before. Seeing that Li Tai agreed, Li Chengqian smiled and hurriedly said, "Qin Ke, don't worry. Big brother definitely won't tell anyone, but shouldn't we tell little Ku?" Li Tai shook his head and said, "No need, no need. Shao Ke's foundation in martial arts is even better than Choox's. Why would he need to use these unorthodox methods? Who knows, with more training, his martial arts might even improve." Li Tai thought about it and also felt that what Li Tai said made sense. He nodded and said, I got it. Hey, what are you two talking about? What is it that you can't let others know?" When the two of them were talking about the main topic, suddenly, Chang Chumo's head popped out from behind them, giving the two of them a fright. "Damn it! Ugly bull. Do you know that you can scare someone to death?" Li Tai reacted and was furious. He flipped over and was about to fight Chang Chumo to the death. "Sigh. Qin Ke, you haven't told me what you were discussing." "Discuss your sister. I just want to beat someone up right now." Clang, clang, clang. With the sound of gongs and drums, the students who had been tortured for the whole day heaved a sigh of relief. Qin Xiong didn't make things difficult for them and decisively announced that school was dismissed. Compared to noon, there was more time at night. Li Tai leisurely went to have dinner with Li Chengqian, Li Ku, and Chang Chumo before returning to the dormitory. Yanhuang College's dormitory was usually 6 people to a dormitory. Li Chengqian, Li Tai, Chang Chumo, Qin Huayu, Yuqi Baolin, and Sun Zifen stayed in the same dormitory. "Qin Ke, let's go. Let's go to the bathhouse and then we can rest." Back in the dormitory, Li Chengqian said to Li Tai, who was sitting on the bed. The little fatty had a strong physique, so of course he slept on the bottom bunk. Otherwise, he would definitely flip over. At this moment, he leaned against the wall and waved. "Big brother, go ahead. I'll just take a bath in the dormitory." "Ha ha. Qin Ke, you're afraid of being naked with everyone, aren't you?" Chang Chumo, who was opposite him, laughed loudly. "Chang Chumo, you're bullshitting. I'm just tired and don't want to go to the bathhouse." Li Tai seemed to have been poked in his sore spot. He straightened his body and scolded angrily. Is that so? Then, Qin Ke, if you're not afraid, why don't you come to the bathhouse with us to take a bath now?" Chang Chumo said with a smile. Li Chengqian saw Li Tai's embarrassed face and hurriedly helped him out. Cough, cough. "Cho Nyo, if Qin Ke doesn't want to go, then forget it. Let's go first. Baolin, Huayu, Zifen, let's go." "No, no, no. I'm not going either. You guys go ahead." Sun Zifen also shouted. When he thought of so many people standing together to take a bath naked, he panicked a little. In the end, he was still not used to this kind of public bathhouse that had never appeared in the Tang Empire before. Chang Chumo immediately laughed loudly and said, "Ha ha! Looks like it's not just Qin Ke who's afraid. Zifen, you're also afraid. TSK, TSK. Could it be that all fatties are afraid of being naked in front of others?" At this point, Chang Chumo's eyes and expression suddenly became extremely wretched. Scram! The two fatties let out angry roars at the same time, so loud that it hurt the eardrums of others. Seeing that he was about to be beaten, Chang Chumo hurriedly pulled Qin Huayu and Yuqi Baolin and fled. Li Chengqian thought for a moment and said, "Qin Ke, Zifen, you guys can't be like this in the long run. It's fine if the weather is hot now, but what will you guys do when the weather turns cold?" Although they could take a bath in the academy's dormitory, they could only take a cold bath. That was why Li Chengqian advised them to take a cold bath. Li Tai and Sun Zifan looked at each other and then said in unison, "Then we'll take a bath when we're back during the holidays." Li Changqian immediately retreated and turned to leave. Then, the two fatties in the dormitory, one big and one small, stared at each other. After a while, Li Tai said, "I'll take a bath first. Zifan, you're not allowed to peek." Sun Zifan made a disgusted vomiting gesture and said, "Qing Ke, you're really narcissistic. Only a ghost would want to peek at you. But you have to hurry, or they'll be back in a while." Yes, of course. Li Tai didn't take it to heart. He hurriedly picked up a change of clothes and rushed into the inner cubicle. Then he didn't forget to close the inner door. "Hey, Qing Ke, hurry up. If you delay any longer, Mumo and the others will have to come back." Not long after Li Tai went in, Sun Zifan began to impatiently rush him from outside. "Damn, what's with the rush? How long has it been? It's been so long. Qing Ke, if you delay any longer, I'll rush in." Sun Zifan threatened. Li Tai, who was inside, panicked and shouted, "Damn! Don't you dare! Wait a little longer. I'll be done soon." With that, he sped up, wiped himself carelessly, put on his clothes and ran out in a hurry. "Hey, I'm finally out. It's my turn." Sun Zifan slipped in nimbly. Chapter 7:14. After about 15 minutes, Li Changqian walked in from outside and saw Li Tai already lying on the bed. "Big brother, you're back." Li Tai opened his eyes and greeted him. Then he closed his eyes and went back to sleep. He had exercised a lot today, so he was very tired. "Okay," Li Changqian responded, then put the clothes he changed out of under the bed. He heard the sound of water in the room and guessed that Sun Zifan was still inside. So he bent down and whispered to Li Tai, "Qing Ke, before Chu Mo and the others come back, quickly tell me the secret of standing in military posture." Li Tai patted his head when he heard that. Only then did he remember what he promised Li Changqian during the day. He pulled the quilt over and said to Li Changqian, "Here, big brother. Look, the secret is in here." Li Changqian took a closer look and saw that the corner of the quilt was cracked, and that place was actually empty. He was a little confused and asked, "Qing Ke, where's the quilt core in this part of the quilt?" Li Tai laughed and said, "It's all in my shoes. With this thing, when standing in military posture, the soles of my feet will be much easier. Anyway, the weather is hot now, so I don't need a quilt." Li Changqian suddenly understood, but at the same time he was very speechless. Late at night, 1:45, Yanhuang College, which had been noisy all day, finally returned to silence. Oh, it could not be said that there was no sound at all, because there were still sounds of snoring in the student dormitory. Obviously, the students were very tired tonight. Many of them had never been so tired since they were born, so naturally, they slept soundly. Beep, 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 beep. At this moment, there was a sudden and sharp sound in front of the student dormitory door. It sounded like the cry of an ape eagle at night, but also like the scream of a ghost. The first to wake up was naturally the military training instructor, led by Pang Feiji. "Lord Zhu, why are you here?" In order to facilitate the military training, Li Zishuan's team of personal guards stayed in the student dormitory at night. "Feiji, take the brothers and inform the dormitories one by one. Get all the students to gather. Whoever doesn't show up in 15 minutes will be punished by running 10 laps." Li Zishuan did not answer Pang Feiji's question. Instead, he ordered in a deep voice, "Ah? Lord Zhu, why did you ask them to gather?" Pang Feiji was dumbfounded. No matter how hard he thought about it, he could not figure out why Li Zishuan had asked everyone to gather. "What are you talking about? This is a military order. Don't tell me you want to run laps in the field too?" Li Zishuan roared. Yes. Please wait for a moment, Lord Zhu. I'll go now." Pang Feiji shuddered and immediately woke up. He quickly turned around and called for the rest of the guards to rush into the dormitory and wake the students up. Their shouts immediately rang out in the dormitory corridor. "All students, come out and gather immediately. Those who don't arrive in a quarter of an hour will be punished with 10 laps. All students, Come out and gather immediately. Those who don't arrive in a quarter of an hour will be punished with 10 laps. Li Zishuan continued to blow the bamboo whistle outside, and the quiet Yanhuang Academy suddenly became noisy. Even the teacher's dormitory not far away lit up at this moment. What? Gathering everyone at this time? Are you kidding me? That's right. I'm so sleepy. We've all taken off our clothes. How are we supposed to gather? Hey! Alright, stop wasting time. If you don't go down, you'll be punished with running. Hurry up and put on your clothes. Alright, hurry up and get up. Jishuan, stop sleeping. At first, the students subconsciously resisted. However, when they thought about the harsh military training instructors during the day, they began to accept reality and quickly got up to put on their clothes. F***CK. Who the F***CK is making noise in the middle of the night? Are they immoral? Li Tai was furious when he was woken up. He had been sleeping comfortably. He had never been so comfortable before. However, he was woken up by someone. One could imagine the anger in his heart. Qingke, don't say any more. Hurry up and get up, or you'll be punished later. Li Chengqian wished he could cover Li Tai's mouth. If the instructors outside heard what he said, there would definitely be new problems. After a long time, Li Tai finally bid farewell to the bed and ran out with Li Chengqian and the others. In the end, the little fatty still didn't want to be punished with running laps. Class 1 is here, Class 2 is here. In front of the dormitory, there was a crowd of people. The students were all looking for their classes. Li Tai saw Li Zishuan with a bamboo tube stuffed in his mouth and standing in front of the crowd. He immediately gritted his teeth in hatred. Clearly, he understood that tonight's gathering at night was instigated by Li Zishuan. Beep, beep, beep. Time's up. Instructors of each class, do a head count. After a while, Li Zishuan blew the bamboo whistle and ordered. The crowd immediately quieted down. Only the instructors were walking around in the middle. After a while, the instructors began to report. Reporting to Yamacho, all of Class 1 is here. No one is late. Reporting to Yamacho, all of Class 2 is here. No one is late. Reporting to Yamacho, all of Class 16 is here. No one is late. After a series of reports, Li Zishuan found that none of the more than 600 students were late. He nodded and then said in a deep voice, "Tonight's sudden gathering was just a small experiment I did to test your ability to respond to crisis situations. Very good, no one is late. In the future, this kind of experiment will occur irregularly, and the time given to you to prepare will also be reduced by half. So next time, if you don't want to be late and be punished, you have to gather immediately after hearing my whistle. Do you understand?" "Yes, sir." Although they were unwilling to agree, the military training during the day still made many people subconsciously obey the order. "Louder! Do you still want to sleep at night?" Li Zishuan roared sternly. "Yes, sir." The students yelled at the top of their lungs. Li Zishuan nodded with satisfaction and said, "Well, okay. Everyone is dismissed. Go back to the dormitory to rest." Dismissed? The students were a little confused. "You called us to gather in the middle of the night just to say a few words? Isn't this a joke?" Li Tai glared at Li Zishuan with fire in his eyes. At this moment, the little fatty really wished that his eyes could kill. If it weren't for the fact that he couldn't beat Li Zishuan, he would definitely go up and fight it out with Li Zishuan right now. "Let's go. Qingke, go back to sleep quickly. We still have to wake up early tomorrow." Afraid that Li Tai would do something stupid, Li Chengqian quickly came over and pulled him back and said. The two brothers followed the army of students and walked back to the dormitory. Li Zishuan, who was a little mischievous, patted his butt and turned around to go home and sleep. What he didn't expect was that there was also a surprise attack thousands of miles away on the sea tonight. Chapter 7:15. In the middle of the vast sea, a nameless island that had been lonely for countless years welcomed a large group of guests tonight. "Your Highness, there's a small island up ahead. Should we approach it?" In the southern direction of the small island, there was an unusually large fleet of ships. There were at least 1,000 of them. Their sails fluttered in the wind, whistling as they faced the sea breeze. On the deck of the largest ship at the front of the fleet, a soldier bowed to a middle-aged man. Let's approach it first. Have the 6 soldiers rest on the island for the night. At the same time, send someone up to see if there's any fresh water or fresh fruit. The middle-aged man was none other than Li Shaogong, and this fleet was the Great Tang fleet that had sailed south for more than 4 months. In truth, this fleet had begun to return 10 some days ago, and the closer it got to the Great Tang, the faster it moved. Everyone couldn't suppress their homesickness, and after drifting for so long, quite a few people in the fleet had fallen ill. Most of them were dizziness and vomiting. Although it wasn't fatal, it was still a major problem if dragged on for too long. Thus, in the last few days, the fleet had begun to sail at night under the moonlight. As they entered the inland waters, they would often encounter small islands. Li Shaogong would also order his soldiers to collect fresh water and fruit from these islands. With more than 4 months of experience at sea, he was well aware of the importance of these things. They could save lives at sea. As for whether or not there was fresh water on these islands, it was naturally possible. On some larger islands, there would be precipitation, whether in the form of rain or snow, that would form ponds. However, not all large islands had such ponds. This was a matter of probability. Yes, Your Highness. The soldier bowed and then climbed onto the mast to signal the fleet behind him. The massive fleet began to slowly approach the island. But to everyone's surprise, not far behind the fleet, there were 30-some small boats following. Boss, they have so many people. Why are we following them? Of course, they weren't speaking in Chinese. On the leading boat, a sloppy man asked the scar-faced man in front of him. The scar-faced man spat and viciously said, "Bah! So what if they have more people? Once they're asleep on the shore, we'll steal a few of their merchant ships and strike it rich. After following us for so many days, we can't let our brothers work for nothing." The sloppy man looked at the fleet in front of him and swallowed his saliva in fear. He said weakly, "Boss, this seems to be a caravan from the Great Tang. If we make a move and anger the Great Tang Emperor, how can we be a match for them?" "Baka!" The scar-faced man slapped the sloppy man's head, and then he heard him angrily say, "Coward! Even if the Great Tang Emperor has a magnificent army, what can he do to us if we hide in the sea? Tell the brothers to buck up and listen to my instructions later. After we finish this job, we can go back to eat and drink and look for beautiful girls." "Hi!" The sloppy man saw that Scarface was angry and quickly went to inform the rest of the crew. Scarface stood at the bow of the ship and looked at the big ships in front of him. With a greedy face, he muttered to himself, "With these big ships, who on this sea can be a match for me, Nakamura Kawa Yudo? Ha 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 ha. Your Highness, there is a lot of fresh water and coconuts on the island. There is also a cave. Do you want to go in and rest for a night?" After the fleet docked, Li Shaogong first sent a group of people to the island to check. After a while, a soldier came to report. "Send the 6 soldiers ashore to rest first. Then, let the envoys follow me into the cave." Li Shaogong thought for a while and said, this time, he not only brought back a full ship of goods but also the envoys from the Nanyang countries. Compared to when he went, the size of their fleet was now a little bigger. "Yes, Your Highness." The soldier quickly went to pass the order. Then, he heard Li Shaogong say, "Wait, pass down the order. There must be at least 4 guards on each ship and at least 10 guards on the big ships." In this vast dark night, Li Shaogong had to be careful. He did not want any accidents to happen when they were so close to the Great Tang border. "Yes, Your Highness." Seeing that Li Shaogong had nothing else to say, the soldier went to make the arrangements. Li Shaogong jumped off the big ship and took a small wooden boat ashore. "Oh, finally, I can step on the ground." After a while, a few people with dark skin and different clothes came up. Obviously, they were envoys from other countries. One of them had a big beard and a big mole on his cheek. He stood on the island and sighed happily. After all, sailing the ocean was not a small challenge for many people. Only those who had drifted on the sea could feel how happy it was to stand on the ground. "Your Highness, How long will it take to reach the great Tang Empire? The bearded man sighed for a while, then caught up with Li Xiaogong and asked. Naturally, someone translated for Li Xiaogong. After listening, Li Xiaogong said, Envoy, don't worry. In less than half a month, the fleet will reach the capital Chong. The bearded man immediately said happily, Haha, great. I can finally see the Celestial Empire. Did you see that? The army ashore, their big ships can't get close to the shore. Our chance is here. At the rear of the fleet, Scarface said excitedly to his men. Boss is wise. The sloppy man was bitter in his heart, but his mouth was full of praise. Go. Leave a small number of people to watch the ships. The rest of you, follow me to dive onto their big ships. Be nimble. Coincidentally, at this moment, a dark cloud covered the moon in the sky. Seeing this, Scarface immediately ordered. Yes, boss. After a while, under Scarface's lead, more than 100 men in black took off their clothes, quietly went into the water, and swam toward the few big ships at the back of the great Tang fleet. We should be able to reach Chong in a few days. I wonder how and Yaya are doing? On a large merchant ship, there were 4 soldiers yawning and 7 or 8 civilian workers, including Meng Wenhao's father. Meng Wenhao's father looked at the bonfire on the island, but his heart drifted back to Chong and thousands of miles away. Under the moonlight, a few black shadows silently climbed up the ship's ladder and quietly climbed onto the deck. Poochie. The 4 black shadows raised their swords at the same time, and the 4 soldiers on the ship immediately fell to the ground. The leader made a gesture, and they approached the other side of the deck. Oh! Chapter 7:16. 5 steps, 4 steps, 3 steps. In the blink of an eye, the black figure was only 3 steps away from Father Meng. Achoo! The sea breeze at night was quite cold. Father Meng couldn't help but sneeze. He turned around instinctively and saw the black figure holding a scimitar behind him. Enemy attack! Someone is trying to steal the ship. Father Meng's eyes widened, and he roared at the top of his lungs without a second thought. Father Meng! Baka! Damn it! The man in black was the pirate leader this time, Nakamura Yu. He cursed and swung his scimitar at Father Meng's head. Woo woo woo. At the same time, the ships nearby noticed the commotion. The soldiers on the ships blew their horns, and the silent night suddenly became noisy. Clang! In the face of a life-and-death crisis, Father Meng's strong desire to survive made his body burst forth with great potential. With a roll, he actually dodged the pirate leader's sure-kill attack. Yuliang, be careful. I'm here to help you. 2 crew members in the cabin heard the commotion and immediately ran out and shouted, Baka! Kill all of them, set this ship on fire, and then drive into their main fleet. Nakamura Yu's eyes were red as he shouted, Hi! At this time, more than a dozen black figures came up from the water. Some of them raised the anchor and pulled the sails, some set the ship on fire, and others swung their scimitars at the crew. The pirates on the other ships were doing the same thing. Woo woo woo. Ship after ship, like a relay race. The bleak sound of the horn finally reached the island. Wudi, what happened? Li Xiaogong, who was resting against the stone wall in the cave, immediately stood up and shouted outside. Reporting, Your Highness, the rear of the fleet is under attack. They seem to be pirates, and we don't know how many of them there are. They sneaked onto our ship and tried to kill us. After they were exposed, they tried to set the fleet on fire. Our brothers have gone to help. A young soldier ran into the cave and reported loudly. Li Xiaogong's expression suddenly changed. He bellowed, Preposterous! Which scoundrel dares to provoke the tiger's whiskers of Great Tang? Come with me and catch them all in one fell swoop. Understood. Sai, Your Highness, do you need the help of our Jinla Kingdom's warriors? Our Piao country's warriors are also at your disposal. Funan country is willing to lend a hand to Your Highness. At this moment, the envoys in the cave all stood up and said, in truth, they had long ago witnessed the power of the Tang fleet, and they had hoped to run into a few pirates so that they could show off in front of Li Xiaogong. But this fleet was simply too large. Let alone pirates, even many countries had not dared to provoke this fleet. Now that they had finally run into pirates, these emissaries were not afraid. On the contrary, they were all excited, because they could finally show off and win Li Xiaogong's favor. There was no doubt that the great Tang navy at this time was just this powerful. Compared to the Han dynasty, the maritime Silk Road during the Sui and Tang dynasties was obviously more developed. Of course, there was an interesting phenomenon from the historical materials at this time. The Sui and Tang dynasties did not attach as much importance to the sea as the Song dynasty. The reason was that the Tang dynasty was very powerful at that time. Its western border had reached Central Asia and West Asia. Its Silk Road was very smooth on land. The maritime Silk Road was relatively less important, but its naval power was still very strong. The Tang dynasty dominated the entire East Asia at that time. Of course, there were other maritime powers in East Asia, such as Japan. According to the historical records, the Tang dynasty won a series of naval battles at Baitsuan River. Later, Japanese scholars researched this matter. They believed that the reason for Japan's defeat at that time was that China's shipbuilding technology was far ahead of other Asian countries. At that time, China's ships were sewn with rosin and the number of iron nails were far more than Japan's. When the ships of the two sides collided in the naval battle, the Japanese ships fell apart, while the Tang dynasty ships were sturdy and did not fall apart. Therefore, the Tang dynasty had an advantage in naval battles. Therefore, the Tang dynasty was worthy of being the overlord of the sea in Asia and monopolized the trade of the entire region. Therefore, Li Zishuan, who had transmigrated, was not in a hurry to build more advanced ships because there was no need for it. At this moment, after hearing the request of the envoys, Li Xiaogong flicked his sleeves and said, "Envoys, please take a seat here. There's no need to trouble you with mere thieves." After saying that, he led the soldiers out of the cave. What's going on? Yuliang, who are they? On the big ship at the back of the fleet, an old man who was sleeping in the cabin walked out when he heard the commotion. When he saw the two sides fighting on the deck, he was stunned. "Boss Feng, run! They're pirates." Father Meng's back was slashed by a knife. When he saw the old man in luxurious clothes, he immediately shouted. It turned out that this old man was Father Meng's boss, the rich businessman in Chang'an, Feng Zhihua. Pirates? Feng Zhihua's eyes were filled with horror. Then he shouted, "Yuliang, hang in there. The prince and the others will be here soon. Baka, kill them all. Set them on fire." Nakamura Yu did not understand what Feng Zhihua and Meng Yuliang were talking about. When he saw many ships approaching, he shouted anxiously. At this point, it was obvious that the plan to steal the ships would not succeed. However, he wanted to set the fleet on fire to take revenge on the Tang people. "Hi!" Several silhouettes rushed into the cabin and soon took out oil lamps. Boom! The deck was set ablaze, and then one of the silhouettes took control of the sails, allowing the fire ship to crash into the Tang fleet. At the same time, the battle on Father Meng's side was about to end. At this moment, there were more than 10 knife wounds on his body. The other crew members had all collapsed, and he was the only one left struggling to hold on. Go to hell. Nakamura Yu did not expect the person in front of him to be so tenacious. However, no matter how tenacious a person was, he was destined to not be able to withstand his sharp knife. With a roar, he charged toward Father Meng with his knife. "Yuliang." Feng Zhihua saw it clearly and could not help but cry out in grief. Father Meng looked at the cold light that was flying toward him. He knew that he could not escape this time. At this moment, he thought of his wife, daughter, and son, as well as this cargo ship that carried the hope of his entire family. 2 streams of tears rolled down from the corners of his eyes. Oh! Chapter 7:17. Die! Nakamakawa Yu saw the despair and sorrow on Father Meng's face from midair, and a bloodthirsty thrill rose in his heart. This person in front of him had ruined his plans, and now he could finally cut him in half. At this moment, the dark clouds in the sky were blown away by the wind, and the moon revealed its beautiful face. The bright moonlight poured down, and the sword in Nakamakawa Yu's hand reflected a beam of light. It shone on Father Meng's face, making his face look extremely pale. "Yuliang." Feng Jihua's heart was filled with grief. He knew a little about Meng Yuliang's family background, and now the pillar of this family of 4 was going to die on his ship. This made him feel extremely guilty. Farewell, Howard, Yaya, Yulan. Meng Yuliang painfully thought as he felt the wind from the sword on his forehead. He didn't want to die, but he tried his best. Humph! Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. At this moment of life and death, a cold snort sounded in the night without warning. 3 arrows suddenly shot from the side of the ship. The arrows were like flowing lights, and the intense friction between the arrowhead and the air made 3 explosive sounds. Upon closer inspection, the bodies of these 3 arrows were actually made of fine iron. Clang! 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 The 3 iron arrows were like meteors, carrying a huge amount of energy, and shot on the blade of Nakamakawa Yu's sword one after another. The sword that was originally moving forward was suddenly stopped in midair by these 3 arrows, and a series of clanging sounds were heard, and each sound was louder than the last. Nakamakawa Yu was suddenly hit by a huge force, and he couldn't help but slow down. When the 3rd arrow hit the blade, he could no longer control his body, and his whole body was directly shaken and sent flying. Nakamakawa Yu knelt on the deck with one knee. His hair was disheveled, and he looked like a crazy demon. Suddenly, he felt his chi and blood surging, and he couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. 3 arrows, just 3 arrows, and they were only on the blade. The impact from the sword alone was enough to make him spit out blood. The power of these 3 arrows was obvious. Master! Nakamakawa Yu instantly understood that he had met a master that he had never met in his life. Without hesitation, he turned around and jumped into the sea. Retreat! Before he fell into the water, he remembered the rest of the people on the ship, so he shouted loudly. Humph! You want to run? Whoosh! A bone-chilling voice came from the night sky, followed by another sharp arrow, aiming straight for Nakakawa Yudo's back. Ah! This was the sound of an arrow piercing into flesh, followed by Nakamura Yu's miserable cry. From the moment he raised his blade to kill Meng Yuliang to the moment he was hit by the arrow and fell into the water, it took less than 10 breaths of time. At this moment, hearing his screams, the rest of the pirates on the ship immediately reacted and were scared out of their wits. Hurry up and run! Boss is injured, and the Tang Empire's army is chasing us. Don't kill me! The pirates on the deck immediately fled in all directions. They wanted to jump into the sea to escape, but they heard the voice of the person from before coming from the side of the ship. Heh, these bastards still want to run? Release the arrows. Leave no one alive. Look carefully and shoot. Don't accidentally hurt the people on the boat. Yes, Island Master. There were dozens of people shouting in unison, and they were actually speaking Chinese. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Following that, arrows rained down on the pirates on the ship. In the blink of an eye, more than 10 pirates fell one after another. Lying on the deck, Meng Yuliang finally had the time to turn over and look in the direction of the sound just now. He saw that there were actually more than 10 ships about 50 steps away from the merchant ship. The leading ship was only slightly smaller than the merchant ship he was on. He saw dozens of strong men standing on it. The leader was a burly man close to 7 feet tall with a face full of beard. As for his appearance, Meng Yuliang couldn't see it clearly because he was too far away. This isn't the Imperial Court's army. Meng Yuliang was shocked because he saw that these people were wearing tattered clothes and looked even more like bandits than the group of people just now. Meng Yuliang, who had just escaped from the tiger's den, felt as though he had fallen into the wolf's den at this moment. However, the other ships were already approaching. Before this group of bandits next to him arrived, the Imperial Court's army should also be able to arrive. This is bad. This is bad. Meng Yuliang suddenly caught a glimpse of the blazing fire on the ship. He used all his strength to prop up his body and shouted at Feng Jihua, who was beside him in a daze. Boss Feng! Quick! Quick! Quickly help me change the course. We can't let this fire ship crash into the fleet. After saying that, he gritted his teeth, stood up, and then staggered toward the sails of the merchant ship. The The sails that used to be effortless now required him to pull with all his strength. Because he used too much strength, the wound on his back instantly split open, and his already bright red undershirt was now bleeding. Yuliang, hold on. This old man will help you control the rudder. At this moment, Feng Zhihua had already recovered from his shock. He saw that Father Meng was covered in blood, but he was still controlling the sails. He hurriedly bypassed the fire and rushed to the rudder. After all, the sails only provided the ship with power and controlled the sailing ship's speed. The rudder determined the direction of the merchant ship. This required at least 2 people to cooperate with each other to make this fire ship turn around and leave the main fleet as soon as possible. Prince, it's not good. The merchant ship in front is on fire, and it's rushing here at full speed. Li Xiaogong took a dozen of his personal guards to a large ship at the back of the fleet in a small boat. After a while, he heard the soldiers on the mast's observation deck anxiously shouting. Li Xiaogong was shocked. He hurriedly went to the stern of the ship and saw a burning merchant ship about 100 feet in front of him. Prince, this subordinate will escort you to retreat. The general next to him was shocked and quickly bowed with cupped fists. It was only a distance of 100 feet. There was no time to raise the anchor and turn around. Not to mention that they had nowhere to turn because there were endless ships of all sizes behind them. If it weren't for this reason, Li Xiaogong wouldn't have come here in a small boat. Retreat? Retreat to where? If this prince retreats, what will happen to this large fleet? During the 3 kingdoms, Zhuge Liang burned many camps. Today, a few petty thieves want to imitate Zhuge Liang? This prince will not be like Cao Cao. Come, order the ships at the back to turn around and form a line to block the fire ship. Li Xiaogong ordered with a pale face. Prince, you can't. The young general shouted. Bastard! This is a military order. You dare to disobey? Li Xiaogong said coldly as he pulled out the long sword at his waist and placed it on the general's neck. Report. Prince, there are survivors on the merchant ship in front. They seem to be the crew on the ship. They are turning the ship around, and the fire ship has begun to deviate from the course. And there are more than a dozen sailboats beside them. They are not our people. Chapter 7:18. At this critical moment, Li Xiaogong had never thought of running away, nor could he run. 20,000 soldiers, tens of thousands of civilians, and several thousand ships. If such a massive force was burned down by a small band of pirates, Li Xiaogong would forever be nailed to the Great Tang's pillar of shame, and his descendants would never be able to rise again. The first reaction of Li Xiaogong, who was quite experienced in battle, was to turn the merchant ships at the back 90 degrees and form a line to form a strong defense. Then, he ordered the other fleets to move away and increase the distance between them. At the cost of sacrificing a few merchant ships, the survival of the entire fleet could be achieved. But this would also put Li Xiaogong in danger, because the merchant ship he was standing on was in the back row. Just when Li Xiaogong was preparing to make a decisive decision, a messenger came down from the observation deck and ran up to Li Xiaogong to report. Li Xiaogong was taken aback. He looked at the deputy general with a sword at his neck and asked, "Whose ship does that merchant ship belong to?" The young general clasped his fist and said, "Your Highness, that ship belongs to the wealthy merchant of the capital, Feng Zhihua. The ships next to it also belong to him." Feng Zhihua? Li Xiaogong softly muttered, and then his expression flickered as he asked, "Is the Meng Yuliang that this king asked you to keep an eye on that ship?" "Your Highness, he is indeed on that ship." Li Xiaogong's brow furrowed. At this time, he saw that the fire ship had already begun to turn to the right. At this rate, it would definitely not be able to hit the main fleet, so he decisively ordered, "Immediately turn the ship around and sail to our right to rescue the crew." "Yes, Your Highness." A few moments later, Li Xiaogong's ship had raised its anchor and was making straight for Feng Zhihua's merchant ship. The distance between them was less than 1,000 feet, and the merchant ship was also turning, so its straight-line speed was greatly reduced. Thus, Li Xiaogong's ship was able to quickly catch up. At this time, the fire on the merchant ship was about to spread to the mast and rudder. "Hurry and have the people on the ship jump in." Find a few soldiers who are good at swimming to save them. At this moment, the two ships were moving side by side, and the distance between them was only about 30 to 40 feet. Li Xiaogong squinted his eyes and saw that the bloody man controlling the sails was Meng Yuliang. He let out a sigh of relief in his heart and hurriedly ordered. This time, Li Zishuan had helped a lot. Only those who had drifted on the sea would know the dangers of the sea. Previously, Li Zishuan had made a lot of preparations for the fleet to go south. Compasses, sea charts, and navigation precautions had saved many lives. Of course, Li Xiaogong was very grateful. Before he left, Li Zishuan had personally asked him to take good care of Meng Wenhao's father, Meng Yuliang. Although he was suspected of abusing his position for personal gain, Li Xiaogong was really willing to do so. If Meng Yuliang really died tonight, then he, Li Xiaogong, would owe him an even bigger favor. Yes, Your Highness. A soldier immediately cupped his fist and accepted the order. Then, the soldiers on the ship shouted in unison, "Listen to the crew on the other side. His Highness orders you to quickly jump off the ship. We will save you." Listen to the crew on the other side. His Highness orders you to quickly jump off the ship. We will save you. Feng Zhihua and Meng Yuliang, who were completely focused on controlling the ship, were overjoyed when they heard the commotion. "Yuliang, those are His Highness men, and His Highness is also here. His Highness has personally brought people to save us. We're saved," Feng Zhihua said with tears streaming down his face. From the moment he had turned the ship around, he had never thought that he would survive. He believed that he would be buried in the sea like this merchant ship, but he had no regrets. He did not wish for his ship to destroy the entire fleet, because he was a man of the Great Tang. A Tang citizen could not harm another Tang citizen, not even in death. Now that he saw Li Xiaogong personally coming to rescue him as a prince, this kind of surprise made Feng Zhihua's heart surge, and he was indescribably excited. "Qi La. That's right. We're saved. Boss Feng, you don't know how to swim. Grab this shirt and I'll jump into the sea with you." The angle of the sail had already been set to the maximum, so there was no need for anyone to control it. After a period of rest, Meng Yuliang had already recovered a little of his strength. He took off his blood-stained clothes, and with a ripping sound, tore it into a long strip of cloth. After tying the two pieces together, he walked over and handed it to Feng Zhihua. Feng Zhihua said worriedly, "But Yuliang, you've suffered such serious injuries. How can this old man have the face to drag you down? You go by yourself. This old man. This old man." Meng Yuliang did not say anything and directly tied one end of the cloth to Feng Zhihua's arm. He said with difficulty, "Boss Feng, before you left, you gave my family a large sum of money and gave my family's children and wife a good life. As long as I'm still alive, I will definitely bring you out of here alive. Jump quickly. If you don't jump, the fire will reach us." Feng Zhihua hurriedly tore off the cloth and said, "No, no, no. Yuliang, if you bring this old man along, I'll only be a burden to you." Ah! When Father Meng saw that the mast was about to topple over due to the fire, he immediately grabbed Feng Zhihua and jumped into the sea. Of course, he jumped in the direction of Li Xiaogong and the others. Ah! Above the sea, there was a heart-wrenching scream. One must know that Father Meng had been slashed more than a dozen times, and many of the wounds were so deep that the bones could be seen. Now that he was soaked in seawater, there was a burning pain in his wounds. This was really sprinkling salt on his wounds. The pain was more than 100 times more intense than when he was slashed just now. Even a tough man like Meng Yuliang could not help but cry out in pain. "Hurry! Swim over to save them. They can't hold on for much longer." When Li Xiaogong heard this heart-wrenching scream, he immediately leaned against the side of the ship and shouted at the soldiers in the water. "Ah! What a good man who values friendship and righteousness. I, Zhang Zhongjian, will lend you a hand." At this moment, a burly man flew onto the fire ship from nowhere. Then, he borrowed the force of the ship and came to where Father Meng was. He lifted the two of them with one hand and flew toward the ship where Li Xiaogong was. The moment Father Meng jumped into the sea, 1,000 miles away, in student dormitory 007 of Yanhuang College. Ah! Meng Wenhao, who was sleeping soundly, suddenly sat up, clutched his chest, and let out a scream. The other students in the dormitory were instantly awakened. Wenhao! Wenhao, what's wrong with you? Wang Meng was about to curse at someone for disturbing his sleep when he suddenly felt that something was wrong with Meng Wenhao's voice. Hence, he quickly got up and ran over to ask. Blood was thicker than water. Father and son were connected by heart. Even thousands of miles away could not separate them from each other. Chapter 719. Protect His Highness. Under the moonlight, the burly man was like a great rock spreading its wings, carrying Meng Yuliang and Feng Zhihua, the two chicks, and aggressively flying towards the big ship Li Xiaogong was on. The soldiers on the ship were shocked and quickly raised their sabers to protect Li Xiaogong. Get out of the way! Li Xiaogong pushed aside the soldiers in front of him with one hand. After the burly man landed on the ship, he ordered, Men, send them back to the island for treatment first. Wu Di, take some men to see if there are any survivors on the other ships. Also, find out where these pirates came from. At this moment, Meng Yuliang's face was even paler than a sheet of paper. His facial features were all scrunched up in pain. Feng Zhihua's condition was not much better. At this moment, he was bent over and vomiting. It was obvious that he had been forced to drink a lot of seawater. Yes, His Highness. Wu Di, the head of the guards, looked at the burly man and cupped his fists. Meng Yuliang thanks His Highness. Thank you, benefactor. Just as the soldiers were about to carry them away, Meng Yuliang propped himself up with difficulty and kowtowed to Li Xiaogong and the burly man. He had just recognized this burly man as the one who had shot the arrow and saved him. The funny thing was that he had thought that the burly man and the others were another group of pirates. No need to be so polite. Quickly go and treat your injuries. Li Xiaogong smiled faintly and waved his hand. Ha! You're called Meng Yuliang? You're a real man. You don't need to thank me. It was only a small matter for me to save you. Quickly go and treat your injuries. The burly man laughed heartily without a care in the world. There were soldiers who carried them to the other ships and sailed towards the island. Zhang Zhongjian? You are Zhang Zhongjian? After Meng Yuliang and Feng Zhihua were carried away, Li Xiaogong asked with narrowed eyes. As a member of the military, he had naturally heard of Zhang Zhongjian's name, but he had never seen him in person. Ha! I am Zhang Zhongjian. Your Highness does not know this one, but this one knows your Highness. Yes, this robust man was Zhang Zhongjian, and his nickname was the Bearded Guest. Together with Li Jing and Hong Funu, they were called the Feng Chun Three Heroes. He was originally the son of Zhang Jiling, the richest man in Yangzhou. When he was born, his father despised him for being ugly and wanted to kill him. He was rescued and became a Kunlun slave. After he succeeded, he wanted to raise an army to conquer the world. When he saw Li Shimin, he was ashamed that his bearing was not as good as Li Shimin's. He firmly believed that the world would belong to Li Shimin. He was interested in Hong Fu. After knowing that Hong Fu had married Li Jing, the three of them became brother and sister. He gave all of his family's property to Li Jing and his wife to help Li Shimin unify the world. He left quietly and later became the ruler of the 72 islands in the Great Tang's Southeast Sea. The Bearded Guest's ending was not a tragedy. It was said that he personally led an army of 100,000 into the country of Fuyu, killed its master, and proclaimed himself king. The rest of his life was carefree and happy. Later generations believed that the country of Bio was located thousands of miles southeast of our country. To a large extent, it was either the Philippines or Thailand. Brother Zhongjian, why are you here so late at night? Hearing Zhang Zhongjian's admission, Li Xiaogong's face flashed with a hint of seriousness. The Bearded Guest's small display of skill was enough to prove that his skill should be above the peak of the Zhongshe realm. It was very likely that he had already touched the threshold of the Great Grandmaster realm. Why? Is your Highness suspecting that I have ulterior motives? If I say that I came here by coincidence, would your Highness believe me? Faced with Li Xiaogong's interrogation, The bearded guest was not afraid at all. He was the king of this sea region. There was no one here that could make him afraid. Li Xiaogong suddenly smiled and said, "This prince was just casually asking. Since Zhong Jian said that you came here by coincidence, then why should this prince believe you?" The bearded guest looked deeply at Li Xiaogong and then laughed heartily. "Haha, your highness is also a straightforward person. I have something to ask your highness. Is it convenient for you to do so? Please speak." The bearded guest thought for a moment before saying, "Are Medicine Master and Hong Fu doing well?" Hearing this, Li Xiaogong smiled and said, "They are doing well. Medicine Master is now the Minister of War and is highly regarded by His Majesty. How could he not be doing well? As for Hong Fu, if Medicine Master is doing well, she will definitely be doing well too. It's just that this prince heard that they have been inquiring about you, Zhong Jian. If they knew that you were here, Medicine Master and Hong Fu would definitely put aside their work and rush over to see you." Actually, disregarding everything else, Li Xiaogong and Li Jing's personal relationship had always been very good. Later generations said that Li Xiaogong's title as the second meritorious official in the Lingyan Pavilion was undeserved because all of his achievements were won by Li Jing. Li Xiaogong had experienced many great battles, such as eliminating Xiao Xian and capturing Fu Gongfeng. He was the commander while Li Jing was the subordinate. Let's not comment on the truth first. However, Li Jing was willing to be a supporting character at that time, which showed that their relationship was very good. Those who said that Li Xiaogong stole Li Jing's achievements were even more excessive. Looking at the Jingguan dynasty, Li Xiaogong was a humble person. He did not take credit for himself, did not do anything, and did not seize power. In the imperial family, his character was one of the best. How could he steal a subordinate's achievements? Thus, Li Xiaogong had a very clear understanding of Li Jing's family situation. A hint of warmth flashed across the bearded man's boorish appearance. A moment later, he shook his head and sighed. "I'll have to trouble your highness to inform Medicine Master and Hong Fu that they don't need to look for me anymore. When the time comes, they will naturally meet again. Now that the world is at peace, as long as they live their own lives, I, as their big brother, will be satisfied." "Zhongjin, why do you have to do this?" Li Xiaogong couldn't help but want to persuade him, but the bearded man interrupted him. "Your highness, there's no need to persuade me. This one has already made up my mind. This vast sea is where I, Zhongjin, should go. Roaming the four seas and being free and unfettered is this Zhang's lifelong wish." Li Xiaogong pursed his lips and did not speak. At this moment, the leader of the personal guards, Wu Di, came up to the deck and bowed. "Reporting, Your Highness, the crew of Feng Jihua's other merchant ships are all dead. Not only that, we also lost 28 brothers, all of them killed with a single strike." The air on the deck suddenly froze. Li Xiaogong's face was ashen as he asked, "Did you find out where these bandits came from?" Wu Di waved his hand. "Bring them up." A group of guards carried 5 corpses over. Wu Di bowed and said, "Your Highness, based on the hair ornaments, clothing, and weapons of these pirates, this subordinate speculates that they're probably from What? Bastards! A tiny country dares to provoke the tiger's whiskers of my great Tang?" Li Xiaogong's eyes widened, his eyebrows stood up, and veins bulged on his face as he furiously roared. The bearded man interjected, "Your Highness, according to this one's knowledge, these people are just pirates roaming the seas. Given the current strength of they would never dare to provoke the great Tang. The leader of these pirates is called Nakamaka Yu, and he has some reputation in these waters. This one has always wanted to get rid of him, and when I received the news the day before yesterday, I followed him here. I didn't expect to run into Your Highness." Chapter 720. The Neon mentioned by the bearded man was the name for Neon before the Tang dynasty. During the Eastern Han dynasty, more than 100 small countries were established on the island of Neon. One of them sent envoys to the Han dynasty. Because the envoys were short, thin, and small, Emperor Guangwu of the Eastern Han dynasty, Lu Xiu, granted them the name Neon, which was a vassal state of China. Therefore, the people were also called Neon, and the emperor was named the King of Neon. Since then, the Han people called Neon the slave state of Neon, and the Neon people were called Neon until the Three Kingdoms, the two Jin dynasties, and the Northern and Southern dynasties. During the Sui dynasty, Crown Prince Shangde of Neon wrote in his letter to Emperor Yang of Sui, "The Crown Prince of the rising sun to the Crown Prince of the setting sun." This was the prototype of Neon's name. It was not until the first year of Xianheng of the Tang dynasty, 670, that Neon sent the Tang dynasty to change the name to Neon, which meant the place where the sun rises. In addition, in Chinese, Fusong and Dongying were also alternative names for Neon. On the big ship, after Li Shaogong heard the bearded man's words, his face was gloomy. Whether it was the Neon court's intention or not, since those bandits came from Neon, the Neon King should give me an explanation and give an explanation to the 28 soldiers who sacrificed themselves. A blood debt must be paid with blood. The last 6 words were squeezed out from Li Shaogong's teeth, which was particularly horrifying. He lost nearly 30 soldiers inexplicably, so he couldn't help but be angry, not to mention that the bandits came from a low-level country like Neon. Yes, that's right, Neon was now a low-level country in Li Shaogong's eyes. It was even inferior to small countries like Jinla and Piao, so it was even more impossible for him to call the ruler of Neon emperor. In fact, the term emperor was first proposed by Crown Prince Shangde. In the letter he sent to Emperor Yang of Sui, he wrote, "The East Emperor respects the West Emperor." At that time, it was because of this sentence that completely angered Emperor Yang of Sui, which led to the break of diplomatic relations between the two countries. The Celestial Empire was not called for nothing in ancient times. At that time, people would not recognize the so-called emperor. And China called the Emperor of Japan Emperor Neon Emperor around the end of the Qing dynasty. "Prince, are you planning to go to Neon?" The bearded man's eyes lit up as he asked meaningfully. Li Shaogong replied in a deep voice, "The king of one nation failed to educate his people properly and caused damage to our fleet. Of course, he should be held accountable. However, the most important thing right now is to find those bandits and cut them into pieces to comfort the souls of the soldiers who died in the battle. Zhong Jian, do you know where the nest of those bandits is? Can you take me there?" The bearded man shook his head and replied, "If I knew, I would have brought people to destroy them long ago. I can't stand those wretched Japanese people." Li Shaogong sighed helplessly. "Wu Di, present. I order you to lead 20 warships and 400 soldiers to search for the whereabouts of those bandits. Regardless of whether you find them or not, you have to gather back here before dawn." Li Shaogong ordered solemnly. "Understood." Wu Di replied loudly. The bearded man suddenly said, "Your Highness, forgive this one for speaking out of turn, but it's very easy to get lost at night. The people this little brother is leading might not be able to return tomorrow morning." Li Shaogong waved his hand and had Wu Di make the arrangements. Then, he confidently smiled at the bearded man and said, "Zhong Jian, there's no need to worry. Every ship is equipped with a compass and a sea chart. They won't get lost." The bearded man was taken aback. Then he asked curiously, "If I may ask, Your Highness, what is a compass? Can I take a look at it?" Li Shaogong smiled and whispered to the guard beside him. Then he said, "Why can't I do that? It's not convenient to talk here. Why don't we go to the camp on the island first?" The bearded man laughed and said in a genteel manner, "Of course, I wouldn't dare ask." Then, he waved his hand at the small ship next to him and said, "Set up camp on the island ahead. Behave yourselves and don't cause any trouble. Do you hear me?" He had acted like a modest gentleman earlier, but in the blink of an eye, he had reverted to his pirate nature. Li Shaogong didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This is a compass?" In the cave, the bearded man pointed at the small round box that wasn't even 1/3 the size of his palm. Li Shaogong glanced at the envoys who were staring at the compass in his hand. Then, under everyone's shocked gazes, he handed the compass to the bearded man and smiled. "That's right. This is a compass. No matter where you are, the red end of this needle will always point to the north, and the white end will always point to the south. With this, you won't have to worry about getting lost." The bearded man held the compass in his hand as if he had found a treasure. He found it hard to believe that such a small thing could have such a magical function. What was funny was that he actually held the compass and even spun it around twice on the spot. A 7-foot-tall man with a curly beard was spinning in circles on the spot like a little child. This scene was simply too beautiful. Hiss! Too miraculous. Unbelievable. Your Highness, where did you buy this compass? It's simply a godly nautical artifact. After a while, the bearded man looked at Li Shaogong and said excitedly. As for the compass in his hand, he was really reluctant to return it. No one knew the importance of a compass better than him, the pirate king who had been drifting on the sea for many years. If the person in front of him wasn't Li Shaogong, he would probably even have the thought of killing him and robbing him. He had never been a righteous gentleman. He was only loyal to his brothers. Li Shaogong found it funny and said, "This is something produced by the Strange Taste Pavilion in Zhongjian. The crew member you saved just now happened to be someone the shopkeeper of the Strange Taste Pavilion asked me to take care of." Strange Taste Pavilion? The bearded man secretly remembered these 3 words in his heart and then asked curiously, "Who is the shopkeeper of the Strange Taste Pavilion? He can actually speak in front of your Highness?" He was not surprised. Apart from Li Shimin and Li Yuan, Li Shaogong was definitely the person with the highest prestige in the Tang Empire and was respected by many people. Li Shaogong said, "The shopkeeper of the Strange Taste Pavilion is called Li Zishuan. He has an identity. I think you will be interested, Zhongjian. He is the last disciple of spiritual master Ling Su. This compass was invented by him alone." Spiritual master Ling Su? This time, the bearded man was even more surprised than before. He murmured, "Hey, it seems that I was right to save someone just now. I actually got involved with spiritual master Ling Su's disciple." At this time, Li Shaogong took out a roll of paper from his sleeve and said with a smile, "This time, the Imperial Army escorted the merchant ships to the south for trade. In addition to providing a compass, Li Zishuan also gave me a detailed sea map. It was because of this that the army could return so quickly." The bearded man's eyes lit up and said, "Can I take a look at it?" Of course. The bearded man took it and slowly opened the map. What he didn't expect was that when he opened it, it opened up a new world for him. Chapter 721. What kind of map is this? The Strait of Malacca, the Mediterranean Sea, and the Red Sea? Why have I never heard of them before? The bearded man looked at the map Li Shaogong gave him and couldn't help but exclaim in shock. Li Shaogong pointed at the map and said, "Those places are quite far from where we are now. Zhongjian, look here. This is where we are now. Neon is northeast of us. If Wu Di and the others can't find those pirates tonight, we will go straight to Neon from here tomorrow morning." Only then did the bearded man find a way to look at the map. He carefully looked at every sea area and every island on the map. He had been to some of these places before. After a long while, his expression became a little greedy. He smacked his lips and said, "That's right, that's right." He smacked his lips and said, "This map is too detailed, and I only found out today that there are so many countries and islands in this world." Li Shaogong smiled and didn't say anything. Then he took the sea map back from the bearded guest. The bearded guest was very reluctant to part with it. He thought in his heart, "If I have this sea map and a compass, where can't I, Zhongjin, go in this big world?" Thinking of this, he asked tentatively, "Your Highness, I wonder if you can give me a copy of this map?" As for the compass, he thought that since it was sold in the Strange Taste Pavilion in Chong, and he would take the time to buy a batch, it was better to owe less favors. Li Shaogong looked at the bearded man meaningfully and said, "Ha! It's not that I'm stingy, but there's only one copy of this map. The maps in the hands of the other soldiers only cover the Southeast Sea. The complete map is too important, and I can't make the decision alone." "Oh, I was too reckless." The bearded man cupped his hands and said. Li Shaogong shook his head and said, "If Zhongjin really wants the complete map, why don't you go to Chang'an and find Li Zishuan? This map was drawn by him, so he can give it to you." Clang, 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 clang. The next day, at 5:30 in the morning, when all the students were still asleep, Yanhuang College's wake-up call sounded, causing a wave of screams. F***CK. Are you kidding me? The sun hadn't even risen yet, and they were already asking him to wake up? Do you still want me to live? Yeah. You didn't let me sleep last night, and now you want me to wake up early in the morning. Can't you let me sleep a little longer? F***CK. It's rare for this prince to sleep so deeply, but now I have to wake up so early. Little Xian is too deceitful. In dormitory 001, Li Tai turned over, causing the bed to shake. Li Chengqian, who was sleeping on the upper bunk, couldn't help but feel a little scared. All right, Qin Ke, stop complaining. Get up quickly. According to Xiao Xian's temperament, if anyone woke up late, they might be punished again. Sigh. Li Tai let out a deep sigh and sat up. Then it was a complete tragedy. Ouch! My legs are so sore. My waist is also very sore. No. I can't get up. I really can't get up. After a tiring day yesterday, he basically fell asleep as soon as he laid on the bed. Although there was an emergency gathering in the middle, last night was still the best night of sleep he had in so many years. However, the second day after the intense exercise, it was a complete tragedy. The little fatty felt that every part of his body was sore, and he couldn't move at all, let alone get out of bed and gather. Qin Ke, what's wrong with you? Sigh. My legs are also sore. Li Chengqian was just about to get out of bed to find out what was going on, when he suddenly felt that his legs were also extremely sore, and he couldn't help but wail. Ha ha. Your bodies can't take it anymore. Look at me, old Cheng. I'm perfectly fine. Cheng Chumo saw the situation and laughed gloatingly. Get lost. Li Tai was furious. He couldn't wait to go over and fight Cheng Chumo to the death. On the other side, in dormitory 007. Wenhao, how are you? Does your heart still hurt? Wang Meng got out of bed and put on his clothes as he looked at Meng Wenhao's bed and asked. Meng Wenhao waved his hand with a pale face and said with a forced smile, Thank you for your concern, but I'm fine now. A hint of gloominess flashed across his eyes. Iron Egg suggested, Wenhao, why don't I help you apply for a day off? You don't look too good, so don't force yourself. Meng Wenhao quickly shook his head and said, No, I'm really fine now. Let's quickly wash up and gather. Don't delay you guys because of me. Wang Meng said unhappily, What are you saying, Wenhao? Even if we're late, we can't leave you alone. The rest of the people in the dormitory nodded in agreement. Yes, that's right. Since we're in the same dormitory, we should take care of each other. Yes. We can't leave anyone behind. Meng Wenhao's heart warmed. He paused for a moment and said solemnly, It's my fault, but I'm really fine now. Let's quickly get ready to gather outside. Iron Egg smiled and said, That's fine. But Wenhao, if you can't take it, you have to say so anytime. Gather, class as a unit. Run 5 laps around the sports field. You can only have breakfast after you're done. 3:45, 6 in the morning. All the students gathered outside the dormitory building. Qin Xiong was personally commanding. He looked at the 16 classes lined up neatly and shouted loudly. These were the morning running tasks that Li Zishuan had arranged long ago. As time passed, the distance would gradually increase. Not only the morning running, but the other training activities in the military training would also increase in the future. The students were all dumbfounded. 5 laps? That's a total of 3 to 4 miles? How can we finish running? My legs are still hurting. My legs hurt too. They're sore. Yes. Me too. Seeing the students in a mess, Qin Xiong couldn't help but shout loudly, Quiet. If anyone can't run 5 laps, you won't be able to eat in the morning. If anyone falls behind in any class, everyone in the class will have to accompany them. Once he said that, everyone fell silent. They knew that Qin Xiong was serious this time. Instructors of each class, bring the students to the sports field to run now. After all the students were quiet, Qin Xiong ordered, Yes. Chief Instructor. Students of Class 1. Listen to the command. Attention. Look forward. Start running. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1. Bang, 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 bang. The students left the dormitory building one by one in an uneven pace. Qin Qiong stood at the back and thought to himself, I'll only increase your exercise volume for now. I'll ask you to keep your steps orderly in the future. Chapter 722. Beep, beep, beep. Beep, beep, beep. Beep, 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 beep. Bamboo whistles sounded one after another on the academy's sports field. At first, the instructors shouted 1, 2, 1, 1, 2, 3, 4. Later, when they saw that the students were used to the rhythm, they took out the bamboo whistles that Li Zishuan gave them and blew them. The effect was no different from shouting the slogans. This made Pang Feiji and the other instructors breathe a sigh of relief. Blowing a bamboo whistle was much more relaxing than shouting at the top of their lungs. Huff, huff, huff. After running a lap, Li Tai started to pant heavily. Yesterday, when he was standing in the military posture, he could play some tricks and slack off. But now, when he was running laps, he had no way to slack off. Moreover, because of the cotton padding in his shoes, running became a burden. What was worse was that his whole body was sore today. He was too lazy to even move his fingers. Running was simply killing him. Now, with every step he took, he was enduring immense pain. On the second lap, Li Tai gritted his teeth and barely managed to keep up with the speed of the team. On the third lap, he had already fallen from the middle to the back of the team. Large beads of sweat dripped down his face. Huff, huff, huff. The little fatty felt that his blood was burning, and his heart was about to jump out of his chest. Qin Ke, how are you? There are only 2 laps left. Hang in there. Li Chengqian sensed that something was wrong with Li Tai. He deliberately fell behind the team and encouraged Li Tai as he ran. I can't. Big brother. You go first. I'll stop and rest for a while. Huff, huff. I feel like I'm going to die if I continue running. Li Tai gritted his teeth and held on for a while before he finally stopped and said helplessly. Li Chengqian panicked. He came over and pulled Li Tai and said, No, we're brothers. How can I leave you alone? You pull my clothes, I'll drag you along. Li Tai shook his head and said, Big brother, your body is not much better than mine. You won't be able to complete it even if you pull me. Don't worry about me. Run first. He can't move it by himself. What if I, old Chang, am included? After running for a while, Chang Chumo realized that Li Chengqian and Li Tai had disappeared. He hurriedly ran over. And me, Qin Ke, I'm strong. Why don't I carry you and run? Yuchi Baolin came over and scratched his head with a silly smile. Running 5 laps was like playing house to him. It was effortless. The few of them broke out in a sweat, inwardly thinking that the Yuchi family's children were still fierce. In the end, the 3 of them grabbed a strip of cloth and pulled Li Tai along as they ran forward. The 4th round. The 5th round. Phew! I'm finally done. All right, you guys can go and eat. Gather at the sports field at 7:30 a.m. sharp. Pang Feiji did a head count and announced loudly. Of course, there was no need for Qin Qiong to personally lead the morning exercises. Phew! I'm so tired. After hearing that, Li Tai sat on the grass and said to Li Chengqian, Chang Chumo, and the others, Big brother, Chumo, Baolin, you guys go and eat first. I'll rest for a while before going. Through this run, Li Tai felt that something was different. He felt a tinge of warmth in his heart, and he started to think for others. Then, Qin Ke, hurry up. Don't be late. Li Chengqian saw that Li Tai looked like he was about to collapse, so he did not try to persuade him anymore. Instead, he reminded him, Okay, I got it. Wenhao, come over here. Come to my office. Meng Wenhao left the canteen after breakfast and did not expect to bump into Li Zishuan. He saw Li Zishuan waving at him and instructing him. Yes, Yamacho. Meng Wenhao did not know why Li Zishuan was looking for him, but he saw that there was still about half an hour before the military training began, so he agreed. After a while, The two of them arrived at the principal's office on the 10th floor of Guanghua Building. "Have a seat." Li Zixuan pointed at the sofa opposite him and smiled. "Thank you, Yamacho." Meng Wenhao walked over and carefully sat down as he said, "I heard that you had chest pains last night. Wenhao, are you all right? Although military training is important, don't force yourself when there's something wrong with your body." Li Zixuan smiled slightly. Meng Wenhao was stunned. After a while, he smiled bitterly and said, "Iron Egg was the one who told Yamacho, right? Iron Egg was just being nice. Don't have any other thoughts." Li Zixuan could not help but say, this matter was indeed told to him by Bruiser after he finished his morning exercise. Li Zixuan still valued Meng Wenhao as a student. Moreover, symptoms like angina could be serious or minor. If it wasn't handled properly, it could be fatal. Li Zixuan had no choice but to pay attention to it. Meng Wenhao hurriedly waved his hand and said, "Yamacho, you misunderstood. I know that Iron Egg was being nice, and I don't have any other thoughts." "Then how are you now? Do you want me to give you 2 days off and let you go back to Chang'an to see a doctor?" If it were Li Tai hearing this, he would definitely nod and even shamelessly ask Li Zixuan for a few more days off. But Meng Wenhao was not Li Tai. "No, thank you, Yamacho, for your kindness. I just had chest pains last night, but it's nothing serious now." "Are you really okay?" Li Zixuan asked suspiciously. Meng Wenhao said with a serious face, "I'm really okay." "Okay then. If there's anything, you can tell me at any time. Don't force yourself." "Okay." Meng Wenhao nodded and got up to leave. He hesitated for a moment and said, "Yamacho, I have something to ask. I don't know if it's convenient for you to tell me." Li Zixuan said without thinking, "Ask." I want to know, Yamacho, do you know the latest news of the fleet going south?" Li Zixuan suddenly said, "Wenhao, are you worried about your father?" Meng Wenhao nodded. Li Zixuan stood up and paced 2 steps in front of the window. He said, "As far as I know, half a month ago, the imperial court did receive news from the fleet going south. The letter said that the fleet had arrived in Jinla and would return in a few days. Moreover, there were very few casualties in the fleet this time. Wenhao, you don't have to worry. It's estimated that in half a month, the prince and the others will be back." Meng Wenhao bit his lips and suddenly said, But last night, I dreamed that my father was covered in blood. I always have a bad feeling. Yamacho, do you know the latest news of the fleet? I'm very worried." Looking at Meng Wenhao, who was holding back his tears, Li Zixuan felt a little uncomfortable. At the same time, he felt a sense of foreboding in his heart. He secretly hoped that the fleet going south did not have any accidents. As the saying goes, dreams and reality are the opposite. Wenhao, you don't have to worry too much. Recently, I will also find a way to help you inquire about the fleet going south. Although he was worried in his heart, Li Zixuan comforted him. Chapter 723. On an island in the southeastern seas, no one could have imagined that a barren land like this would house 20,000 some soldiers, and all of them were elites. Many of the smaller Nanyang kingdoms probably couldn't even gather so many well-trained soldiers even if they worked together. Moreover, the amount of food and resources these soldiers had brought with them was astronomical. "Your Highness, General Wu and the others will be back soon." Early in the morning, the red sun rose out of the sea, bathing the land in rosy light. Long snakes slithered across the ocean toward the bottom of the sea. A golden wave of snow more than 20 feet high rose up from the shore of the island. A soldier hurriedly ran towards the entrance of the cave on the island and reported in a low voice, This king will go and take a look." Li Xiaogong responded indifferently. After a short while, he walked out with majestic steps, followed by the envoys of various countries. The group went to the shore and stood on a boulder to look out. A fleet of ships had appeared on the horizon and was slowly approaching. As they got closer, they could even see the large Tang character on their sails. They were clearly allies. "Li Xiao, how are Meng Yuliang's injuries? What did the military doctor say?" Li Shaogong asked the guard at his side when he saw that the fleet had yet to reach the shore. The guard's name was Li Shao, and he was the vice-captain of Li Shaogong's personal guard, second only to Wu Di. He hurriedly replied. Replying to General, Meng Yuliang has more than 10 large and small knife wounds on his body. Fortunately, none of them hit his vital parts. However, he lost too much blood last night and is still in a coma. The military doctor said that his body's recovery ability is very strong. As long as he recuperates for a few days, he will be fine. Yes, the Tang dynasty had military doctors, and not just military doctors but also a relatively complete medical system. One of the main reasons the Tang dynasty was able to consolidate its vast territory and long border defenses was that the prefectural armies had created the powerful Tang Empire army. And the strength of an army was naturally inseparable from logistics and medical care. At this time, there would usually be a special inspection officer in the army, who would inspect the condition of the sick and the condition of the sick and the food and shelter every day, so as to arrange medical treatment and evacuation. If a new sick or critically ill soldier was found, it must be reported to the general manager, so that the doctor could patrol the camp and give the appropriate treatment. That's good. Have the military doctor use the best medicine and treat Meng Yuliang as quickly as possible. Li Shaogong pondered for a moment before instructing. He was about to return to Chang'an. He didn't want Meng Yuliang to still be sick at that time. That would make him feel that he owed Li Zishuan a favor. Yes, General. Li Shao cupped his fists and replied. While the two of them were talking, the fleet was getting closer and closer. The bearded man beside them sighed and said, This compass and nautical chart are simply divine tools for ocean voyages. If I wasn't familiar with this area, I might not have been able to find my way back if I went out at night. For some unknown reason, the bearded man didn't leave last night. Instead, he stayed with Li Shaogong's army. Since ancient times, the government and the bandits couldn't coexist. He didn't expect that the regular army of the imperial court would one day live with a group of pirates. The picture was a bit strange. Li Shaogong smiled and said, Zhongjian, why don't you cooperate with the imperial court? When the time comes, not only will you have a compass and a sea map, you can also have the imperial court's newest ship. I reckon that this year, His Majesty will send a few more fleets out to sea. Furthermore, with Li Zishuan around, I believe that my Tang Empire's fleet will definitely not just wander around the South China Sea. There are endless possibilities in the future. The bearded man's personal strength was definitely one of the best among the generals of the Tang Empire. Li Shaogong had always been unconventional when it came to talents. Previously, he had even recommended many Sui or Wagong generals who had surrendered to the Tang Empire to Li Er. Thus, more than half of the court officials were willing to submit to him. This was also one of the reasons why Li Shaogong's reputation in the imperial court was so high. Furthermore, Li Shaogong had a very accurate grasp of the human heart. Clearly, he could see that the bearded man's blood was filled with adventurous genes. Thus, he didn't promise him a high position or endless wealth. Instead, he used the vast ocean as a temptation to make the bearded man accept his olive branch. Oh! The bearded man's eyes lit up. He thought for a long time before finally shaking his head and said, Thank you for your kind intentions, Your Highness. However, I am used to being free and unfettered. I can't stand those rules and can't stand being controlled by others. So, Zhongjian, don't be in such a hurry to come to a conclusion. His Majesty is a wise sovereign and will definitely give you the greatest freedom. His Majesty has always been the most tolerant of talents. Haven't you seen how Wei Xuanqing often bluntly admonishes His Majesty and makes him flee? Before the bearded man could finish speaking, Li Shaogong waved his hand and continued his bewitching speech. The bearded man fell into deep thought and remained silent. At this moment, the fleet was approaching. Wu Di boarded a small boat and walked over to Li Shaogong. Your Highness, this general was incompetent. After searching the surrounding waters for an entire night, I was still unable to find any trace of those pirates. Your Highness, please punish me. Li Shaogong looked at the tired Wu Di and waved his hand. It's not your fault. It's inconvenient to search at night, and there's also too much time between searches. It's understandable that you weren't able to find them. Take them back to the boat to rest. Thank you, Your Highness, for your leniency. Wu Di hurriedly thanked him and then slowly left. More than 400 of them didn't sleep last night, so it was indeed time for them to rest. Your Highness, do you want me to send a letter to our king to help you arrest these hateful pirates? After Wu Di left, the Jinla envoy next to Li Shaogong muttered. After listening to the translation, Li Shaogong was about to refuse when the envoys of other countries rushed to shout, Funan country is willing to help the Tang Empire eliminate the pirates. Piao country is also willing to help the Tang Empire. Dandan country is also willing. Liu country is also willing. Seeing how excited these people were, Li Shaogong knew what they wanted to say even if he didn't need someone to translate for him. He said loudly, Thank you for your kind intentions, but this is a matter of the Tang Empire. Let's just wait for the news. After understanding Li Shaogong's meaning, the envoys quieted down. Li Shaogong shouted in a deep voice, Li Shao, this general is here. Immediately order the fleet to drop anchor and set sail. Destination. Wen Nation. Li Shao was dumbfounded. He didn't expect Li Shaogong to be so bold. Although a general might not obey military orders in a foreign country, Wen Nation was currently a vassal state of the Tang Empire. How could one use one's own army to attack a vassal state? If news of this got out, wouldn't the other vassal states of the Tang Empire fall into chaos? Oh. Chapter 724. Seeing Li Zhao's hesitation, Li Shaogong immediately shot him a cold look. Li Shao hurriedly replied, Understood. Ow. Your Highness. You can't. Just as Li Shao turned around and was about to pass on the order, a sharp voice came from the side. A eunuch in light red clothes ran over. He was the supervisor of the fleet heading south this time, Imperial Eunuch Sun Yud. The fleet is heading south to trade with other countries. Your Highness, please don't use your weapons. Furthermore, the Wen Nation has always been paying tribute to the imperial court. They can be considered a vassal state of the Great Tang. Sun Yud raised his finger and said weakly to Li Shaogong. From a certain perspective, he was the weakest supervisor in history. After all, the commander of this fleet was Li Shaogong. In the entire Great Tang, only Li Er had the right to criticize Li Shaogong. In the TV series The Legend of Wu Meinyang, Emperor Taizong's trusted eunuch Wang De often wore purple clothes. Actually, this was not accurate. China's ancient official uniform system was formed in the Sui dynasty and was custom-made in the Tang dynasty. Generally speaking, rank 3 and above wore purple robes, rank 4 dark red robes, rank 5 light red robes, rank 6 dark green robes, rank 7 light green robes, rank 8 dark green robes, and rank 9 light blue robes. Eunuchs were the same as other officials. They wore uniforms of appropriate colors according to their rank. However, there was a problem. During the Jingguan era, Li Er issued an edict that there would be no rank 3 officials in the Imperial Eunuch province. Rank for eunuchs were the highest. Thus, the old Book of Tang said, at the end of Yongchun, 70 years to the end, the power was still in the hands of the eunuchs. It was only during the Kaiyuan era that Emperor Xuanzong gave eunuchs a rank 3 official position if he liked them slightly. Only then did eunuchs wearing purple clothes appear. Eunuch's son, did you forget what His Majesty said before we left? Li Shaogong replied with a faint, and then shouted, You may have forgotten, but I haven't forgotten a single word. At that time, His Majesty said, outside the borders of the Great Tang, as soldiers of the Great Tang, we must ensure the safety of the people of the Great Tang traveling with the fleet. The people of the Great Tang must not be bullied anywhere. If we encounter an enemy, we must destroy them with all our strength. Chamberlain's son, last night, the fleet lost 28 soldiers, 12 sailors, and 2 heavily injured. Tell me, don't you think this prince has a good reason to attack? Sun Yud was speechless. Li Shaogong turned around, faced the fleet on the sea and said loudly, as the saying goes, blood for blood. I am going to attack Neon under the imperial order to avenge the soldiers and sailors who died last night. Are you willing to follow my orders? As a grandmaster expert, Li Shaogong's roar was not soft at all. Basically, Every ship could hear his voice. Yes, Your Highness. By the decree of the Emperor, we will send troops to the Wu nation. Blood for blood. Yes, Your Highness. By the decree of the Emperor, we will send troops to the Wu nation. Blood for blood. As soon as Li Xiaogong's voice fell, he immediately received a tsunami-like response. They had been inexplicably attacked by a group of pirates, and so many of their fellow soldiers had died. The soldiers were suppressing a wave of anger in their hearts. The Tangs were proud, and the Tang army was inviolable. Li Xiaogong smiled slightly, looked back at Sun Yud, and then said lightly, "Although this group of pirates may not have anything to do with the Neon Imperial Court, we have lost so many soldiers and crew members, and I can't go back empty-handed. Even if I go back, I won't be able to explain it to their families. So, this time I will definitely go to Neon." After that, he pulled out the long sword at his waist, pointed it to the sky with a clang, and said loudly, "Let's go to Neon." Sun Yud's face turned red. He wanted to refute, but there was nothing he could do. He didn't dare to refute. The soldiers in front of him were blinded by hatred. They only had revenge and killing in their eyes. At this time, whoever dared to jump out would definitely become the target of public criticism. Sun Yud said that he and the Neon people had not reached the point where they could risk their lives for him. Woo woo woo. Suddenly, a bleak and distant horn sounded on the sea. Li Xiaogong led the people on the island and began to board the ship. The envoys next to him all had different expressions. Some were afraid and some were worried. Obviously, they were worried that their countries would be attacked by the Tang Empire one day, just like Neon. Looking at the powerful army of the Tang Empire, they felt that their countries couldn't stop it. Envoys, don't worry. The king of Neon is not good at educating people. He allowed the pirates to run rampant and attack the Tang Empire's fleet. That's why I gave him a warning. As the saying goes, if others don't offend me, I won't offend them. The Tang Empire's army will never take the initiative to provoke trouble. Who was Li Xiaogong? How could he not know what the envoys were thinking? As he walked, he comforted them warmly. After the envoys understood Li Xiaogong's words, they felt more or less at ease. Tang Empire is mighty. Shang Empire is mighty. Your Royal Highness is mighty. Renbiao, I came here this time because I have something to ask of you. Late in the morning, Li Zishuan assigned training tasks to the personal guards who were not instructors today. After inviting Li Gang to supervise them personally, he sneaked out of the academy alone, returned to Chang'an, and went directly to Wang Renbiao's house. Xiaoxian, just say it. As long as I can help, the Wang family will do our best to help you. Wang Renbiao said with a smile. Thank you in advance, Renbiao. Li Zishuan laughed and then got to the point. I want Renbiao to help me investigate the recent movements of the fleet going south. I have a feeling that something big is going to happen there. I think with the Wang family's channels you can still find out the news, right? Wang Renbiao frowned. Li Zishuan's request was not simple at all. On the vast sea, where could he go to find out the news? I will try my best to find out the news for you. Xiaoxian, wait for me for a few days. Wang Renbiao thought about it and finally agreed. Although it was difficult, it was not impossible for the Wang family. Haha, thank you for your trouble, Renbiao. Li Zishuan smiled, then got up and prepared to leave. Sometimes it would be much more convenient to have an additional friend. Back then, he and the Wang family of Taiyuan had almost become enemies, but fortunately, they became allies in the end. You're welcome. Haha, I owe you a favor. I still have things to do at the academy, so I'll leave first. Renbiao, if you have any news, you can come to Yanhuang College to find me directly. Chapter 725. Father, look. There are so many big ships coming from the sea. Japan, Honshu Island, Kanazawa Harbor. Near noon, the fishermen on the shore began to pack up their boats and prepare to go home. 7 or 8 children with small buns were picking up shells or chasing each other on the beach. One of the children suddenly saw the ships covering the sky and shouted happily as if he had found a treasure. Not far from the child, there was a bare-chested, middle-aged fisherman. When he heard his child's shout, he subconsciously smiled and said, That's just the government's ship. Halfway through his sentence, his voice suddenly stopped. He raised his head and casually swept his gaze around. He caught a glimpse of the endless sea of ships. Clearly, a fleet of this scale was not something that the local government could possess. Is this the imperial court's ship? The other fishermen also noticed the abnormality and began to guess. No, it's not the imperial court's ship. It's not the imperial court's ship. It's the Tang Empire's. The Tang Empire's army is here. Run. After a sharp-eyed fisherman saw the big Tang character on the sail of the ship, his face was suddenly full of horror. He pulled his child and ran back. It should be noted that in ancient times, the Japanese people only had their own national language and did not have their own writing. Later, the Han culture was introduced to Japan, and the cultured Japanese began to write in Han. After the middle of the 5th century AD, the Japanese people created a way to write Japanese using Chinese characters as interlocutory symbols. After the 8th century, this method of using Chinese characters as interlocutory symbols has been widely adopted. In other words, although the Japanese at this time used characters similar to Chinese characters, the pronunciation was their own country's pronunciation, and many people knew some Chinese characters. It's really the Tang Empire's army. My God, what did we do wrong? We actually attracted so many Tang Empire's army. Let's run. If you don't run now, you won't be able to run anymore. In the blink of an eye, the crowd on the coast all scattered and fled. Some people didn't even take the fishing gear on their fishing boats and ran away. Woo! With the sound of a horn, the huge fleet began to dock. Li Shao opened the way in front. After Li Shaogong got off the boat, he quickly bowed and said, "Your Highness, we'll reach Fanio City, the capital of a nation, 80 miles east from here. However, there are so many of us. We'll definitely meet the local armies of Wen Nation on the way." Li Shaogong sneered. "Humph, a mantis trying to stop a chariot. What's the point? How's Wu Di doing?" "Your Highness, I'm fine." Wu Di hurriedly ran over and cupped his fists. I will leave you with 8,000 elites to guard the ships at the harbor. If anything happens to the ships, you will be punished according to military law." Li Shaogong ordered solemnly with a straight face. Other than the possibility that he would be impeached, he was also taking other risks. His fleet was carrying a large amount of supplies, including the Great Tang's future food supplies. If they were stolen, the fleet that had mobilized the entire country to send south would truly end up empty-handed. Li Shaogong could not tolerate such a situation. "This general obeys. Your Highness, please be at ease. This general swears to hand over the goods on the ship. However, this general feels that 5,000 soldiers will be enough. Your Highness is precious, and you must be careful in Wen Nation." Although Wu Di was somewhat regretful that he had been assigned to guard the fleet, he still cupped his fists and accepted the order. Li Shaogong waved his hand and said, 8,000 it is. Even if this king doesn't bring a single soldier, I'd like to see if the Wen Nation dares to attack this king. All you need to do is lead the army here and guard the supplies. After saying this, he turned to Li Shao and sternly ordered, "Organize the army and set out for Fanio City." This general obeys. All soldiers of the 3 armies, assemble. The construction of Japan's capital had begun during the Fanio era. When Emperor Goku was elected, the capital was set at Fanio City, located in the southern part of the Nara Basin. Emperor Tenzi's capital was moved to Dajin City, located about 40 kilometers north of Fanio City. When the Chu were burned, the pitiful land was scorched. During the rebellion of Ren and Shen, Dajin City was destroyed in the flames of war. When Emperor Takeda was on the throne, the capital was moved to Fujiwara City, located in the Nara Basin, surrounded by the 3 mountains of Yamato. Fujiwara City adopted the chessboard-like neighborhood structure of China's ancient cities for the first time. It was considered the first capital city in Japan's history. Many scholars later called Fujiwara City the first capital city of Japan, not because the previous city was surrounded by wilderness, but because Fujiwara City adopted the chessboard-like neighborhood structure of China's cities for the first time. It was the result of Tang Feng's influence. At this time, Wen Nation was in the Fanio era, and Emperor Goku was in power. She was the first female emperor of one nation. At the same time, she was the 33rd emperor of one nation. From the first Emperor Shinwu to the 14th Emperor Zhong, these 14 emperors couldn't be confirmed in history. They were probably fictional characters created by Koji and Neon Shoji to complete the transition from the Shinwu era to the human era. Empress Shigong, who filled in the 70-year history between Emperor Zhong and Emperor Ingshen, also couldn't be said to be a real existence. Therefore, the 15th Emperor Ingshen, who had a more real existence, should be the real ancestor of the Japanese emperors known as the Wanshur lineage. Besides, strictly speaking, the previous emperors could only be considered kings. The title of emperor was coined by Prince Shengde of the Fanyo dynasty. Your Highness, there are sounds of horse hooves ahead. The army advanced for about 5 kilometers. Li Zhao's expression changed, and he quickly stopped in his tracks and said to Li Xiaogong, "Okay." Li Xiaogong looked ahead and narrowed his eyes slightly. He let out a faint, "Okay," and then ordered, "Get into formation and prepare to meet the enemy." "Yes, sir." Li Xiao responded, turned around, and shouted, "Get into formation and prepare to meet the enemy." Boom! The army dispersed, and the soldiers pulled out their modeo and stared ahead fiercely. After drifting on the sea for several months, their big swords were already thirsty. Dong, dong, dong. After a while, the sound of horse hooves got closer and closer. Looking into the distance, they could see a cavalry of more than 1,000 people running toward them. A small country actually has cavalry too? Interesting. Generally speaking, infantry had a natural disadvantage against cavalry. However, Li Xiaogong didn't look nervous at all. Instead, he even had the time to gossip, making people feel that he wasn't here to fight but to enjoy the scenery. Haha, they're just a bunch of shrimp soldiers and crab generals. How can they be a match for the Tang army? The bearded man laughed as he held a 3-feet-long broadsword that was similar in shape to the green dragon crescent blade. Chapter 726. Harumph! I am the county magistrate of Sichuan County, Hino Akai. May I ask what is the purpose of your visit? More than 1,000 cavalrymen galloped over. Then, a mustached Japanese man in an official uniform jumped off the horse. He saw that Li Xiaogong was the leader of the army, so he came over and saluted him. Li Xiaogong narrowed his eyes and listened to his subordinate's translation. He said lightly, "I am the county magistrate of Hejian of the Tang Empire. I have something to discuss with the Queen of Higu. You are just a little county magistrate. Do you think you can stop me?" The county magistrate in Japan was called a county magistrate, which was similar to the county magistrate of the Tang Empire. 10 years ago, Crown Prince Shengde advocated for the Japanese people to call their ruler the emperor. Hino Akai's expression changed when he heard Li Xiaogong call him the Queen of Higu instead of the Emperor of Higu. He gritted his teeth and stepped forward. "Oh, it is the county magistrate of Shanghua. However, if your highness wants to see the emperor, please let these soldiers stay here. I will personally escort you to Fanyo City." "Humph, bastard. Do I need you to teach me how to do things? Also, who allowed your king to call himself the emperor?" Li Xiaogong was furious and reprimanded him. This. Hino Akai opened his mouth and his face turned pale. He was both embarrassed and angry. In the end, he clenched his fists and said, "The Wen nation has been paying tribute to the Tang Empire every year. I'm afraid it's not right for your highness to bring tens of thousands of soldiers here." Li Xiaogong clasped his hands behind his back and looked at Hino Akai expressionlessly. A moment later, he said in a deep voice. After a while, he said, "So, you want to stop me?" As soon as he said this, the 10,000 soldiers behind him immediately clenched the mo swords in their hands. The situation in the field became somewhat tense. "Your Highness, this is my duty. I can't let you bring such a large army through Sichuan County." Hino Akai forced himself to bow and said, "Haha, do you think an old, weak, sick, and disabled person like you can stop me?" Li Xiaogong was so angry that he laughed. He pointed at the army behind Hino Akai and mocked him. Just as Hino Akai was about to retort to save his face, Li Xiaogong waved his hand and ordered, "Continue marching. This king is following the emperor's orders." Whoever dares to stop us, kill them. Nothing. Pardon. Kill. 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 The army suddenly took 3 steps forward and let out 3 roars. Killing intent filled the air, and their auras were like rainbows. Hino Akai couldn't help but take 3 steps back. Not only him, but the cavalry behind him also retreated. To be precise, the cavalry's horses were frightened by the battle cries. Ben Wang will ask you one last time. Are you going to move or not? Li Shaogong asked coldly. In fact, he didn't want to waste time in front of this group of shrimp soldiers and crab generals. That was why he repeatedly gave Hino Akai chances. But Hino Akai thought that Li Shaogong was scared and that Li Shaogong was just trying to scare him. He swallowed his saliva and straightened his neck. This is my duty. I can't. Clang! Swoosh! Before he could finish his sentence, Li Shaogong had already lost his patience. He pulled out his sword and chopped off Hino Akai's head. The Japanese army was shocked. A slightly shorter general pointed at Li Shaogong and stammered. You, Li Shaogong was furious. Li Shao, I will give you 800 men. Charge. Yes, sir. Li Shao replied excitedly. He then picked a group of men and charged forward. Similarly, he didn't care about the short Japanese in front of him. Baka! Avenge! The county princess! Kill! The general pulled out his saber and shouted as he urged his horse to charge towards the Tang army. Chop the horse's legs. In truth, the cavalry that Hino Akai had brought with him were all old war horses. In terms of speed and momentum, there was a world of difference between them and the Turkic Khaganate cavalry. Li Shao bellowed as he swung his Mo saber at lightning speed toward the warhorse that the general was riding. Hiss! The warhorse let out a whine and fell forward. The general was shocked and quickly got off his horse. Before he could stand firm, Li Zhao's Mo saber was already slashing towards his neck. Difference. This was the difference in strength. As soon as the 2 armies clashed, the winner was obvious. Even though the Neon Army had the advantage of horses, they were far from a match for the well-trained Tang army. Not to mention 800 Tang soldiers. Even if there were only 500 Tang soldiers, they were enough to beat the thousands of Neon soldiers and make them flee. Mercy! Ugh! Hino Akai's general begged for mercy at the critical moment. Unfortunately, Li Shao didn't understand him at all. His sword chopped off his head mercilessly. At the same time, the 800 Tang soldiers behind Li Shao were also swinging their swords and harvesting lives. Compared to infantrymen, cavalry's greatest advantage was their speed and impact when they clashed with each other. If the Neon cavalry charged directly, they might cause some trouble for the Tang army. However, Hino Akai had stopped in front of Li Shaogong and wanted to negotiate. If the Neon cavalry wanted to charge again, it was no different from a fool's dream. In addition, Li Shao and the others had broken the formation of the Japanese army. Now, the Japanese army was in a mess. They were like lambs waiting to be slaughtered. They wanted to fight back, but they were no match for the Tang army in terms of strength and speed. Run! The Tang army kills without batting an eye. In less than 15 minutes, more than half of the Japanese army had been killed. Li Zhao's 800 Tang soldiers only had a few light injuries. Some of the Japanese soldiers were so frightened that they quickly turned their horses around and ran for their lives. These fleeing soldiers seemed to have opened a window for the rest of the Japanese army. The remaining Japanese soldiers immediately scattered. At this moment, the advantage of cavalry was finally on display. They could run faster when they ran for their lives. There's no need to chase them. Li Shaogong quickly stopped Li Shao when he saw that he was about to give chase. He ordered, "Don't chase after them. Count the casualties and rest for a while before we continue to march to Fanio City." "Yes, my lord." Li Shao cupped his fist and accepted the order. "Your Highness, this Japanese official seems to be a little arrogant." The bearded man pursed his lips and said meaningfully. Li Shaogong thought for a moment and then nodded. A few years ago, this king met the Wa emissaries. They were all very respectful and obsequious. The Wa people today are truly different from before. This king would like to see just where these Wa people get their confidence from to be so disrespectful to this king and the great Tang. Li Shaogong's meaning was simple. He was very unhappy with Hino Akai's attitude. He wanted to see why the Japanese suddenly became arrogant. Chapter 727. The news of the Tang army defeating Hino Akai in Sichuan County spread quickly because of the deserters. Suddenly, the people in the other counties around Sichuan County were in a state of panic. Although Hino Akai only brought a little more than 1,000 people with him, and the Tang army had tens of thousands of soldiers, there were only 800 Tang soldiers who participated in the battle. Moreover, the Neon army was all cavalry. Under such circumstances, they could only hold on for less than half an hour. In addition, in order to wash away the crime of desertion, the fleeing soldiers naturally tried their best to exaggerate the fierceness and bravery of the Tang army. Through word of mouth, Li Shaogong became an 8-foot-tall golden-armored general holding a huge sword weighing hundreds of kilograms, while the Tang army became hellish demons clad in iron armor, with infinite strength and invulnerable to swords and spears. The people in the counties along the way all shut their doors and did not come out, and the local officials also fled the county headquarters, not to mention organizing an army to fight against the Tang army. Therefore, the army led by Li Shaogong went all the way without any hindrance. In the evening, they arrived at the capital of Neon, Fanio City. Don't doubt the marching speed of the army. Li Shaogong and the others used more than half a day to march more than 80 miles. Even in the marching records before the Tang dynasty, this was not the top speed. In the Wei Shu, the biography of Xiahou Yuan, Yuan was a general. He often went to the enemy when he was in a hurry. Therefore, there was a saying in the army, Xiahou Yuan, a military officer, 500 miles in 3 days and 1,000 in 6 days. Xiahou Yuan should be an infantryman. On average, he could travel 167 miles in a day. Of course, the day here referred to the day, not the night. Therefore, it was not shocking that Li Shaogong and the others used more than half a day to march 80 miles. Order the soldiers to cook and set up camp here. If the Neon Queen does not come out to see me, we will attack the city tomorrow. The army arrived at the Mu Mountain outside Fanio City. Li Shaogong looked down at the palace below, which was somewhat similar to the Chong and Imperial City, and then ordered Li Shao, who was behind him. Mu throughout the Mu will be directly replaced by Mu in the text. After marching 80 miles, the soldiers were more or less tired. In addition, the sky was about to turn dark. Li Shaogong, who had rich battle experience, certainly would not choose to attack the city at this time. Yes, sir. Li Shao responded and hurriedly went to pass down the order. The bearded man stood slightly to Li Shaogong's left. He had been looking down at soaring bird capital with narrowed eyes. Your Highness, Fanio capital is surrounded by mountains on 3 sides. Although the city is big, it's like a turtle in a jar. The birds are like caged birds. Even though the Japanese had learned the architectural style of the Great Tang, they had only learned the form and not the spirit. Moreover, the city walls are short, and there is no moat in front of the city gate. If your Highness wants to take over the Japanese capital, I'm afraid it won't take much effort. Around the capital were the famous Yamato 3 mountains of Japan. To the west was Urching Mountain, also known as the God of Heaven Mountain. To the north was Shangju Mountain, legend has it that gods lived on the mountain. And to the south, where Li Shaogong and the others were now, was Mu Pin Mountain, legend has it that the first emperor of Japan, Emperor Shinwu, ascended the throne on this mountain. The 3 mountains surrounded the capital. Although it made the capital look beautiful, it also limited its development. The bearded man clearly understood the art of war. At a glance, he could see the flaws in the capital's geography and the city's structure. Li Shaogong nodded and praised. Zhongjian is right, but we can't let our guard down. We have to be on guard against the Japanese's sneak attacks. The Japanese nowadays don't seem to know their place. They even dare to call themselves the emperor. The ruler of the Central Plains was called the emperor, while the ruler of Japan called himself the emperor. Li Shaogong felt that this was a humiliation to the Great Tang, so he was furious. The bearded man smiled and said, Indeed, although I have never been to a nation, I have heard many things about it. Previously, Prince Shengde of Wanation was the regent and vigorously implemented many new policies, which improved the overall strength of Wanation by a lot. In the Imperial Palace of Japan, The news that Li Shaogong had led his army into the country had long ago reached this place. The officials gathered in the palace were all panicked and fearful, and the mood in the hall was abnormally oppressive. Reporting, Your Majesty, the Tang army has already reached the outskirts of the city and is setting up camp on Mu Pin Mountain. At this moment, a soldier entered the hall and bowed to the dignified woman in golden attire sitting at the head of the table. Buzz! The officials in the hall were all shocked. Ever since the coup more than 30 years ago, Fanio City had always been peaceful. Now that the Tang army had suddenly arrived, everyone was caught off guard. The Tang army has arrived at the city. It is said that their leader is a duke of the Great Tang. Does anyone have a plan to deal with this? An old but sonorous voice came from the throne. It was Empress Gu who had spoken. 35 years ago, the head of the most powerful family in Japan, the Suo clan, Suo Matsi, although there was the word Matsi in his name, this person was a man, sent an assassin to assassinate Emperor Chongjun, who was supported by him at that time. Then, he supported the 39-year-old Empress Ida as the Empress, who was now the 74-year-old Empress Tugu. In the early days of the Tugu dynasty, the actual rulers of Japan had always been Empress Tugu's nephew, Crown Prince Shengda, and Suo Matsi. 5 years ago, Crown Prince Shengda passed away, and the imperial power gradually began to fall into the hands of Empress Tugu. Last year, Suo Matsi, the head of the Suo clan, also passed away. Now, Empress Tugu completely grasped the imperial power. Your Majesty, I think we should first find out why the Tang Empire has stepped into our country's territory, and then talk about other things. Not long after Empress Tugu finished speaking, a young man in his late 20s came forward and said, Well, Big Brother Shanbei's words are reasonable. What do the other officials think? Empress Tugu thought about it and agreed. This young man was Crown Prince Shengda's son, mountain-back elder brother Wang, and Neon people's names are so strange. He was also the successor chosen by the Emperor of Japan. His ability and knowledge were naturally outstanding, quite similar to his father's style. Your Majesty, I don't agree with Big Brother Shanbei's opinion. While the officials looked at each other, a short young official with a mustache walked out with an arrogant expression. He slightly leaned forward to Empress Tugu and then said, I think that Japan has been paying tribute to the Tang Empire before, but the Tang Empire did not abide by the agreement and invaded without authorization. This is not putting us in their eyes. This is a good time for us to contact Beach and Goguryeo to resist the Tang Empire together. If we can destroy more than 10,000 troops from the Tang Empire in one fell swoop, Japan will be the well-deserved king of this sea area. Chapter 728. Fanio City, Wen Nation Imperial Palace. The person who spoke against it was called Su Wuxia. He was the current head of the Su family and also the son of Su Wu's wife. He had always been at odds with his brother, the king of Mountain Back. He was also very arrogant. Of course, as the head of the Su family, the richest family in Japan, he had the right to be arrogant. As soon as Su Wuxia's arrogant words came out, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. They secretly thought that he was really bold. In the eyes of the Wen Nation, the Tang dynasty at this time was the real heavenly empire. The Tang dynasty was also a good race in their eyes. According to historical records, when the Tang dynasty's merchants went to Japan to do business, the local Japanese often warmly entertained the Tang dynasty. At night, they would offer their wives, daughters, and sisters to the Tang dynasty in the hope of giving birth to a son or a daughter. However, this behavior was only done in a small number in the Tang dynasty. In the Song dynasty, borrowing seeds began to become a custom. But now, Su Wuxia actually wanted to attack the Tang dynasty's army. This made many ministers feel that it was absurd. Absolutely not. The big brother Wang hurriedly stepped forward and said, Your Majesty, Su Wuxia's method is simply disregarding the life and death of the Wen Nation. Let's not talk about whether we can defeat the more than 10,000 Tang army outside. Even if we do, we will only incur the infinite anger of the Tang Emperor. Don't doubt, with the character of the current Tang Emperor, once he gets angry, the Wen Nation will definitely be in danger of being destroyed. Your Majesty and ministers, please think twice. You're really greedy for life and afraid of death. The Tang Empire's army is only 10,000, while our Fanio city has 80,000 elites. How can we not defeat the Tang Empire's army? Su Wuxia stepped out of the crowd and glanced contemptuously at the big brother Wang. Then he arrogantly said, "You're afraid before the battle. Big brother Wang, you're not worthy of being the descendant of Crown Prince Shangde. Moreover, according to the intelligence, the Tang Empire not only has an army, but also thousands of warships and countless provisions. If we swallow these warships and provisions, even if the Tang Emperor gets angry in the future and attacks us, will the Wen nation still be afraid of the Tang Empire?" As soon as his words fell, the hall fell into silence, but some people's hearts were not calm. "Your Majesty, Su Wuxia is right. I think this plan is feasible." "I also think that this plan is feasible." The Suo family's influence in the imperial court, coupled with the fact that there was indeed a group of radical ministers, caused many voices of agreement to appear in the main hall. The big brother Wang on the mountain back was anxious and quickly retorted, "Have you all forgotten the confrontation between the Tang army and the local army in Sichuan County? 800 Tang soldiers easily defeated more than 1,000 defenders of Sichuan County at the cost of 0 casualties. With such strength, it would be harder for us to win than to reach the heavens. Even if they win, the Wen nation will be greatly damaged because of this. They will no longer be able to deal with the anger of the Emperor of the Tang Empire, so please think twice. Moreover, the current situation has not reached the point where it cannot be eased. As long as we clarify the purpose of the Tang Emperor's visit and make some concessions in some aspects, the Tang Emperor will be willing to withdraw his troops." Eldest brother Wang on mountain back represented the previous crown Prince Shangde's faction, so there were many officials in the court who supported him. Moreover, his opinion was very much in line with the thoughts of the old conservative officials, so there were immediately echoes of agreement in the court. "Your Majesty, I think what Brother Shanbei said is reasonable. Your Majesty should prioritize the Wen nation and not act on impulse." "I second the motion." Of course, there were still many officials who did not speak. They did not help either side. Obviously, even if Crown Prince Shangde and Su Wu's wife had passed away, there were still 3 factions in the court of Wen nation. However, at this time, the power of the Empress Dowager was greater. After all, the influence of the living was still slightly higher. Cough! Seeing the 2 sides arguing endlessly in the court, the Empress Dowager coughed dryly, and the hall immediately quieted down. Then she slowly glanced at the officials in the court and said, "What you 2 said is reasonable, but I think it is not appropriate for us to confront the Tang army head-on at the moment. Since the Tang army has camped outside the city and has not immediately attacked, it means that there is still room for negotiation. Therefore, we can send a messenger to ask the commandery prince of the Tang Empire why he is here, and then we can make a decision. If we can invite the commandery prince of the Tang Empire to the imperial palace, of course, it would be best." Yes, the Empress of Wen nation was the same as the Emperor of China, calling herself I. In fact, it was not only this. The titles of Empress, Empress Dowager, and Crown Prince of the East Palace were the same in Wen nation as in the Tang Empire. It was mainly because the ancient Wen nation admired China's culture very much. Most of their languages were learned from China. From the Empress to the common people, no one did not admire the Tang Empire. Su Wu's wife sneered and said, "The commandery prince of the Tang Empire lives like a prince. How can he have the courage to come to Fanio City? If he dares to come, I will crawl to the morning court in the future." Yes. How can the commandery prince of the Tang Empire risk his life to enter the city? Absolutely impossible. The Empress Dowager frowned, and then she waved her hand and said, "I have made up my mind. Brother Mountain Back, recommend someone to go outside the city to negotiate with the Tang army." Brother Mountain Back thought for a while, then bowed and said, "Your Majesty, I recommend the son of Sister Ono Yoko Ono. He is proficient in Chinese and has a good understanding of the customs of the Tang Empire. He is the most suitable." Sister Ono was the person who helped Crown Prince Shangde to submit the letter of credence to the Sui dynasty. He was a very famous diplomat of the Empress Dowager. The Empress Dowager thought for a while and nodded in agreement. "Approve." Old Chung will tell you another one. It is said that there was a monk who went 100 flowers building one day to find a girl. No, Cho Nyo, you are talking nonsense again. Monks have to abide by the rules and precepts. How can he go to find a prostitute? Listening to the voice, it should be Li Tai's voice. Yanhuang College, the sky had just turned dark. After the students took a bath, they lay on the bed and began to rest. After 2 days of military training, many students had gradually begun to get used to this kind of life. At least they were no longer as tired as last night. Therefore, several second generations in dormitory 001 chatted in a low voice. What was even more excessive was that Chang Chumo, this smelly and shameless thing, actually told dirty jokes. Hey, how is it impossible? Not all monks will abide by the rules? Hey, no. Chin K, don't interrupt me. Wait for me to finish telling you, lest I forget. Chang Chumo muttered and then continued. Besides, the monk touched the prostitute's front and back with his hand, and then shouted, Strange, strange, the front is like a nun, and the back is like a disciple. Don't you think it's strange? Chapter 729. F***CK. Chang Chumo. You're so F***king perverted. In dormitory 001. After Sun Zifen heard the dirty jokes, he shouted loudly and ridiculed. Then he laughed and said, Hee, but I like it. Come. Cho Nyo, use your intelligence and tell another one. Although spring had already passed, this group of teenagers who were still in their adolescence would inevitably talk about some explicit topics to stimulate the secretion of hormones. Li Tai said angrily, F***CK, Sun Zifen. You and Cho Nyo are so dirty. What a pair of cultured scums. The chubby boy was usually a little arrogant, but the circle he came into contact with was generally more elegant. At this moment, hearing the vulgar conversation in the dorm, Li Tai, who was in the dark, couldn't help but blush. Chang Chumo smiled wretchedly and said, Hey, how are we cultured scums? Isn't it natural for a man and a woman to love? Ha. Bao Lin, don't you think so? Forget it. You won't understand even if I tell you. Yuchi Baolin, who was about to get up and talk, suddenly touched his nose gloomily and then lay back down. In this dorm, he was the most honest person, so Chang Chumo could only bully him a little. All right, let's all go to sleep. There's military training tomorrow. Li Chengqian, who was sleeping on the top bunk, obviously sensed Li Tai's embarrassment and spoke up to help him out. Sleep? Who can fall asleep so early? Besides, Huayu hasn't finished washing his clothes? Sun Zifen had just finished listening to the dirty jokes, and his blood was boiling. How could he fall asleep now? Besides, what he said was right. Qin Huayu was still washing his clothes under the moonlight by the sink inside. Speaking of which, Qin Huayu had miscalculated. Usually, he preferred to be quiet at home and only bathed once every 2 to 3 days. Therefore, when school started, he only brought 3 sets of clothes with him. However, at Yanhuang Academy, every night when he came back, his clothes would be drenched in sweat. How could he not bath? After showering, he couldn't possibly continue wearing those sweaty clothes, right? Qin Huayu, who always paid attention to his appearance, would definitely not do such a thing. In this way, after Qin Huayu showered tonight and found that he didn't have any clothes to change tomorrow, how could he? Thus, the eldest son of the Duke of Yi, our young Master Qin, washed his clothes for the first time in his life. For this reason, he received a lot of ridicule from Chang Chumo and Sun Zifen. 2. As for the others, they were much more cunning than Qin Huayu. When school started, they brought 7 or 8 sets of clothes. Even if they changed their clothes every day, they would still be able to last until the academy's weekend. Oh, it's so lively. It seems that your training during the day is too little, and you still have the energy to talk nonsense at night. Just as Chang Chumo was about to agree with Sun Zifen's words, a familiar voice suddenly came from outside the door of dorm 001. F***CK. It's Yamacho Little Xian. The 6 people in the room all felt their hearts skip a beat, and they secretly cursed. Qin Huayu stuffed his clothes into the wooden bucket, and then quietly slipped to his bed in an attempt to muddle through. "Open the door," Li Zishuan said faintly from outside. Although his voice was soft, it seemed to have a mysterious penetrating power that directly entered their ears. Qin Huayu looked at his unscrupulous roommates who were chatting happily just now but were now curled up in bed like ostriches. He could only bite the bullet and personally open the door. "Ah, Yamacho," Qin Huayu called out awkwardly. Although he was very familiar with Li Zishuan, and Li Zishuan was half his brother-in-law, now that they were in the academy he had to do things according to the rules. In public, he had to call him Yamacho. "Huayu, what are you doing with your hands full of water?" Under the moonlight, Li Zishuan saw the water droplets on Qin Huayu's hands, and he squinted his eyes and asked, "Ah, I just went to wash my clothes." Qin Huayu scratched his head a little embarrassedly and said, "Li Tai, Cheng Chumo, and Sun Zifen on the bed almost burst out laughing. "What? Weren't you all chatting happily just now? Why are you still pretending to be asleep? All of you, come down." Li Zishuan's attitude changed, and he said sternly. This was really a case of extreme joy begetting sorrow. Seeing that Li Zishuan was going to be serious, Li Tai, Li Chengqian, and the others on the bed all got out of bed and stood together with Qin Huayu. Although Qin Huayu is breaking the academy's rules by washing clothes at night, he is still better than you guys who are so bored that you don't sleep at night. Now, all of you go out and stand in military posture. Other than Qin Huayu, who will only stand for 15 minutes. Everyone else will stand for an hour. After standing, go back to sleep. If anyone dares to slack off, the time will be doubled. Li Zishuan pointed at the door and shouted, "Ah? No, do you really have to be so ruthless?" Cheng Chumo stared and asked weakly. Although he had martial arts and wasn't afraid of standing in military posture, who wouldn't want to lie comfortably in bed and rest at night? Cheng Chumo will stand for 2 hours. The rest of you will continue as before. Li Zishuan looked at this joker indifferently and said casually, "You." Cheng Chumo almost vomited blood. He subconsciously wanted to say something, but when he thought about how he was just being naughty and got an extra hour of military posture, if he were to be naughty again, he probably wouldn't be able to sleep tonight. The 5 unlucky people, under the lead of the current crown prince, Li Chengqian, left the dormitory unhappily. Li Zishuan said, "Don't slack off. I'll be watching you guys from the shadows. If I find out that anyone is slacking off, you know the consequences." This guy was obviously playing tricks on them again. Tonight's dormitory inspection was a last-minute idea by Li Zishuan. He just said that Cheng Chumo was bored out of his mind, but now he was the one who was bored out of his mind. Otherwise, he wouldn't have come here to do a dormitory inspection. After Li Zishuan and the others left, Li Zishuan began to slowly go to the other dormitories to visit. When he was in high school, he was often visited by the teachers. Now that he had become the Yamacho of a big college, he began to check other people's dormitories. The speed at which one's life changes is truly unimaginable. However, with this, there would be a lot of unlucky people in Yanhuang College tonight. In the open space in front of the student dormitory, Li Tai stood in military posture with his head held high and his chest out. His body didn't move, but his mouth was secretly moving. He said, "Hee hee, ugly ox. I'll teach you to stand for an extra hour. Haha. This can be considered as resolving the hatred in my heart. F***CK. We are roommates, Qin K. How can you be so unsympathetic? Who the hell is your roommate? If it weren't for you telling such vulgar stories in the middle of the night, would we be standing here now? Hey, hey, hey. Look, Yu Dong Kai and the others have also been caught. Haha. Could it be that they haven't slept yet? Haha. Isn't that Xiaoke? TSK, TSK. It's so lively tonight. Chapter 730. Ku. Why are you here? In the open space in front of the dormitory, Li Chengqian asked calmly, while keeping an eye out for Li Zishuan's surprise attack. Li Ko, who was standing behind him, said gloomily, "I went to bed too early last night and didn't even get to know my roommates. I'm not as sleepy as last night, so I wanted to talk to them a little more and get to know them better. In the end, I was caught by the Yamacho. Hee. Ko, how long did you guys stand as punishment? Li Tai interrupted. Li Ku said faintly, 1 hour. Oh, so it's only 1 hour. Li Tai was a little disappointed. Haha. Look, another group is here. What the heck? Isn't that Meng Wenhao, Iron Egg, and the others? Why were they caught too? Chung Chumo saw another group of people in front of him and shouted excitedly. When he saw who it was, he was shocked. Maybe some of them are washing clothes like Huayub? Sun Zifen couldn't help but laugh. Qin Huayu looked embarrassed, but Chung Chumo said happily, why don't we ask them how long they stand as punishment later? If I had known, I would have gone to wash clothes just now. Damn it, when you guys leave later, I'll have to stand here for another hour. What a scam. Sun Zifen and Li Tai said disdainfully in unison. Useless. I won't wash clothes even if you beat me to death. After a quarter of an hour, Li Zishuan walked out of the dormitory slowly, followed by Pang Feiji. At this time, there were nearly 70 to 80 students standing upright in the open space in front of the dormitory. Li Zishuan thought angrily in his heart. There are quite a lot of students who have nothing better to do. Looks like they're starting to accept the current training volume. I can get Qin Xiong to give them more training tomorrow. Cough, cough. Stop talking. Yamacho is here. Li Qingxian's lips moved slightly as he whispered to the people around him. In fact, he didn't need to say anything. The students standing there were always paying attention to the movements at the door of the dormitory. When Li Zishuan came out, basically all the students immediately stopped their little tricks and stood in a standard military posture. At ease, Li Zishuan walked to the front of the line and shouted. Swoosh! The students thought that Li Zishuan was going to show them mercy. One by one, they excitedly took a step forward, but then they heard Li Zishuan's dull voice. Does anyone still remember what the Yanhuang College Student Handbook said? What time do you have to sleep at night? This voice was obviously laced with anger, causing the students to instantly wake up. One by one, they pretended to be listless in order to avoid being called out. Chung Chumo, tell me, what time do you have to sleep? Sometimes, the thing you don't want the most often happens. Chung Chumo kept saying in his heart, Don't call me. Don't call me. But in the end, he was called out. It was really fate. I forgot. Chung Chumo scratched his head awkwardly and said weakly. In fact, he didn't forget at all. When the Yanhuang College Student Handbook was given to him, he took it home and never opened it again. Moreover, this guy seemed to be using it to wipe his ass. You forgot? Then you can stand for another 30 minutes later. Li Zishuan said indifferently. Ah? You? Chung Chumo was just about to say a few words of acceptance speech when he saw Li Zishuan's slightly dangerous eyes and decisively shut his mouth. Sun Zifen, you answer for Chung Chumo. Sun Zifen, who was secretly laughing in his heart, immediately felt tragedy. The student handbook had so many pages. How could he spend the time to read it? Yamacho, a student's memory is not very good after leaving the bed. Can you let me go to the dormitory to recall it? After stammering for a long time, this joker finally thought of a perfect answer. Li Zishuan said angrily, You can stand for another hour later. Chung Chumo couldn't help but laugh out loud. When he saw Li Zishuan looking over, he quickly pursed his lips and held back his laughter. In an instant, his tanned face turned red. Yamacho, I know what time it is. Just when everyone bowed their heads in silence, a voice suddenly sounded in the crowd. Li Zishuan looked over and found that the person who had just spoken was Jia Jian, who ranked 4th in the entrance exam. Well, whether in ancient times or modern times, teachers would have a deeper impression of students with good grades. As for why this little top student was caught, don't ask. If you ask, it would be like doing laundry. Jia Jian, then you tell me, Li Zishuan said in a kind tone. He found that he was now more and more immersed in the profession of a teacher. Seeing this, most of the students in the field couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. They didn't want to work overtime like Chung Chumo and Sun Zifen, the two unlucky people. It wasn't until this moment that they realized that lying in bed was more comfortable. Back to Yamacho, the Yanhuang College Student Handbook stipulates that the lights in the dormitory must be turned off at night, and then all students must immediately keep quiet and lie in bed. You are not allowed to walk around at will. That's 9 o'clock in the evening. For modern people, going to bed at this time may be a little early, but in ancient times it was abnormal not to go to bed at this time. A prodigy was indeed a prodigy. Jia Jiayin recited the relevant regulations in the student handbook word for word, and the students couldn't help but look at him in a new light. Well, very good. Jia Jiayin, you can go back and rest now. Remember, if you want to do laundry next time, you must finish it before night to avoid being punished again. Li Zixuan nodded and said warmly, Yes, Yamacho. Jia Jiayin saluted Li Zixuan in front of everyone's envious eyes, and then prepared to walk back to the dormitory. Perhaps he felt that Li Zixuan's attitude at the moment was not bad. He actually stopped and said, Sir, I accidentally rubbed some grass stains on my clothes today, so the clothes are more difficult to wash. I want to ask if there is a shop selling locust or bath beans in the academy. Otherwise, I will probably be punished the next time I encounter such a situation. Yes. Yamacho, we need locust. Bath beans are also okay. Jia Jiayin's words could be regarded as the hearts of most people. These students basically rarely washed clothes at home. Now that they just started, not to mention that they didn't have any skills, they didn't even have locust or bath beans. How could it be possible to wash it clean without some time? Chapter 731. After hearing Jia Jiayin's words, Li Zixuan suddenly understood. He was just wondering why these students were still washing clothes at this hour. It turned out that it was because they didn't have the help of locusts to wash clothes. The earliest ancient people used plant ash as a detergent because it contained potassium carbonate, which could remove the dirt on clothes. According to Cao Gongji, silk was refined with bars as ash. It was made of pure silk, and it was made of jade. The jade in the sentence was shell ash, which contained calcium hydroxide. When mixed with plant ash, it could produce potassium hydroxide. When it was immersed in water to wash silk fabrics, it had a chemical reaction with the oil attached to the surface of silk fabrics to produce potassium soap, which could wash silk fabrics clean and bright. Later, the ancient people of the Wei and Jin dynasties began to use locust and bath beans to wash clothes. Locust could produce foam in water and had the ability to remove dirt. Later, Sun Simiao invented a new way to wash clothes. It was to wash the dirty blood on the pig's pancreas, tear off the fatty liver on it, grind it into a paste, add soybean powder and spices, mix it evenly, and dry it in a ventilated place to become bath beans that could remove dirt from clothes. All right, I got it. However, the military training is a special period, and the conditions will naturally be more difficult. You don't have to pay too much attention to it, as long as the clothes don't smell. After the military training, the academy will have everything that should be available. Li Zixuan said lightly. When the academy was first built, there was indeed some space left for shops, but he had been too busy and didn't have time to attract investment. So there was basically no place to spend money in the academy except for the cafeteria. As for whether to make soap or not, it depended on whether he was in the mood. Yes, Yamacho, I understand. Jia Jiayin cupped his hands and walked towards the dormitory. Li Zixuan nodded secretly in his heart. He thought that although this child looked a bit fierce, his temperament and knowledge were not bad. Men, in the end, still relied on talent and knowledge. In ancient times, there were many famous people who were ugly but eventually became successful. Attention! After Jia Jiayin left, Li Zixuan shouted loudly and then said, Start to stand in military posture. Pang Feiji, you supervise them. If anyone's actions are not standard or secretly lazy, give them extra time. Do you understand? Pang Feiji wiped the sweat off his forehead. There was a crown prince and 2 princes here, but Li Zixuan asked him to spy on them. Wasn't this asking for his life? Yes. I understand now. Under Li Zixuan's pressure, Pang Feiji quickly agreed. Li Zixuan nodded in satisfaction and said, From tomorrow night onwards, you and the other instructors must check the dormitories one by one. If you find anyone who has violated the rules, you will be punished the same way as today. You are not allowed to sleep until midnight, do you understand? Yes. Yamacho. Pang Feiji felt bitter. They were actually quite tired as instructors during the day, but now that they were writing, they had less time to rest. Thousands of miles away in Wanation on the Mupan mountain outside Fanio City. Prince, the king of Wanation, has sent an envoy. He is now outside the camp. Do you want to see him? In the main tent, Li Xiaogong was looking at the map on the table when a messenger suddenly came in and bowed. Li Xiaogong raised his head and said lightly, "Let him in." Yes. After a while, a short man in Wanation clothes came in and bowed to Li Xiaogong. "Yoko Ono greets your highness." This sentence was spoken in extremely pure Mandarin with a Guangzhong accent. Li Xiaogong raised his eyebrows and said, "You can speak Mandarin?" Yoko Ono bowed slightly and said, "The culture of the Central Plains is extensive and profound. The entire Neon Nation admires it. I have studied in the Central Plains for a period of time under the influence of my late father, so I can speak some Chinese." In 607 AD, the first government mission sent by Japan to China's Sui dynasty finally arrived in Luoyang. The leader of the mission was Yoko Ono's father, Yoko Ono. In 609 AD, Yoko Ono came to China again to send the Sui dynasty's envoy back to China. She also brought a group of overseas students and monks. At that time, Yoko Ono was also among them. Therefore, Yoko Ono knew the culture of the Central Plains very well. Li Xiaogong nodded slightly. He felt more comfortable talking to a Wanation person who could speak Mandarin. After a while, he asked, "Why did the queen of the ancient kingdom send you here? Why didn't she come to see me personally?" Arrogant. It could be said that Li Xiaogong's attitude was extremely arrogant. However, Yoko Ono's expression only changed slightly, and she did not dare to refute. "Your Highness, Her Majesty's body is not in good condition, so it is inconvenient for her to leave the palace. I hope Your Highness can understand." Yoko Ono said slowly, "Humph, inconvenient for her to leave the palace? Does she want me to enter the city personally to see her?" When Li Xiaogong heard this, he glared and said angrily. Yoko Ono immediately put on a fearful expression and bowed down. "Your Highness, please forgive me. Her Majesty is already old, and her body is not in good condition recently. She really can't leave the palace." "Old? How old is she?" Li Xiaogong asked a very rude question, but who asked him to have a strong army? Those with strength are the boss everywhere. A weak country has no diplomacy, while a strong country has hegemony. This was a principle that would work in any era. Yoko Ono's face turned red. She gritted her teeth and said, "Your Highness, Her Majesty is already 70 years old this year. 60 years old, 70 years old is rare since ancient times." Li Xiaogong actually did not know the age of the Wanation queen. When he heard this, he was surprised and said, "Oh, so that's how it is. It seems that the queen of the ancient kingdom really wants me to enter the city to see her?" When Yoko Ono heard this, she was indescribably excited. However, on the surface, she smiled and said, "When I came down, Her Majesty said that if Your Highness is willing to enter the palace to see her, you will receive the grandest welcome from the Wanation. Golden beauties at that time, Your Highness will definitely enjoy endlessly." "Bastard!" Li Xiaogong slammed the table and said angrily, "Lowly woman, how dare you use her to charm me?" Yes, yes, yes. I said something wrong, Your Highness. Please forgive me." Yoko Ono was very angry, but in fact, she was constantly slapping herself in the face to beg for Li Xiaogong's forgiveness. "Humph, since the queen of the ancient kingdom wants to see me, then I will enter the city. It just so happens that I also have something to tell her." Li Xiaogong snorted and said. Yoko Ono was overjoyed, but Li Xiao was shocked and quickly said, "Your Highness, please don't. If there is an ambush in the Wanation Imperial City and you meet with any accident, I will die 1,000 times." Chapter 732. This little general is wrong. His Majesty sincerely invited your highness into the city as a guest. Why would he launch a sneak attack? Li Xiao's words immediately attracted Yoko Ono's rebuttal. Li Xiao coldly replied, "Who doesn't know that the Japanese are treacherous and cunning? You keep saying that Tang Empire is the best country in the world, but you still dare to attack us. Who knows if you have set up an ambush in the imperial city?" You. Faced with such humiliating words, Yoko Ono was so angry that his ears turned red. However, he knew where he was and what kind of situation his country was in. He suppressed his anger and said to Li Xiaogong, Your Highness, Your Highness, Your Highness, please understand. The Wu Imperial Court is absolutely loyal to the Great Tang. The previous Lord of Sichuan County had eyes but failed to recognize Mount Tai. His Majesty has already ordered his family to be imprisoned. My Lord only wishes to discuss this with Your Highness in person, so that Your Highness' misunderstanding of the Wu nation can be resolved as soon as possible. Humph! What a hypocrite! That's enough! That's enough! This prince has made up his mind. Li Xiao, listen to my orders. Li Xiao wanted to say more, but Li Xiaogong waved his hand and interrupted him. But Your Highness. Li Xiaogong faintly grunted, but it was as if he had the strength of 1,000 pounds, causing Li Xiao to swallow the words that were already at the tip of his tongue. This general is here. I order you to stay in the camp. The soldiers of the 3 armies are under your command. If this prince does not return before dawn. Speaking till here, Li Xiaogong indifferently glanced at Yoko Ono. His gaze seemed to have an intense penetrating power, piercing straight into Yoko Ono's heart. His tone was calm, but within the calmness was a dense killing intent. If this prince does not return before dawn, tomorrow, you will have the army at sea bring the fleet back to Chang'an. Then, you will lead 12,000 soldiers to attack the city. Everyone in Fanio City, regardless of whether they are old or weak, women or children, will be killed. Yoko Ono felt a chill run down his spine. His back was instantly soaked in cold sweat. This general obeys. Li Xiao clasped his fist and shouted. Then he glared at Yoko Ono with his red eyes. Your Highness, it's not safe for you to be alone. If you don't mind, why don't you let me accompany you? At this moment, an iron tower-like man with a curly beard walked in from outside the tent. Standing together, Yoko Ono only reached the man's waist, just like a child. The curly-bearded man was the curly-bearded guest. Couldn't be said that he was lying outside the tent to eavesdrop. For a martial arts expert of his level, his 5 senses were 10 times sharper than an ordinary person. In addition, the soundproofing of the tent wasn't good. Therefore, the conversation between Li Xiaogong and Yoko Ono was clearly heard by the bearded guest. Haha! Since Zhong Jian is willing to go with us, that's for the best. Li Xiaogong chuckled. He wasn't a hothead who blindly liked to fight. He was very clear about the mission he had on his shoulders. Naturally, he was willing to bring along this expert with him. As for Yoko Ono, she was already scared out of her wits. She didn't dare to refute, nor did she have the ability to refute. Li Xiaogong said a few more words and then brought the curly-bearded guest out of the tent. He mounted the horse and headed for the Wei nation's imperial city, Fanio capital. As for where the horse came from, it was obviously a spoil of war that he seized along the way. Although ordinary people didn't know that the Tang dynasty's prince was going to enter the imperial city to have a face-to-face talk with Emperor Tuigu, the Wei nation's upper echelons of officials knew about it the moment Li Xiaogong and the curly-bearded guest entered the city. In a manor in the west of Fanio capital, there were pavilions, terraces, and ponds. The design of the manor was very similar to the Tang dynasty's gardens. In an elegant attic, Su Wei was kneeling in front of the window. He was seriously wiping a Japanese sword. It could be seen that the shape of the Japanese sword was 60 to 70% similar to the Mo sword of the Central Plains. The body of the sword reflected the candlelight on his face, making his face look extremely cold. Is the news true? Su Wei asked indifferently. It's absolutely true. Behind Su Wei, a man in a black robe was kneeling. The man's head was covered with a wide hat, preventing others from seeing his face. Humph! This Tang dynasty's prince has really eaten a bear's heart and leopard's guts. He dares to enter the imperial city with just 2 people. A trace of anger flashed across Su Wei's face. He was mainly angry that Li Shaogong, as a prince of a country, didn't play by the rules and dared to take the risk alone. A few hours ago, he had boasted in the imperial court that if Li Shaogong dared to come to Fanyo capital, he would crawl to the imperial court in the future. But now, it was simply a slap in the face. The man in the black robe knelt on the ground and didn't answer. The attic fell into silence. After a long while, Su Wei snorted angrily. "No, we can't let the prince of the Tang dynasty leave the city alive. Naoju, go find a chance to kill him. After killing him, the Tang dynasty's army will be leaderless and will definitely panic. At that time, the provisions and supplies on the thousands of ships will all belong to the Su Wei family." The man in the black robe didn't immediately agree. He actually replied indifferently, "The prince of the Tang dynasty is an expert. I'm not sure." Su Wei was furious. He stood up and pointed at the man in the black robe. "Bastard! If you don't want to go, just say that you don't want to go. Why are you looking for excuses? Don't forget who was the one who saved your dog life back then. If it weren't for me, you would have died in my father's hands. From the moment I saved you, you were just a dog in my hands. You had to bite whoever I told you to bite. Do you understand?" The black-robed man's body clearly paused. From the blue veins on his hands, one could still see the anger in his heart. After a long while, he said in a calm voice, "I'll help you kill this person, and you give me back my freedom. Otherwise, except for me, no one in the Wen nation can kill the prince of the Tang dynasty. Are you negotiating with me?" Su Wei pointed at his nose with a stunned expression. The man in the black robe was silent. It was a tacit agreement. "You son of a bitch! Who gave you the guts to talk about conditions with me, Suemo?" Su Wei scolded angrily and kicked the man in the black robe. As a result, it was as if he kicked a big mountain. His toes immediately felt a sharp pain, but the man in the black robe knelt in the same place and didn't move. "I have already repaid you a lot for saving my life. Master, don't push your luck," the man in the black robe still said without raising his head. "Good. Very good." Su Wei took 2 deep breaths and then said, "I'll do as you say. If you kill the prince of the Tang dynasty tonight, I will immediately give you back your freedom. From now on, my family will have nothing to do with you. Get out of here." Chapter 733. With a creak, the black-robed man walked out of the attic. Judging from his light footsteps, he was still very happy. "Mother of the river, I will soon be able to fly away with you and leave Japan. You must wait for me," the black-robed man thought silently in his heart. Bang, bang, bang. In the attic, the angry Su Wei was crazily smashing things. As he smashed, he scolded, "You are just a F***king dog. How dare you negotiate with me? Good. Very good. After this, I will definitely make you suffer a fate worse than death. Master, this man is too arrogant. Do you want me to bring people to kill him?" A man wearing a warrior's uniform carefully bowed behind Su Wuxia and said, "You? If you could beat him, I would have asked you to kill him long ago. Why wait until now?" Su Wei was even angrier when he heard this. He casually took a teacup and smashed it on the man's head. With a bang, the man's head was instantly broken and bleeding. "Trash. The family has trained you for so many years, but all of you combined can't even beat one Eastern Han Jiju. What a bunch of trash." Su Wuxia was still not satisfied. He stepped forward and started punching and kicking while cursing with vulgarities. "Back then, Eastern Han Jiju forcefully took my sister. My father gathered the top 10 experts of Japan to kill him. If I didn't see that he was strong in martial arts and secretly saved him, he would have long become a lonely ghost. Now that my father is dead, this dog thinks that no one can control him. How dare he negotiate with me? Humph! Go and bring my sister to my room." At this point, the expression on Su Wei's face suddenly became a little perverted. And with his description, the identity of the black-robed man was obvious. He was the assassin that Su Wei sent to assassinate Emperor Chongjun, the top expert of Japan, Eastern Han Jiju. In August 587 AD, China was in the 7th year of Sui Kaihuang at that time. Su Wei supported the prince of the Bo's tribe to ascend the throne, and he became Emperor Chongjun. At that time, Kitahime, the current Empress Dowager, became the Empress Dowager. 591, 4th year of Emperor Chongjun. Emperor Chongjun discussed with his officials. In order to recover the lost land of Renna, he sent 20,000 troops to Zuzi and an envoy to Xinlua. At this moment, all the political power was in the hands of Suwa, which made Emperor Chongjun unhappy. In 592, 5th year of Emperor Chongjun, in October, someone presented a pig to Emperor Chongjun. Emperor Chongjun pointed at the pig and said, "One day, I will chop off the head of the pig and kill the people I hate." He then gathered a large army. From Heavenly Emperor Chongjun's words, Su Wuma knew that Heavenly Emperor Chongjun was determined to kill him. In the 11th month of the same year, Suomazi sent an assassin to assassinate Emperor Chongjun. After that, Naoju of the Eastern Han raped Suoma's daughter, who was as beautiful as a flower and was known as the #1 beauty in Neon. Furious, Su Wuma gathered the top 10 experts to kill East Han Jiju. Everyone thought that East Han Jiju was dead. No one would have thought that Suoma's son, Suoma's brother, would actually save the enemy of the Suo family. No one would have thought that East Han Jiju would develop true feelings for Suoma. However, East Han Jiju would never have expected that his sweetheart had already been killed by someone. At that time, the Neon people were so perverted. In fact, in ancient Neon, marriage between close relatives was very common. From the emperor to the commoners, marriage between brothers and sisters of different mothers was very common. This could be seen in the historical records. There were even cases of brothers and sisters of the same mother marrying each other. At that time, brothers and sisters of different mothers were able to naturally get married or have relations with each other because they did not live in the same family. The sense of closeness between them was very weak or even non-existent. There was also no concept of kinship. It was often difficult to determine the father, and the family system was not perfect. According to the historical records, after the death of the 19th emperor of Neon, according to the rules, the crown prince, Prince Muli no Kei, inherited the throne. However, before he ascended the throne, he fell in love with his sister from the same mother. He had an affair with her. In the dead of the night, he visited his sister and left many romantic and unrestrained love songs. One day, he had the opportunity to sneak into his sister's boudoir. He was so happy that he could not help but sing in a low voice. "If the mountain is too high, the underground pipes will be buried to water it. The sister that I secretly fell in love with, the wife that I secretly cried for behind my back. Tonight, let me love to my heart's content." The love songs that the crown prince wrote were spread out and had a very bad influence among the nobles. This young lady was a famous beauty in Neon history. Many Neon history books also called her Queen of Clothing. It was probably because she liked to wear transparent and sexy clothes. In the face of such a sexy beauty, it was no wonder that her brother loved the beauty and not the country. Not to mention others, just look at the current Empress of Nigu. She was the imperial concubine of Emperor Minda, and Emperor Minda was her half-brother. There was also the deceased Crown Prince Shengda. According to the records, Crown Prince Shengda's parents were half-siblings with Emperor Qin as their father. The perverts of the Neon people could be seen from this. As a standard fourth-generation emperor, the eldest brother of the mountain-back naturally had a lot of power in his hands. At this moment, in a house in the east of Fanio City, the eldest brother of the mountain-back was discussing matters with his subordinates. As one of the actual rulers of the Nigu dynasty, Crown Prince Shengda could barely be considered an emperor. "Master, the commandery prince of the Tang Kingdom is about to enter the palace. I think the Su family has received the news earlier than us." An old man with a goatee cupped his hands and said to the eldest brother of the mountain-back. The eldest brother of the mountain-back smiled and said, "The commandery prince of the Tang Kingdom is really a hero." This time, Su Wani will probably lose face? Obviously, he thought of Su Wani's bold words in the imperial court earlier. The old man shook his head and said with a worried expression, "Master, you can't be too optimistic. We have to be careful of Su Wani's desperate actions and killing people." The eldest brother of the mountain-back was shocked and said in horror, How dare he? That's the commandery prince of the Tang kingdom. Sir, are you worrying too much? The old man said earnestly, "The Su family has always liked to take risks. This time, the Tang kingdom has brought a huge amount of supplies. It's hard to guarantee that Su Wani won't be tempted and take risks out of desperation. Moreover, the commandery prince of the Tang kingdom has agreed to the emperor's appointment, which can be considered a loss of face for Su Wani. This person is extremely narrow-minded and is likely to retaliate. Master, you have to be careful." Chapter 734. You're right. I'll go to the palace to meet the emperor. Koizumi Inada. Leave the mansion immediately and guard the palace gate. Once the commandery prince of the Tang kingdom leaves the palace, follow him and protect him secretly. After listening to the old man's analysis, the mountain-back elder brother nodded in agreement and then ordered his men. "Yes, I'll take my men there now." Koizumi Inada responded and then turned to leave. The mountain-back elder brother stood up and saluted the old man, saying, "The emperor's health is deteriorating day by day, and the barbarians of the Su kingdom are ready to make trouble. Even if I can't be the next emperor, I can't let the barbarians of the Su kingdom disturb the court. I'll leave everything in the mansion to you, sir. I have to go to the palace now." The mountain-back elder brother was the most potential candidate for the next emperor in Neon, so he said that. The old man bowed slightly and replied, "Don't worry, master. I'll make sure the mansion is safe." The mountain-back big brother nodded his head in satisfaction and then left with his 2 personal bodyguards. It was late at night, but Fainio capital was obviously different from before. The whole city seemed to be brewing a storm. The palace was in the center of the storm and seemed particularly depressing. The palace maids and bodyguards also seemed to feel this pressure. They all walked with their heads down. Some people didn't dare to look up and talk even if they were familiar with each other. They had been in the palace for many years and were the most sensitive to changes in the atmosphere. Half an hour later, in the Neon Palace. Why did the commandery prince of Shangua send troops here? In the palace, the Queen of Neon and Li Shaogong sat opposite each other. Although she was a superior existence in Neon, in front of Li Shaogong, the commandery prince of the Tang kingdom who held real power, she was not stupid enough to treat Li Shaogong the same way she treated the Neon subjects. The bearded man stood behind Li Shaogong. Although his face was expressionless, his 5 senses and his legs were already in the best state of alert. As long as there was any movement in the room, he was confident that he could protect Li Shaogong and capture the Queen of Tuigu at the first moment. This was the confidence of a master who was half a step away from the great Grandmaster realm. "Queen of Neon, you can speak Chinese?" That's right, the sentence just now was indeed in Chinese. Although it wasn't accurate, it was enough to make Li Shaogong feel very surprised. Everyone in Wanation admires the culture of the Central Plains. Although I am the Queen of Wanation, I have also yearned for the Tang Empire for a long time. Therefore, if Wanation offends you in any way, I hope your Highness can forgive us on account of our admiration for the Tang Empire. Wanation will be eternally grateful. The Empress Dowager of Gu was very humble. Not only did she not refer to herself as the Empress, she even used her own name to refer to herself. It was clear that she was well aware that with the current strength of the Wa, opposing the Great Tang was no different from striking a rock with an egg. On the side, Yoko Ono's heart was in turmoil. If it weren't for the Empress Dowager asking him to listen, he would have even forgotten the Empress's real name. Li Shaogong was very satisfied with the Empress Dowager's attitude, but he didn't show it on his face. After a while, he said, "I will remember the Empress's kindness. But this time, I led the Tang Empire's fleet south for trade. On the way back, I was attacked by a group of pirates. I lost dozens of soldiers because of this. These pirates are from Wanation. What does the Empress have to say?" Although his voice was soft, there was a hint of killing intent in it. The atmosphere in the hall suddenly dropped to the freezing point. The bearded man also clenched his hands, ready to deal with the nations falling out at any time. The Empress Dowager's expression changed slightly. She had never heard that the Tang Empire's fleet had been attacked. Li Xiaogong's words caught her off guard. But after all, she had been on the throne for nearly 40 years and had the ability to adapt on the spot. After a long pause, she got up and bowed to Li Xiaogong, then said, "After such a thing happened, as the Empress of the nation, Empress Dowager Ida cannot absolve herself from the blame for not governing the Wu people well. Your Highness, please tell us the specific identity of the pirates. The Wu nation will do its best to help Your Highness find the leader of the pirates. I only hope that Your Highness will not implicate the innocent." Li Xiaogong was secretly surprised. The old woman in front of him seemed to be full of wisdom. She could always make the right choice in a critical moment, and for the sake of the Wu nation, she was flexible. To tell the truth, Li Xiaogong was not afraid of unreasonable people, because he believed in the strength of the Tang army. He had brought 12,000 Tang soldiers with him, and if they were ruthless, they would be invincible in the Wu nation. But in the face of the Empress Dowager, who had always been very humble, Li Xiaogong was still very afraid. Of course, he knew the story of Go Jian, the king of Yu. He was very worried that the Wu nation would become the next Yu. Fortunately, the Empress Dowager was old and did not have much time left. Otherwise, he would have to remind Li Er to be wary of the Wu nation. The leader of the pirates is called Nakamura Kawayu. It is said that he has been wandering in the southeast sea of the Tang Empire. In the battle that night, he was seriously injured, but he is definitely not dead. Li Xiaogong stared at the Empress Dowager and replied word by word, "Nakamura Kawayu?" Before the Empress Dowager spoke, the big brother king next to her couldn't help but exclaim. Seeing the Empress Dowager's inquiring eyes, he cupped his hands and said, "Your Majesty, this person has been wanted by all the counties in the Wu nation." Later, he had nowhere to escape, so he roamed the sea and robbed merchant ships everywhere. The officers of the coastal counties received reports from merchants, but this person's whereabouts are uncertain, and the authorities have no way to catch him. The Empress Dowager heard this and said with a gloomy face, "Bastard! Such a heinous person does not deserve to be a citizen of the Wu nation. Immediately issue a decree that all the county princesses of the coastal counties should organize an arrest team in the shortest time. We must catch Nakamura Kawayu within 10 days. Yes." A guard next to her stepped forward and bowed. Yes, it was indeed a guard, not a eunuch. In ancient times, there were no eunuchs in the Wu nation. Since ancient times, Japan had also been a country with a strong warrior spirit. Many Japanese men regarded their own lifeblood as their life. That was to say, no Japanese was willing to enter the palace to be a eunuch. Even if they starved to death, they would not be a eunuch. This cut off the root of the Japanese idea of eunuchs. In addition, Japan was an island country surrounded by the sea, and the island was rich in resources, wild animals and fruits. In ancient times, the Japanese could fish for a living, hunt, and even pick wild fruits in the forest for a living. Even if they did not surrender to the imperial court, they would not starve to death. Therefore, due to the geographical environment and rich economic crops in ancient Japan, the Japanese would not be forced to enter the palace to be eunuchs. Chapter 735. Your Highness, this is indeed Wu nation's fault, but please give us 10 days. If we can't hand Nakamura Yu over to you after 10 days, the Ida division and the entire Wu nation are willing to accept any punishment. After the guards left, the Empress of the Wu nation bowed slightly to Li Xiaogong and said. Li Xiaogong shook his head without thinking and said, "I have the Emperor's order, so I can't stay in Wu nation for 10 days. I will return to Chang'an tomorrow." The Empress of the Wu nation was stunned. She seemed to be caught off guard by this result. After a moment of thought, she said, "No matter what, Wu nation has caused the Tang Empire to suffer losses. The Ida division is willing to take out 1,000 kilograms of brass and 100,000 taels of silver as compensation. After we catch Nakamura Yu and the rest, the Ida division will send an envoy to Chang'an for Your Highness to deal with. What do you think, Your Highness?" Li Shaogong couldn't help but hold his breath. When nation was really rich, what did the Tang Empire lack now? What it lacked the most was, of course, silver and brass. The Tang Empire's territory was vast, but the exploration and mining technology of gold, silver, and copper were not good. Therefore, the country's annual silver production was only about 15,000 taels of silver. Yes, you heard right, 15,000 taels of silver. This 15,000 taels of newly refined silver, together with the silver that local officials plundered from the people and offered to the emperor, and sometimes the provinces and prefectures would turn the taxes into silver and send it to the capital. The silver was usually cast into rectangular silver collars, 1 foot long and 2 inches wide. Most of the silver collars were 50 taels of silver. The collars had to be engraved or written with the weight, color, origin of the silver, the name, official position, year of the tribute, and so on. Therefore, silver was not a currency in the Tang Empire. Thinking about the later dynasties, those corrupt officials would embezzle tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of taels of silver. For example, Yen Song of the Ming dynasty embezzled 30,000 taels of gold and 2 million taels of silver. He Shun of the Qing dynasty embezzled 800 million taels of silver. It was more than 10 years of the imperial court's income. Compared to these corrupt officials, the Tang dynasty's silver reserves were really weak. There was also brass. In the past few years, Great Tang had been recuperating, and the country was flourishing. The lives of the commoners had improved, and the demand for copper coins had increased. However, there were only so many copper mines that the imperial court had discovered, and there was no such thing as jiaozi or baozi banknotes. Thus, in the past 2 years, Great Tang had already experienced a shortage of money. At the very least, the Great Tang didn't dare to play around like this when the nation casually took out 1,000 jin of brass, 10,000 kilograms of brass, and 100,000 taels of silver. After capturing Nakamura Kawa Yuto, he must be personally escorted to Chang and by someone of sufficient status. In this way, I can pretend that nothing happened. Li Shaogong pondered for a moment before looking at the empress and saying flatly, "Don't worry. How greedy." The bearded man couldn't help but look at Li Shaogong in surprise. This was what it meant to be greedy. 10,000 kilograms of brass, if brought back to Chang'an, would definitely be enough to solve the current shortage of money in the imperial court. The big brother on the mountain's back pursed his lips and clenched his fists. Even though he belonged to the conservative faction of the nation, he couldn't help but feel a little angry at Li Shaogong's greedy demand. The empress's eyes narrowed, and then she clenched her teeth and said, "Your Highness, this 10,000 kilograms of brass is really—" "Say no more." Li Shaogong waved his hand and interrupted her. "There's no room for discussion. Queen, do you know that the 20 soldiers who died in battle were the bravest soldiers of Great Tang, and those innocent sailors? Now, they are all buried in the sea, and not even their bones are left. Before I set out to sea, His Majesty once told me, if there are any invaders, I will use all my strength to wipe them out. The Wa people have killed the soldiers and people of the Great Tang. Logically speaking, this king should have sent soldiers to attack them, but out of consideration for Her Majesty's devotion to the Great Tang, this king decided to give them a chance. Don't try to bargain." Li Shaogong's arrogance was vividly displayed at this moment. A weak country has no diplomacy, and a strong country has hegemony. This sentence was also vividly displayed at this moment. The empress closed her eyes. After a long while, she sighed and said, "Okay, I'll do as you say, but the amount of brass and silver is huge. Please give me 2 more days." She weighed and struggled in her heart for a long time before she agreed to this humiliating condition. Li Shaogong said lightly, 2 days is too long. You must prepare 10,000 kilograms of brass and 100,000 taels of silver by noon tomorrow. The empress clenched her teeth and said after a while, "Okay, I'll try my best." Li Shaogong didn't think that she was disobedient. He looked around and said, "Then I wonder who the empress is going to send to escort Nakamura Kawa?" The empress thought for a moment and said, "This matter is of great importance. Emida wants to stay until tomorrow's court." "Your Majesty," I'm willing to escort Nakamurakawa to Great Tang. The Empress originally wanted to let the officials discuss this matter in the morning court tomorrow, but before she finished speaking, the eldest brother of the mountain back stepped forward and bowed. I've admired Great Tang for a long time. This time I go to Great Tang to broaden my knowledge. When I come back, I can serve the Wen nation and share the worries of your majesty. The Empress raised her eyebrows, and her face suddenly became ugly. Obviously, she didn't want the eldest brother of the mountain back to Great Tang. Li Shaogong narrowed his eyes and looked at the eldest brother of the mountain back. Then he said, "Who are you that I mentioned before?" The eldest brother of the mountain back didn't show anger because of Li Shaogong's contempt. He cupped his hands and replied, "I'm the eldest brother of the mountain back. The current imperial court's purple crown prince is Crown Prince Shengda. I wonder if the prince can give me this opportunity?" Previously, Crown Prince Shengda divided the officials into 12 ranks and differentiated them by the color of the crown. That is, Great Virtue, Shao Virtue de Ren, Shao Ren, de Li, Shao Li de Xian, Shao Xian, de Yi Shao Yi de Ji, Shao Ji, de Ji, Shao Ji, de Ji, Shao Ji, etc. Each rank uses the same color to make the crown. The purple crown is the first rank. Crown Prince Shengda? Li Shaogong whispered in his heart. He had heard a lot about Crown Prince Shengda's deeds from the bearded man on the ship. He knew that this person's reputation in Wen nation was great. It was basically equivalent to Li Er's reputation in Great Tang. So, he nodded and said, "Ha, good. It's you. Since the matter has been discussed, then the prince will leave." After that, he stood up and prepared to leave with the bearded man without hesitation. The Empress and the eldest brother of the mountain back cupped their hands and said goodbye. Out of the palace gate, Yoko Ono stepped forward and smiled flatteringly. "Prince, this way please. His Majesty has prepared a carriage for you. It's late now. You two must be tired. You can rest in the carriage for a while." Li Shaogong thought for a moment and nodded. "And lead the way." Yes. Chapter 736. In front of the Wen nation Imperial Palace. Li Shaogong and the bearded man boarded the carriage. Yoko Ono signaled the coachman to speed up the carriage while she rode a horse and followed behind Li Shaogong and the others. At the same time, dozens of black shadows rushed out from the bushes outside the palace gate and carefully followed behind the carriage. The undercurrent was turbulent. The power hidden in the deepest part of Fainio capital finally began to surge. All the forces began to appear. In the carriage, Li Shaogong, who had been resting with his eyes closed, suddenly opened his eyes without warning. He felt that something was wrong, mainly because it was too quiet outside. It was so quiet that only the sound of the carriage wheels rubbing against the ground could be heard. When things reach an extreme, they will move in the opposite direction. There must be something wrong. Li Shaogong, who had experienced many battles, first felt that he was ambushed. However, when he opened the curtains and looked outside, he was surrounded by wide and open streets. There was no way for an ambush in this kind of terrain. Moreover, this place was close to the Wen nation Imperial Palace. Unless it was the Wen nation Queen's order, who would dare to touch him here? All the facts proved that he was overthinking things. There was no ambush within a radius of 100 meters, and no one would dare to ambush him in this place. However, Li Shaogong did not let down his guard. This was because in his many years of battle experience, this faintly discernible sense of danger had pulled him back from the brink of death countless times. Although this feeling had been wrong many times, when it came to matters of life and death, he could not afford to be careless. Therefore, at this moment, Li Shaogong had already picked up the sword that was leaning against the carriage wall. Then, he closed his eyes and began to use his keen perception to sense the hidden danger around him. "Hey, gentlemen, please make way. Make way, this is the night incense I just collected." At this moment, a handcart came in front of the carriage. There were wooden buckets on the cart, and the stench could be smelled from afar. The man pulling the cart shouted loudly as he pulled the cart over. "Baka! Night incense! Get out of here, wretch. The guards around the horse carriage couldn't help but scold him. In China, the ancient latrines did not have a sewer system or an automatic flushing system. They used a wooden bucket to hold feces, also known as a toilet bowl, which needed to be emptied after it was filled. Therefore, there would be people who would go to each house in the middle of the night to collect the feces in the toilets of each house. Pouring night fragrance referred to the dumping of feces. At this time, the Nation was very similar to the Great Tang in that they also had the job of selling night incense. Moreover, other than the patrolling soldiers and the night watchmen, the only people who dared to wander around outside at this hour were the night incense sellers. Hey, hey, hey! Please forgive me! Please forgive me! The man hurriedly bowed to the officer. It was unknown whether it was intentional or not, but the moment he bowed, the handcart carrying the night fragrance tilted towards the carriage. The wooden barrel on the handcart crashed and fell in front of Li Xiaogong's carriage. Blurg! Baka! What are you doing? Do you know who is sitting in the carriage? Baka! Blurg! Yoko Ono pinched her nose and rode to the side of the carriage. She roared at the night incense seller. Looking at the puddles of yellow and white substance on the ground, Yoko Ono could not help but feel nauseous. She hurriedly ran to the side, squatted down, and vomited to her heart's content. Just as Yoko Ono squatted down and the other Japanese soldiers covered their nostrils and bent down, a cold light tore through the night and suddenly appeared in the world. Almost in an instant, it reaped dozens of lives. Following that, a Japanese sword seemed to have fallen from the sky and directly stabbed into the carriage from outside the carriage window. Baka! Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Someone attacked the county king of Tang Empire. Yoko Ono was lucky enough to escape a calamity. But even so, a large piece of his scalp was scraped off by the assassin's sword. At this moment, his entire head was covered in blood. It was extremely terrifying, as if he was a demon that just escaped from hell. After realizing the assassin's target, Yoko Ono was scared out of his wits. If something happened to Li Xiaogong in front of him, not only would he lose his life, his entire family would be implicated. Furthermore, it was very likely that he would be sent to the Tang Empire as a sacrifice for the Tang Emperor to vent his anger. After understanding the serious consequences, Yoko Ono shouted for help as he picked up the other fallen swords on the ground and slashed at the assassin. Of course, he was very scared. After all, he was good at literature and not fighting martial arts. But even if he was scared, Yoko Ono still raised his sword. This was because he wanted to defend the honor of the Ono family. At this moment, he felt that even if he died in a battle, it would be worth it. Inside the carriage, when Li Xiaogong heard the sound of the sword piercing into flesh, he was already on full alert. At this moment, 2/3 of the sword had already entered the carriage, and Li Xiaogong's neck was less than 2 inches away from the sword. The crisis at that time could be seen from this. Ha ha! How dare you! This king has been waiting for you for a long time. Li Xiaogong was not afraid at all. After all, he was a general who had experienced hundreds of battles. He laughed loudly and then pulled out the long sword beside him. The sword chi caused the carriage to become unstable. Then, Li Xiaogong shouted loudly and the sealed carriage suddenly broke apart. Li Xiaogong was like a god. He stood at the bottom of the carriage. The aura and strength of a Grandmaster Peak expert was completely revealed at this moment. Grandmaster Peak? How is this possible? The black-robed assassin was stunned when he felt the violent true energy on Li Xiaogong. He mumbled softly. In his opinion, as a duke, Li Xiaogong must have lived like a prince. Even if he knew martial arts, he would not be that good. At most, he would be around the Qi transformation realm. Even if he had entered the Grandmaster realm, he would have a way to deal with him. But at this moment, the black-robed assassin realized that he was wrong. In fact, he was very wrong because he realized that Li Xiaogong was actually a martial Dao expert who was above him. Clang! After Li Xiaogong saw the black-robed assassin's figure clearly, he raised his sword and slashed at the black-robed assassin without hesitation. Ha ha! I didn't expect there to be someone so ignorant. Today is a good day for me to exercise my muscles. At the same time, in another carriage, The bearded man hugged his long sword and laughed loudly. Then, he also pulled out his long sword and joined the battle. Another Grandmaster peak? No, this person is half a step to Grandmaster. After some speculation, the black-robed assassin suddenly felt a chill in his heart. He had to think of a way to escape. Otherwise, he would definitely die here if the battle continued.